아, 진짜. 용머리야. 안녕하세요.
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 와, 아이오님.
맞아요.
근데 제가 지금 놀라운 걸 발견했는데 캐넨을 제대로 배우고 한 건 아니잖아요, 그죠?
네, 캐넨 재밌어요.
캐넨 해보시겠어요?
너무 좋습니다.
캐넨의 스킬 혹시 어디까지 알고 있어요, 근데?
이렇게 W.
네. 그러니까
그리고
20대.
이 하면 기절.
그치. 근데 그 기절을 1호는
네.
내가 무조건 이긴다고 생각이 들 때 해야 돼. 상대가 예를 들어 돌진 스킬이 있다 하면은 이를 절대 막 쓰지 말고 무조건
네.
상대가 나한테 돌진을 했을 때 이 도망가는 용으로 써라. 캐넨은 기력이어가지고 얘가 막 써도 되거든요, 스킬을. 막 Q 같은 것도 이렇게 하다 맞았어. 이렇게 때리고 스톤 걸릴 때 Q를 상대한테 딱
아,
그러다가 원거리인데 반피야. 그럴 때는 반피야? 이렇게 가면 돼. 이렇게 가다가 스킬 다 때려받고 평타 때려. 그럼 죽을 거야. 중거리일 때는 상대키가 한 3분의 1일 때 이렇게 하면 죽는다고 보면 돼.
그렇게 한번 해보겠습니다.
오케이. 그러면 솔랭 한번 해보시겠어요, 바로?
네.
오케이.
여기 와드박아도 괜찮나요?
괜찮나요? 하면서 박으면 저한테 말하는 의미가 없잖아요.
그냥 할게요.
원거리인데 반피야. 이렇게 가다가 스킬 다 때려받고 평타 때려. 그럼 죽을 거야. 혹시 무슨 생각을 하고 한 거예요? 공 쓰면서 플래시로 막 들어가면 되잖아요.
네. 좋을 것 같아요. 또 어떡해.
어떻게 하지 마요. 그럼 그 전에 잘했어야지 별 수 있나. 집 가야지 빨리. 은근히 혹시 벨트 2번 누르면 써지는데 한번 눌러볼까요? 2번?
네.
어때? 돌진하죠?
네.
공 쓰면서 들어갈 때 벨트도 쓰면서 들어가면 좋아요.
한번 도전해볼게요.
20 하면서 벨트, 플래시 왜 하지 못했죠 방금?
아, 네. 생각하고 있었는데 제 손이
저는 손의 문제가 아닌 것 같은데. 아군이 열심히 싸우는데 혼자 무서워하면 안 됩니다 이거.
혼자 할 때 무서워하지 않습니다. 그냥 누가 보고 있다는 거에 그냥 부담감이 좀 있습니다. 와! 대박!
이걸 이기네.
고생하셨습니다, 두 분 다.
수고하셨습니다.
고생하셨습니다.
내일 촬영인데
내일은 또 은비님은 어떻게 패야 될지 좀 더 제가 준비를 해서 가겠습니다.
뭘 패는 사람이 아니에요. 너무 힘들어.
힘들어요?
네?
뭐가 힘들어요? 근데 제 입장에서 1 더하기 1도 못하고 있는 상황이에요 지금. 이게 화나지 않아요?
아직 배우고 있는 단계인데 너무 혼낼 준비만 하고 계신 것 같아서.
근데 저는 맞아야지 좀 더 이제 잘하는 스타일이었어가지고.
그러니까
저도
그거는
맞는 거
선생님의
좋아하거든요.
스타일인 거잖아요. 혼내려고만 하지 않았으면 좋겠다는 말이었어요.
안 오네. 너무 잘했어요. 야, 은빈님 진짜 너무 잘했다.
그런 식으로 또 말씀드리면 제가 곤란하죠.
어쩌라는 거예요, 그러면 저한테. 저도 이제 노력을 하겠다 이거잖아요, 은빈님. 이제 다 알려주고 싶지만 하나를 알려주면 다른 게 안 되고 누수가 계속 발생하니까
어쨌든 저는 가르쳐주신 거 열심히 하려고 할 거니까
도움이 될 거예요, 롤력 자체를 올리는 거에 있어서.
열심히 해보겠습니다.
파이팅!
저희가
네,
2주 만에 보는 거지 않습니까?
맞아요.
좀 잘 되고 있나요?
아니요, 제가
네. 왜요?
떨어지지만 말라고 하셨었잖아요.
네.
근데 제가 강등
강등을 당했어요?
아이언
뭐-
1.
그럴 수 있죠.
공감을 해주시네요?
제가 또 어제 잘 알려드리지 않았어요? 어려웠을 거라고 생각을 하거든요, 사실. 괜찮으셨어요?
너무 어렵긴 했습니다. 이게 많이 안
네,
해봤으니까.
그쵸. 많이 안 해보기도 했는데.
네, 가르쳐 주신 거를 저도 바로바로 습득해서 해야 되는데 와다다다 이렇게 와버려서 조금 과부하가 왔지만
과부하.
근데 저 진짜 어제 많이 배우기는 했어요. 확실히 좀 흥미가 생겼거든요.
캐넨에 대해 어떤 부분에
궁이 너무 맛있어요.
궁이 맛있다?
네.
좋아요.
근데 왜 이렇게 착해지셨어요?
아, 피디님들이
저 너무 당황스러워요, 지금.
제가 너무 무서웠다고
네.
더 완화를 시켜서 애가 애기를 봐주듯이.
아, 지금 애기 다루듯이 하고 계시는 거예요?
아, 그쵸, 롤 아가.
그래서 사실 좀 겁먹고 왔는데 너무 공감해주시고 너무
우리 다 고마워하세요, 진짜. 고마워하셔야 돼요.
감사합니다.
네. 그래서 어떻게 숙제는 잘했어요? 어떻게 동안? 2주 동안?
숙제를
네. 빨리 말해요.
다는 못했습니다.
다는 못했어요? 네, 감사합니다. 파란색이 한 거고, 잠깐만요. 하나, 둘, 셋, 넷.
인정합니다. 못한 거 인정합니다.
총 15일 중에 6일만, 말해보세요. 네.
못한 거 인정하고
말해보세요. 네.
혼나도 되고요. 퍼스트 스탠드 되게 힘들지 않으셨어요?
저는 힘들었는데, 퍼스트 스탠드 아닌 날은 그럼 레뷰에 있는 거죠?
아닌 날요?
네.
그건 이제 할 말이 없습니다.
할 말이 없어요?
네, 아마 나름 최대한 해보려고 한 건데 하루에 5판은 못 채운 게 맞아서
그러면
벌칙을 갑자기 선생님이 뭘 할까요?
저희 업계에서 보통 이제 제로투 같은 거.
시즌 1 보셨는지 모르겠는데 벌칙을 선생님이랑 같이 해요.
저는 이럴 거 없어요.
제로투 하시게요?
다 가능해요. 저 엉덩이 잘 흔듭니다.
어제 디코 같이 하면서 좀 지켜본 결과 이제 좀 냉랭한 느낌이 있어가지고
네.
그래서 두 분을 위해 마련한 특별한 만찬이 있습니다.
그러니까요. 맛있는 냄새가 나거든요, 계속. 나지 않아요, 지금?
들어가세요.
약간 난 봤네.
약간 중식? 우와, 엄청 많은데요? 이걸 그냥 안 주시겠지?
1박 2일입니까 이거?
그니까요. 저 진짜 배고픈데.
네.
랭스토랑?
랭스토랑? 도전!
도전! 나이스!
이거
감사합니다. 뭐 드시고 싶으세요, 선생님?
다요.
다요? 연습 미션을 그러면 먼저 할까요?
아니, 짧은 거부터. 긴 거부터 하면은 기 빠지니까 짧은 거부터 해가지고 이거부터 먼저 해도 될 것 같은데.
네, 좋아요.
일단 죽여버리고 여기.
그리고 오골드 뭐 있지? 피자 먼저 먹어버릴까요?
피자 식었을 거라서 근데 좀 여기서 식어도 괜찮은 게 치킨 식은 거
원래 식은 치킨은 맛있어요.
그랬으면 배달할 때 다 식은 치킨 보내주죠.
그러니까 식어도 맛있어요.
뜨거우면 더 맛있는 거.
뭐부터 도전?
한잔 먼저
피자
하죠.
먼저 하겠습니다. 제작진을 이겨라. 오케이, 가봅시다.
제작진을 이겨라 미션 팀전은
네.
문도 카소스 대결 되겠습니다.
문도
카소스요?
카소스요?
높이고 키만 찍어야 되고 유성이랑 정밀 들면 돼요.
사실상 밥을 드시라고 드리는
네. 태그 매치예요?
네.
카소스 스킬 알아요?
모르는데?
문제예요. 제가 카소스 하면 금방 끝나긴 할 건데.
오케이,
문제예요.
밥 먹자.
구호 한번 외치시죠 거기.
정말?
보호가 저희 뭐죠?
그니까. 하나, 둘, 셋, 화이팅! 뭐야?
화이팅!
여기다가 와드 박으면 돼요? 박았네. 그리고 여기 있으면 돼요, 제가?
네, 아래에서 1분에 그 큐 던지면서 큐로만 죽이면 돼요. 네.
네.
나 하다 죽어.
네.
하다 죽어. 내가 사줄게. 오케이, 갑니다.
와우. 어렵죠, 어렵죠, 어렵죠. 어렵죠.
자, 다음.
야!
이제 다음.
자, 쉽지 않죠?
다음.
야, 나이스, 다음. 들어오세요, 들어오세요.
여기, 여기. 먹었다. 이자구나, 이제.
이지. 에임 부스터 할 거예요.
30초 만약에 딱 그러면 1코스트 이후로부터 10초가 더 추가될 때마다 1코스트 추가.
옆에서 훈수는 되죠?
안 돼요. 집중력 떨어져요.
네.
시작! 잘하는데?
천천히.
그래도.
잘했어.
괜찮다.
잘했어. 이걸로 벌었다. 오케이.
됐어. 감사합니다. 일단 스시는 먹을 수 있고요. 이 기세를 몰아서 저희 제작진을 이겨라 개인전 가겠습니다.
빈빈빈데 제작진의 1대 전도 좀 이렇게.
있어요? 못 높이고 잘하고.
그 마우스 커서를 상대 챔피언에 올려둔 다음에 Q를 눌러.
1.
그렇지. 왔다 갔다. 그렇지. 두 번만 더 맞추면 된다. 왔다 갔다.
나이스!
좋았다.
보셨어!
좋았다.
예! 잘 피했어! 스시를 저희가 먹기로 했고 그 다음에 뭐 드시고 싶으세요?
라면.
라면이. 그러면 그거 해가지고
만두까지 하면 안 돼.
만두까지 오케이.
스시 라면.
선생님이 만두까지 드시고 싶다 해가지고 10분 안에 CS 50개 먹기 바로 도전하겠습니다.
쉽게 먹었을 시에 1코스트.
네.
추가로 10개 이상 1코스트.
진짜 너무하다 근데 굶고라고 해놓고서
휘황찬란한 후화밥상인 줄 알았는데 PC방 주문이랑 다를 게 없네 이거.
바로 가.
그렇지. 평타 아칼 막 때려. 와드 박. 포션. 이거. 50개 안 되겠는데? 집
가서 집 갈게요.
50개만 채워보자, 50개만.
이제 두쪽 사이가 친해진 것 같기도 하고.
뭐야? 시간이 안 되겠는데? 뭐. 앞으로 가서 미니언 때려. 안 되겠다. 간도. 하자. 때려쳐.
죄송합니다. 만두를 못 드시게 돼서요.
일단 있는 걸로라도 어떻게.
좋아요.
네.
일단 스시랑요. 라면이요.
예?
라면 하나죠?
네.
하나를 둘이서 나눠 먹는다고요?
하나 가격인 거예요?
하나 가격이에요.
제로투
저요? 저 혼자만 쳐도 되는 거. 보여드려요?
아니 무슨 일이야 이게?
인정.
와 뭐야? 대박! 왜 더 하세요?
그냥 하고 싶으셨던
그냥 하고 싶으셨던 것 같아요.
무슨 소리예요? 다 밥 먹기 위해서 하는 거지.
감사합니다.
사실 아칼리가 끓인 라면.
아칼리가 끓인 거예요? 고맙습니다. 우와.
그 요네가 같은 스시.
잘 먹겠습니다.
연애가 같은 거예요. 어때요 맛이?
맛있어요?
후밥은 나는 신경 쓰셨는데? 참치. 나는 그래도 신경 써서요.
맛있죠?
네.
만두 진짜 저는 만두 아까 그죠?
네.
다 드셨어요?
네.
지금 저희 먹은 지 5분도 안 되지 않았어요?
라면은 금방 먹죠?
네 몰라요?
아니요. 자, 다시 돈 벌어봅시다.
저 아직 안 먹었어요.
천천히 먹어요, 천천히.
가볼게요. 도전!
도전! 오케이 도전!
큐베쌤은 배고프다.
나는 배고프다.
내가 해야 돼.
너가 해야 돼.
5킬하면 얼마죠?
7골드.
아 진짜요?
내가 4골드만 쓸 테니까 3골드 마음껏 써.
감사합니다.
라면에 만두를 먹어야겠는데?
트록스?
아토록스 스킬 알아요?
피해가지고 확 오지 않아요?
픽하고 올 때 2로 피하면 좋아요.
네.
때려. 아토로가 막 지금 미니언 넘어서 선 넘었잖아. 이럴 때 막 때려. 아토 자꾸 선 넘으려고 지금. 네? 뭐가 잘못된 것 같아요?
그건 잘 모르겠어요.
이를 아트가 W 쓸 때 있죠.
네.
그때 이제 그걸 써서 도망가면 돼. 그럴 때 이쓰고 너무 늦었죠? 이 쓰는 게. 다음에 더 빨리 씁시다.
네.
네.
그렇게 딴 거예요?
네. 안 믿기시나요?
네, 돌비.
쫄지 말고. 캐레스. 어땠어요?
쫄렸죠.
쫄리면 안 돼. 나보다 못해.
감히 나한테 덤벼?
나 은빈이야.
아 내가 먹었어야 되는데. 아 내 킬 좀 먹지 마.
우리 한타로 갈 거야, 한타?
마이가 왜 이렇게 세냐? 잉.
일단 5킬 미션은
아, 3점만 좀 더 하자.
근데 솔직히 가능성이 있어서 바퀴를 정도는 할 뻔했는데 할 말은 없지만
이거 배 안 고파서 안 한 거 아니죠?
아 진짜 절대 아니. 저 열심히 한 거 보셨잖아요. 아니 표정 보세요 선생님. 저 진짜 열심히 했고요. 이번에 찬스 한번 쓰려고요. 특급 미션 큐베 도전.
어떤 거 도전하시나요?
탑 1차 탑 먼저 터뜨리기.
오케이, 그러면 은빈님 기준 탑 1차 포탑이고 큐베님은 2차.
아,
근데 그거
혹시
진짜-
그러면은 펜타킬은 저는 뭐 헥사킬이고 막 그런 건 아니죠? 뭐, 네, 네, 알겠습니다. 네. 도전!
도전!
나 서폭 걸렸다.
채팅창에 치죠? 나 큐베인데?
아까.
와 뭐야? 아 안돼.
나 우승해봤어.
아!
이거죠.
이게 천상계 대화구나. 나 우승해봤어.
아, 이거 이번 판 똥 싸면 안 되는데? 아, 이거. 아, 큰일 났네.
와.
아파.
너무 아픈데요? 아! 와 까비! 정말 뭐해?
정말 차이지.
와우. 슈퍼 어떻게 저렇게 잘 먹지?
상대 머리 위에다가 마우스 컷을 올린 다음에
아니 쌤.
탈등 걸렸어.
불편하지 연애야. 뭐야? 집을 안 갔어 이 건방진 자식이?
그러니까 건방지긴 하네.
건방져? 그럼 죽어야지.
그러긴 해. 그래서 죽였어요.
잘하셨어요.
감사합니다. 안 돼, 내 타워 지켜야 돼.
텔. 이건 진짜.
연타하고 있어, 지금. 내 타워 어떻게든 지켜.
안 돼! 완전 재밌지 않아요? 완전 재밌어요. 좀만 버텨, 얘들아.
와, 맛있다.
진짜
와,
맛있다.
달다.
야미 맛있어요. 오. 괜찮은데?
자, 이때 저는 바로 2차로 바로 가야 되네. 바로는 먹어야지.
바로는 먹어야지. 과연?
밀만해.
미쳤다.
이거 애니비 와서 근데 2차의 길이 멀다.
쉽지 않네요.
그럼요. 1차는 쉬운데 빨리 밀자. 밀 수 있다. 밀었다 밀었다.
예!
나돈 벌어왔어.
돈 벌었어. 성공. 벌써 써? 끝났다. 와!
어떻게 잘 해냈어요 제가 그래도
와.
아,
도전 성공. 감사합니다.
아 딜량 1등 했어.
진짜요? 축하드려요. 너무 잘하셨다.
공감을 그렇게 하는 거군요. 한수 배웠어요. 어떻게 우리 은빈 학생 묻고 싶은 거 있나?
와, 대박.
뭐 어떻게 주문하시나요?
저는 사실 이거 먹고 싶은데
타르트.
일단 라면 하나 드시고 만두 드세요, 쌤. 드시는 동안 제가 한 판만 더 할게요.
아 벌어온다고?
네.
뭘로 벌어오게요?
멀티킬.
멀티킥 되겠어요?
KDA 1.5 이상 해볼게요.
1.5 이상?
네.
알았어요.
저희 라면이랑 만두 주세요.
단골 드리겠습니다.
네.
바로 가.
혹시 제가 캐리하는 거 보고 뭐 느낀 게 있었어요?
저 완전 느낀 거 있어가지고 지금 빨리 해봐야 돼.
뭔데?
Q를
어.
저는 너무 미니언에만 썼어요. 쌤 말대로 계속 날려도 될 것 같아요.
계속 말해도 돼요.
그러니까요.
오,
좀 배웠죠?
좀 배웠다. 아이고, 아무에 그럴 만죠? 우리 아칼리라면.
자리가 또 끓인 거예요?
맛있으세요?
큐. 잠깐. 그렇게 뭐야?
저 미니큐브예요, 지금.
되잖아.
진짜, 와. 나이스. 감사합니다.
다 먹어요, 다. 맛있는 거.
맛있게 드셨어요?
네, 저는 배불러요, 이제. 혈당 스파이크 올것 같아.
라스트 오너 봤습니다.
저 타르트요. 와, 끝나다.
타르트입니다.
스파르 타르트요?
맛있다. 달달해.
오늘 랭스토랑 어떻게 만족스러우셨나요?
아, 만족스럽긴 한데 속은 느낌 아니에요, 저희가?
저도 막 진수성찬일 줄 알았는데 뭐 생각보다 그런 느낌은 아니긴
맞아요.
했죠. 예, 아무래도.
네.
뭐가 제일 맛있었어요?
라면이요.
근데 스시도 맛있었어요, 저는.
네, 아쉬운 게 있다면 저는 참치를 별로 안 좋아해가지고.
아, 진짜요?
장어를 좋아해서.
저는 장어 안 좋아하는데.
아, 그래요?
네, 전 초밥 중에 장어만 안 먹어요. 그러면 나중에 같이 먹으면 장어 많이 드릴게요, 제 거.
근데 그럼 제가 손해 아니에요?
왜요?
참치가 더 비싸잖아요.
저 참치 달라고 한 적 없는데요?
아, 그런 거예요? 아, 감사합니다. 따뜻한 배로 감사히 받겠습니다.
그래도 처음보다 확실히 가까워진 게 저희는 느껴져서.
아유, 확실히 어제보다는 괜찮은 것 같아요. 네.
맞아요. 저도 어제보다는
앞으로도 우리 잘 지내보자.
그럽시다. 그러시죠.
그래서 숙제를
네.
그냥 롤 5판으로 했는데
네.
못했잖아요.
네.
어떻게 하면 좀 할 수 있을 것 같아요, 분이?
저 약간
네.
그거는 어때요? 제가 진짜 늦게 일이 끝나는 날은
네.
다음날 어쨌든 저도 제 일정을 소화해야 되는 날이 있잖아요.
네.
저도 쉬는 날이 있고 좀 더 많이 할 수 있는 날이 있기 때문에 일주일 단위로 몇 판을 정해주시면
아.
이런 식은 어떤지.
그럼 일주일에 30판 어때요?
일주일에 30판이요? 할 수 있어요.
알겠습니다.
이번에는 숙제 다 꼭 하겠습니다.
퇴근?
퇴근이에요?
왜 이렇게 좋아하세요?
안 좋으세요? 더 하시다 갈래요?
아니요. 퇴근!
퇴근! 고생하셨습니다.
수고하셨습니다.
감사합니다.
all around, jump into the night. Everybody get up, up, going wild in the world tonight.
inside of me, pushing through the pain. I wrote everyone, and welcome to a very special Saturday showdown. It's a rematch of the last two LCK finals. Hanwha Life Esports and Gen G do battle. Dagon here alongside Wolf and Wadid to break down this very big matchup, the battle for second place, and it's going to be a great one here, Wolf.
I am very hyped for this one. This is one of the most difficult matches to predict. You know, if you asked me midway through last week, I think it would have been very easy, but we've seen some big changes in form of Hanwha Life Esports on the way up and Gen G falling down a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think HLE now looking really strong in terms of how they play through the early game. So it seems like it's really hard to predict, but at the same time, you never disrespect the Gen G in the regular split. They will come back whenever they feel like.
Here it is, from the 10th place in LCK Cup to eyeing LCK first place. Just looking, because KT is on top. And the Tiger, that must roar again. That's right, Gen G suffering a couple of losses. That's been surprising so far here in the season.
Yeah, as you guys can see, fighting for second place here. If Gen G is able to win with a 2-0 scoreline, put them at 4-2 and Hanwha Life at 4-2 as well, but they will pass them in the standings. It's very close, the race for second right now. You can see just below Hanwha Life Esports, we have several 3-2 teams. Then you have the 3-3 Gen G, or sorry, D+, who did one yesterday against T1, who finds himself at 2-3. So middle of the pack, very much up in the air right now.
Yeah, as I mentioned, I think between these two teams, it's all about the early game. I think in this matter, it's so important to have insane pressure in the early game. And I think that leads to the lead that you can actually have some advantage. And I think HLE now stomping the early game. So it's just crazy to see because there's so many stats that it shows that they're really good on it.
Over the last 2 years, you might think this series has been a little bit more equal. Surprise, it's not. However, Hanwha Life Esports did win a couple of very important matches, but it's been mostly Gen G.
The era of Gen G has just not really been stopped, right? Hanwha Life Esports did get the win in 2024 summer, and then we're able to carry that momentum into first stand, and before that, the LCK Cup, but since then, it's been taken back by Gen G. We have not seen Hanwha Life Esports win a single series against them since the LCK Cup Finals. Pretty crazy to see. But here's those early game stats you were talking about, Wadid. Look at the gold difference here at 15 for Hanwha Life Esports.
2.4k golds lead at 15 minutes, which is quite crazy because they're the first and third. Gen G is not that bad either, but it's a 400 gold, so that shows that HLE just having insane amount of
Look
advantage.
At the difference between first and third place.
Yeah, it's
2,000 gold. 2,000 gold, the difference between them. You could see Gen G, when they get to the mid game, they have their huge spike. That's where they soar up to 3,800, where they've actually had a little bit more success consistently than Hanwha Life Esports, but Gen G never lose when they have that 15-minute gold lead.
So it's all about the early game. It's all about the draft. So we're going to see it from the draft.
Yeah, let's take a look at a couple of the stars in the mid lane. One of them a world champion, one of them multiple MSI champion, Chovy and Zeka. Zeka's having himself a good year in terms of doing what he needs to. For Chovy, this is just another year of greatness.
Yeah, I mean, look at the stats. He's almost first on every stats. Yeah, Chovy's just shoving. But for Zeka, maybe stats are not the best, but whenever I see HLE playing, it's Zeka playing so much better than before. And I think him having a pressure in the mid lane definitely helps the Kanabi to have some pressure in the jungle as well. So I think it's more than a stat.
My standout thing that you can take a look at here for Zeka is that he's played 8 champions to Chovy's 5 in our listed champions here. That's quite unusual. Zeka not known to have a large champion pool, Chovy known to have an ocean, right? But currently, Zeka's actually leading the charge, playing the Ziggs mid, for example, which none of us really expected, but he looked great on it.
But one of the reasons why they've been able to play multiple different champs, before we get to that, just a reminder.
Ouch! Ouch!
It's brutal. It's brutal. This goes back to the DRX days as well. It's just not good if you're a Hanwha Life Esports predictor today. How many matches are we playing today, Wadid?
3 games, but
oh god,
we all know Gen G also struggles in this series. I mean, I feel like when they lost against DK, I think Chovy is the one who struggled the most in the mid lane. Showmaker kind of locked him down in the mid lane, and I think that's the reason why they couldn't really do anything as a Gen G.
Well, if they're going to do that, it's going to take a big effort from the jungler of Hanwha Life Esports as well, which is Kanabi, who's come in showing the Giga Chad energy that's needed and requiring the rest of his team to follow along. Maybe not actually follow him in this one, but definitely go along with his calls here.
This is thanks to Young Taylor on YouTube, who actually inspired this clip. He made a really funny one about this. You know, Kanavi, sometimes he gets his teammates to go with him. Sometimes he abandons his teammates because he just wants to kill that guy. I mean, that guy is Gideon, and he will not kill the base. He's not going to kill the next. He wants to kill Gideon.
They're fighting on the mid lane, by the way. Game is not done yet, and he's still chasing him because Gideon was going for his jungle, so he couldn't really handle that. I mean, yeah, this is just one of the fun clips that it shows that Kanavi's personality, and he's not done yet.
Yeah, again, this one, you can hear the casters be like, please just go home. 1 HP, go
It's
home.
a reset, right?
Misses.
No, gotta get my Raptors. Can't let him have it.
Help, but he
to
doesn't
go
want to
in.
give those
He's
away.
just
All right, give
Kanavi,
those away.
man.
Now he's gonna reset.
Yeah, he's gonna reset, right?
He is not letting that red buff
Please
go
just
over without a
home
fight.
for a bit, man. I know you've got a GA, but like, come on.
You can hear Atlas just begging him to go home, just like his teammates. But since then, it seems like Hanwha Life Esports have adopted his aggression here, Wolf.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of changes with how they're playing through the bottom side. They're looking great on blue side, specifically when they have 2v2 prio in the bottom lane, and we're seeing so much attention given to this bottom duo. And interestingly, Guma's not getting the kills. They're giving him over to Kanavi, but he gets so far ahead. He takes the leads, he generates through bottom lane, and the pressure he takes away from the enemy jungler and takes it into the other lane. Sometimes he compounds the bottom lane, but he often visits mid or even plays through Zeus on the top side.
So we call this playstyle as an LPL style. You might think it's just being aggressive, but in fact it's a different usage of the tempo. So I think normally for the LCK players especially, I think they just go for the purple tempo. That means you go for the play and then reset and go for the another play, right? But I think for Kanavi, he kind of attacks the gap between those tempos. So he goes for the plays every single time.
In the early game, or in the early days of the LCK here, he would never let it go. If he didn't have a successful play, he would stick around. He would be like, well, at least I'm going to get Krugs here. And he was punished often and didn't have his teammates going with him. He's since then both kind of slowed down a little bit, but also his teammates have played through him a little bit more, so he doesn't get caught like in those two lowlights we had there where he was being a little bit too aggressive. You can see some of his early game stats here. The counter jungle at 8. He's second in the league right now, and at 14, first at 12.1%, which is absolutely insane. His KDA had some deaths because
Not so
went a little
good.
deep, but
Not so good.
that's okay because he's getting the jungling done. He's getting his team ahead, and that was one of the biggest anti-Kanavi guys in the early parts when we were looking at LCK Cup, because I was like, okay, he's too fast, he's not adjusting, but the rest of the team has actually moved up to adjust with him. And even though I think it's predictable, this is now HLE's playstyle, and they figured it out.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not only being aggressive, but also at the same time, you have to be smart about the matchup. Otherwise, you can't really do anything. But the confidence level that he has right now with the team is just insane.
Yeah, well, he's going up against Stalwart here in the LCK in Canyon, who's just been solid, but sometimes has been on the back foot and had to figure it out afterwards here.
I mean, I think compared to Kanavi, he's more like soaking the pressure from the enemy jungle. You can see Gideon was counter jungling here, but Canyon, you can't really do anything here, so he's just soaking up the pressure. And I think this is how Genji plays right now. They're not really looking for aggressive plays in the early game, but they just wait for the right moment and looking for the team fight. And they are coming back from those early game. You might not be able to win the early game, but I think because Canyon being stabilized the game a little bit here, it definitely helps for the Genji to come back.
My thing with Canyon is I think he's often been way too confident in losing scraps like this one, where he wants to go in and then decides, okay, wait, this isn't actually going to work. I need to get out, messes up the flashes towards the wrong side of this fight, which then actually gets his AD carry in trouble. We've seen a lot of plays like this from Canyon recently, which really, if you're a Genji fan, is quite worrying because we've had Canyon's ups and downs. And the highs are really high, and the lows are not as low as some of our junglers, but it's low for Canyon standards. Makes you a little bit worried. And that's why I really like this matchup for Hanwha Life Esports here, because Kanavi has looked so good early. Canyon has looked so lukewarm early. And so that could be the in here for Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, the last couple times they battled, it did go the way of Canyon, but you've seen over the years they've done battle multiple times with it.
Yeah, that's my question. Can he actually soak the pressure from the Kanavi? Because this is like another level. We never had this in LCK, so I feel like this is biggest kind of like question mark on the Canyon for right now to can you actually handle the Kanabi pressure?
Yeah, we'll see how that all shakes up in the jungle. Let's see what the coaches had to say, though. As Ohm and Ryu, no strangers against each other. Individual form is improving and our team synergy is coming together, but there are still moments where our calls are split. The coaching staff and players are putting in the work, so we'll keep refining areas like macro and vision control where we're still lacking. Ryu for Gen G saying, we've been having a lot of discussion around draft and macro with the players. We believe we have an advantage in the laning phase right now. We're working on how to convert those into team advantages, knowing how important the match is against Hanwha Life Esports. We're determined to win. What jumps out of you, Wadid?
So yeah, both knows that the earlier laning phase is so important, and I think that the reason why they struggled the most in the earlier of the regular split is because of their bot lane. Because I feel like the bot lane has been like so much important, and also like both teams having some struggles on the bot lane, right? So
Guma has been a bit of a prophet. Early on, he's become a big meme in Korea. And maybe more than a meme is he said before the season that the top three, our top three teams, normally Genji, Hanwha, and T1, might not actually maintain that top three. And then
No, say it right. That they may crumble.
Right?
I love that.
Oh, yeah.
On April 16th, he's saying it's playing out exactly as expected. And we've had a bit of a shakeup, right? With teams like KT and then D+ really breaking into that top three. Talking about Gumayushi in terms of what he's been doing this season, I think he's gotten a lot of criticism because he hasn't been as high impact as we'd like to see. Look at his kill share percentage. He is not last hitting the kills. He's giving them to Kanavi. He's 11th in the league. He's under Jiwoo in terms of kill shares in the league. He still has obviously a high win rate here. His kill participation is not low, but it is low for where his team is right now, sitting about halfway through. And he's just hitting turrets. He stays away from his teammates. He's split pushing. Sometimes he's split pushing in a side lane.
Oh, yeah.
But often in the mid lane, his Jhin is just smacking that inner turret. He actually has the highest tower damage per game of any player right now here in the LCK.
I mean, we all knew what he's good on, like even before, right? Like he 1v2 without any resources, like just letting his support to just roam around the map, and especially with the Kanavi having a delight on his side. I feel like HLE now, that's the reason why they could actually like snowball so hard in the early game.
Yeah, and we're hammering home this Hanwha Life Esports squad and what they've learned because of the expectations that they had at the beginning of the year and how they completely failed during the LCK Cup. They didn't look coordinated, they didn't look like they knew who they were, and now in the first several weeks, it feels like they've got themselves together. Was that enough, though, to get the predictions of the LCK crew? It was about split. It turned out being a little bit more Hanwha Life Esports
6 and 6.
weighted, but that's surprising, guys.
Well, you and I were talking about this earlier on in the week, Digon, that we thought, okay, Hanwha Life Esports have a good matchup in the Genji. I still believe that, right? I think Kanavi crushes Canyon early, and that's been enough. That's been Hanwha Life Esports' playstyle. I do think Genji has the better team fighting. Their team fighting is much stronger overall, but I don't know if they can get to a team fighting game state. And also their team fighting has looked rocky at times, like in their series against D+. So yeah. I give Hanwha Life Esports the nod here. I'm not incredibly confident, but I feel like it's not like a 50-50 for me. I go like 60-40.
Same, like I'm not really confident enough on my vote because like normally this is not my style to pick the correct team because I normally just go for like recent performance, right? But I picked Genji just because they were good. Like before, this is just more like I'm just feeling it, like in fact, like in the reality, I feel like HLE plays so much better than this, but we could see the head-to-head as well. Like Zeka never had win against Chovy in BO3. I mean, that means a lot. Like you can't really like explain those things, it's just the barrier that you can't really see.
Yeah, I voted for Hanwha Life Esports, as you said, we talked about it. And this was... Yes.
All right.
This was a quote. Zeka, Chovy, BO3 head-to-head, 18-0 is kind of crazy. I want to flip-flop, but I'm not Raz. Sorry, Raz.
Or Prince.
No flip-flopping here.
We don't do that. We don't do that. We predict before the week, okay?
Yeah.
Lock preds. We don't have flip-flopping. No running away. You make your choice. That's why it's a prediction. It's not a, oh, actually, now I have the information. I'll make a choice. No, it's a prediction.
That's boring.
But also, I'm not, if you asked me if I want to flip-flop, I would say no. I don't want to. I'm feeling like Kanavi's going to get it done.
I mean, if you ask me, I might flip-flop. But but yeah, I mean, HLE right now looking so strong.
I love you, Rez, but I'm not flip-flopping. It is Hanwha Life Esports. It's Gen G again. The teams that have found themselves at the top over the last 2 years will do battle yet again in our Saturday showdown. We'll see you after game number 1.
just scar to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
아니 전차가 들립니다. 젠지가 일황임을 증명을 합니다.
호랑이가 사냥당했습니다.
Lots of dashes here on the Ambessa. Flash on in, and
카나미
Canyon gets the double impale. Fickler is obliterated.
구마씨 화이팅!
하나생명 화이팅!
젠지 화이팅! 젠지 화이팅!
Hello and welcome to GGG Global Part 4 Saturday Showdown here at the LCK. Hanwha Life Esports up against Gen G is going to be your first match of the day. I'm Valdez, with me is Ox. And Ox, how are you feeling about today?
I'm excited. I'm good. I haven't got a haircut today. You know, it's a special day, special
fresh.
occasion. But I do have something I want to touch on.
Yeah.
Obviously just heard
Please
from
get into it, yeah.
our analysts on the space and Digon, who's talking about flip-flopping. And normally the whole flip-flopping thing is you make your prediction at the start of the week, and then you see the team play in their first match, and that makes you want to change your prediction later in the week, right?
Yeah.
You know, like an upset happens and it makes you rethink your later one. He said he saw the 18-0 record, and that made him want to flip-flop. You could have seen that before the week started. That's just bad preparation. That's not a reason to flip-flop, Digon, just because you didn't look up the stats.
Yeah. Just
shameful.
Unprepared, you know.
Unprepared.
That's the way
Didn't
it goes
do the
sometimes.
You know who
with
would be
them.
so disappointed in this lack of homework?
Raz.
Mao. You know Mao does the homework when he does
yeah.
these things.
House is very special.
Wow, that's great. 50-50?
I don't know if we've ever had that. Meanwhile, the Udi Bank predictions
A little bit
more
more Genji
heavily.
favorite. They saw the 18-0 record
Yeah.
stat.
And across the board.
You know, skewed one way, but not as severe. Not as severe.
Yeah. So everybody on the Korean side definitely expecting Gen G to have a return to form.
Yeah. I mean, they did return to form for that singular series against T1 to kind of knock them down, and then went back to struggling. So maybe, even if they don't have an overall return to form, they specifically return to form just to beat HLE and maintain those long records. We'll see. You know, talking about the 18-0 record again, we did see, obviously, D+ broke their long losing record against Gen G. Potential for that to happen today, and it just kind of feels like maybe Zeka's do a win in the best of threes.
Yeah. Might be saying nobody beats him in a best of 3 19 times in a row if he does end up winning today. Obviously,
that'd be a great quote. He's had some good quotes at this time.
For you guys who may not be paying attention, yes, he has won best of 5s against Chovy. It's just best of 3s specifically that he has lost 18 in a row and has not won a single one.
Yeah.
So maybe today's the day. I think, you know, a lot of our analysts, our talent are split on the predictions. But for me, it was pretty easy lock-in for Gen G. I just feel like they've been slipping up, but they're still Gen G, and I think that they're just a cleaner team. Now, I might be regretting that at the end of the day, based on the form of the day, because also HLE did look great in their last win. Gen G did as well, but I mean, that was against Bro, and HLE was against DNS, so...
Yeah, we didn't really get a ton of new... Like, the expected outcome happened in those matches, so we didn't get a ton of new information from those. I feel like the biggest series was, you know, Gen G losing to D+, and even though D+ played really well, and D+ have also looked good against KT and T1, it kind of puts that in a context. It's like, okay, D+ are a very formidable threat. That's what's been established. But it was still a rough loss for Gen G, I think. So I think that series was what had a lot of people doubting Gen G. But then also, HLE beat D+. And HLE beat, I mean, BNK struggle a lot, but they've had a pretty good run right now. It's just, I feel like normally, start of the season, very difficult to judge where teams are. And then after, you know, by week 2, week 3, it's everything falls into place, you know. And to be honest, typically in the LCK, there's the middle of the pack, which is messy, but the top and bottom are very simple. That has not been the case.
Yeah.
It's been all over the place this season, and still to this point, other than like KT at the top, which who knows how long that's gonna last. Other than KT at the top, it's still so hard to judge, and I feel like it changes every match. You have to watch and be like, okay, how does my tier list stack up now?
Yeah, I do feel like it's changing all the time. Just looking at these players, it feels like Gen G looking a little bit more nervous, which is kind of interesting. Generally, they're pretty stoic, but today a little bit more bouncing around. Whereas HLE, especially Guma, just looked very relaxed. He's just ready to go, ready to get into the match. He's not concerned about what everybody has to say. I do think that there have been some whoopsies from him, but there have been a lot of different players and teams that have had whoopsies at the beginning of the season, getting back into form. And so,
I mean, it would be
still expecting him to come back.
It would be great for HLE to win this, but I feel like you talking about how the players going to look, I think the pressure is more on Gen G. I think Gen G do have to right the ship, and the expectation for them is always excellence domestically. Like, they're regularly a team who go undefeated on long streaks. It's so out of character for them to be struggling, and the longer it goes on for like right now, a lot of the predictions are, oh, it's Gen G, of course they'll get back to form. But if they don't, then what world are we living in? Whereas HLE, as much as it would be phenomenal for them to win this, if they don't, they're still in a great spot in the standings, and they still have had some good performances. And again, losing to Gen G in the regular season has been a pretty consistent theme for them. So I think the pressure's on Gen G to maintain that record that they've had and try and really just shore up the issues they've been showing so far.
Yeah, so we are getting into the draft. It does feel like as the weeks of LCK have come along, the teams have also begun to agree on many different things on what we need to ban 100%, except that one game where there was Karma and Rumble in it. That was weird. Besides that, everybody seems to be on the same page.
Yeah, HLE going for second pick, so we'll see how they manage to leverage that. Obviously, Zeus, someone who has been leaning quite a bit on having counter pick. You know, we saw his Annie come out, which was a fun one. But definitely a player who, when you think of the meta at the moment, the fact that we've had picks like Vayne top, Varus top, you know, him bringing out the Annie top, the Fury top, a lot more eclectic picks and counter picks available, and that was something that last year he was heavily leaning on when he got a lot of player of the matches, playing things like the AD Nidalee top and just being a nightmare to lane against. So we'll see if he's able to leverage that on this side. Now, Nautilus ban coming through here, which means presumably HLE has to go for the Rumble ban in this situation. Azir still open, Pantheon still open. The Ezreal ban is interesting because, you know, I feel like Ezreal something you'd love to have into Jarvan. You know, Jarvan obviously a big priority pick, so
Yeah.
maybe they're thinking Gen G will take like Azir first, and then they'll go for, or maybe they think they'll take Pantheon and they can go for Jarvan, and then you don't have an Ezreal to be safe outside of that. No surprise to ban the Rumble. There was a team, I can't remember who it was specifically, but they did leave Rumble up against Keen and regretted it.
Yeah, definitely a bit of an issue. The Nautilus ban maybe a little bit more. Okay, it's just going to be the Bard insta-lock.
I mean, Bard has had a lot of impact. We've seen that. Good in lane and good at setting up plays, good at moving around the map, but not something we typically see first picked in game one. Maybe when Fearless has chopped away some of the picks, so a little bit surprising. But also, if you are committing to this Jarvan pick, maybe with that Ezreal band, then Bard can obviously just Tempered Fate on top of the Cataclysm. And it looks like they are going toward that, so maybe this was Gen G expecting it and being like, we really want Bard to play into that and offer that defense. Now, it does give Zek a choice of mid lane in this situation if he wants to take it, if he has a priority on either Azir or Ryze. But it looks like instead looking towards picking up Kuma's Jhin.
And denying it as well.
Yeah, Jhin Bard really,
facing the Jhin Bard.
Really strong combo. And also with like Varus, Ezreal gone, you know, if you played in the Jhin Bard, there is still things you can play, but one of the problems is because you're on second pick, you'd have to pick one thing, you know, second and the other third. You couldn't pick like Ashe Seraphine or a lot of the strong duos. I think one of the strengths Jhin has is just picking him by himself usually gives you a good enough lane without needing a pairing, you know, like a Corki Nami or, as I said, the Ashe Seraphine. Now, Sinzad does come through for Canyon. And I expect mid to come through here. It's a bit surprising. Typically, we get mid picked really early in the LCK. And often, it's like the first pick Azir. But they're actually going to go for the Jace instead for Keen. So no mid laner picked in the first three with like Azir and Ryze open. Does make me think that maybe teams are kind of, you know, especially Ryze has been struggling a bit more recently into Anivia and Cassiopeia. Teams are less confident of picking that up. But the Azir being this low priority relative to what we've seen is a bit surprising.
Yeah, Azir has been doing okay. I do wonder, oh, they're just going to go for, no, thinking about the Anivia, but they do want to pick up the Yorick. They want a good matchup into the Jace. And the coaches were standing behind Chovy. Maybe that's just because he was picking the Jace, but I suppose he could flex it if possible. Don't see Jace mid very often.
I've seen Yorick in a Jace be pretty good. Hasn't always gone 100% swimmingly. You know, we even saw Zeus get like a solo kill onto the Yorick after level 6. But usually by level 6 onwards with the Maiden, you're really strong. And doing a lot of work in team fights. You also have like the big Cataclysm and the mini Cataclysm combo with the Jarvan and the Yorick.
Yeah.
I wonder maybe if the Azir not being priored by Gen G is you're nervous about Zeka playing something like we've seen, like we know he's really good in the Akali, and a lot of his signature picks do well into the Azir, but that hasn't really stopped Chovy before. But for now, Yanara are going to come through as a ban.
Last time we saw Guma playing Jhin, he actually played Aurora mid, and they together just looked really disgusting. And the amount of work they were able to get done versus DNS.
Pyke ban comes through. Seen a bit more Pyke, you know, often things like Pyke Mel, Pyke Ziggs. Yeah, that was a tough one.
Yeah.
Tough to watch. Masterclass in Pyke. So, you know, if you want to see how to make an impact on Pyke, you can watch that. Then just stop watching at about the 20-minute mark.
It was going well until it wasn't. And Azir will be banned.
I think even like it's weird that it's been overlooked, but I think it makes sense to get rid of it now. There's still a lot of mid laners open and available though. You know, the aforementioned Ryze, depending on when that's picked up, obviously you might not be able to counter it. HLE have the opportunity to counter, so they could even last pick it if it's available. Annie is an option. The Akali ban comes through. That was something I kind of talked about into the Azir, but obviously with the Azir band, wouldn't think it'd be as much of a priority. I kind of like the Anivia here because it's got the potential to be Anivia support, but also kind of blocks the Ryze from being picked up by Gen G. So you could go Anivia here, and then Gen G don't want to pick Ryze into it, and then you actually go Ryze last pick. Instead.
Wait. Where's this guy going? support? Not
They
going to
just go
happen.
for the Rel. So obviously, Delight specialist on engage picks. We've seen less just slam engage, a lot more range champions in the bot lane. It's still something he's very comfortable on, but not something we've seen as much of in the current meta, especially game one, where there's a lot of these picks open and available, like, you know, Nico was an option they could have gone for, and they opted not to.
Thinking about the Corki here for Ruler, definitely has been something he's jumped onto many a time. Also, the damage from Smash yesterday was kind of disgusting to watch, as maybe it's just going to be them who pick up the Anivia.
Yeah, just stop a Rise from coming through from Zeka. But it is essentially going that blind Anivia. We'll see what Zeka wants to play into it.
He's got a little smirk already. It looked like he said Aurora.
Yeah.
Yep. Lip reading Valdez strikes again. And he will lock it in.
Yeah, I mean, I think Anivia into things like the Rel and the Jarvan, if you can kind of maintain distance from them, can have a lot of control. But the Aurora can be kind of painful. I feel like the way Gen G want to play this composition is kind of like hold their ground. They have a lot of poke. They have a lot of ability to disengage and keep distance from their opponents.
Tons of control.
Tons of control, yeah. But if you get onto the back line, there is obviously the potential just to explode some of these targets. So I think it's going to come down to Zeka and Kanavi on this Aurora Jarvan. Delight as well has his Rel. If you get the CC onto the Anivia, I feel like she's that pick that works well when you're exactly an arm's distance away. But if you get closer, can really struggle. If you CC her, interrupt her ult, she obviously doesn't have a way to create space again other than putting a wall between you, which can be hard when you're in a Rel ult.
Yeah.
So I think it's kind of a sort of comp you expect Gen G to play, more so last year than this year. This year they were playing a lot more straightforward like teamfight comps, but that element of like control and we're gonna, you know, execute on this sort of mid-game of we have these big spikes, we can keep you at distance, does feel very traditional Gen G. I think for the side of HLE, we've seen them be so aggressive this season. I think they need to continue that with this composition and just look for ways to break open this egg and get access to Gen G.
Nice, I like that. And Jarvan going into the hands of Kanavi once again. Let's see how he utilizes it in game one. All right, game number one, Gen G versus Homolife Esports. Zeka looking for his first best-of-3 win against Chovy. Also looking to try not to die here at level 1. A lot more level 1-ing nowadays.
Yeah, forced him to recall. We've seen a lot more, yeah. It feels like the changes to make the game a lot faster cut out a lot of level 1 strategies, and then we've seen teams return to it as they realize that there is innovations you can make. You know, some of them we saw, not specifically in the LCK, but internationally was like the run bot lane with the mid laner, level 1, and set up a gank there. But just going for the early stun, putting Zeka behind in the lane already, not a great start for him.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit worried, you know, Chovy able to get his hands on the Anivia once again. He's kind of saying, I don't need to play it into Rise. I denied a Rise pick. If you want to play something else, sure. But I am comfortable in this essentially blind.
Also, it puts Rise into a really interesting spot for game 2. I know it's getting ahead of it, but given it is Fearless, taking the Anivia away for the rest of the series, we have seen some teams picking like Anivia Bard as a rotation. And it has a lot of impact on kind of controlling the support pool in that game, but also in the series. And obviously they didn't do it in the same rotation with these, but is obviously pretty limiting in terms of denying these picks later on.
We've seen a lot of the Jace blind picking kind of go away, especially because Yorick's really good into him. We have seen that he has had a lot less success at just surviving. We've seen more solo kills against him. Now Keen is playing Jace, so I do expect him to have a little bit of a better time, but at the same time, Zeus, no slouch of his own, and the Yorick has been winning this matchup so much nowadays.
Yeah, I think we sometimes see the Jace have that early pressure in the lane, but we've seen it go both ways, to be honest. Kind of depending on execution. I feel like that's the thing with Jace, is like the barrier for execution in a lot of his matchups is so high, and if you misplay or disrespect your opponent, you'll just get solo killed by a Sion, which we did see happen. Or Ikasante, or I mean Yorick has happened a good amount.
Ooh. He's got the wall here on Azeka, who's getting very low with the electrocute.
Yeah, forces him to disengage. Chovy doesn't opt to chase, did have the egg, so maybe could have pushed a bit more, but respects the fact that Kanavi's in the vicinity. And if you do go on an egg with him nearby, he might just end up dying. But I think Zeka's doing okay, though, considering he was late to lane. Kept pretty much even in terms of farm, didn't miss out too much. So doing okay in that regard.
He was able to push up pretty aggressively and get Chovy under turret, where Anivia, especially if the minions are kind of coming in at awkward health, can really struggle, especially before her ults.
Hit auto animation is horrible. There's a few champs. It's like Anivia, Karthus.
Oh, the Karthus one.
Oh, it's
I just
so
cringe
rough.
every time I think about it. It's just so... The wind-up is so obnoxious, too. It's like... He's just firing a magic bolt. I don't think it needs to like require that much strength.
I think it's funny that it's, you know, it looks like it's requiring so much strength and then does 0 damage. Like, you just can't do enough to actually finish the minion off after this big wind-up. Very dramatic.
Just press your Q instead.
Yeah.
Don't use your auto. Although you kind of have to if you're jungling.
Do you see Duro here? But it is an Aurora, so...
Yeah. He did auto him and force him to hop away. Use some extra mana.
Minus 80 mana, so...
Yeah?
There's the advantage. I mean, I don't... You know, you're a bard. You can always just roam up and fish and see if you can find something, but not the easiest lane to make an impact on. So far, nothing too crazy has ended up happening, and it's very even across the board, you know. Double-digit differences between each lane.
Well, we got the Maiden here. Keena's going to have a lot less fun.
No, this feels kind of rare. I feel like so often at least one person has like 100 gold lead or something.
This is a very quiet early game. Like, nothing's really happening. Nobody's getting lane leads. We don't really see Prio anywhere. Like, Ruler and Duro got pushed in a little bit, but I mean, that's just because Jhin wave clears very fast.
Both teams are farming well.
Yeah. And HLE, they say, well, we're going to clear bot wave and we're going to go to the dragon. And Gen.G say, you do that. We do not care. We're not even going to look at it.
Yep, Kanavi's on the early Scuttle Crab, picking that up instead, so they're going to get some XP from that. Level 6 hit by both junglers, though.
Going off a ward was Canyon, actually, as he places a ward on the red of Kanavi, so they know he's there. And Controller comes down. I think it denies that one ward, so Canyon should know that he's on vision.
Yeah, you actually see that Canyon has second thoughts about going for that. We've seen what Kanavi will do to secure his camps. You know he's going to fight for it.
Yeah.
So in the end, we get the back away from Canyon. The ward gets cleared out. And we're just back to the calm, relaxed state.
Yeah, we do have over 100 gold lead in mid there for a second, and in the jungle as well.
I think the one person I'm a little bit concerned about with this game state is Kanavi. Like, I feel like there might be like
he mentally okay?
Is that like a vein, like, throbbing in his forehead? Just like, I need to kill someone.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty awkward for him because there wasn't an opportunity to gank Chovy. Like, he was kind of hanging around mid, but there wasn't really an opportunity. You're not going to kill Corki. It's just not going to happen, especially with the Bard. And then top lane, I mean, Keen was mostly being pushed in. I mean, it was kind of even, like, once he pushed up. But besides that, you know, Kanavi didn't really have an opportunity. So just farming it out.
Yeah, I think you might have to force it, really, if you're going to make something happen, or just wait for an objective to fight over. Looks like neither team is... Sometimes we get these compositions where like one team is really like, we have to get ahead. We have to force the game at our pace. And it feels like both teams kind of okay with just playing things out as it is. So...
Well, we are going to have that root missing because Chovy flashes away. The deadly flourish from downtown. The Gumayusi gank. This is kind of the synergy I was talking about when I saw Guma pick Jin in the draft.
Yeah, the slow from the ult from Aurora setting up really nicely. So getting that summoner, making Chovy a bit of a target. Still not the easiest because he does have the egg. And if it isn't like a skirmish or a fight, have to kill him twice is a bit of a pain when the fight's still going on. But it's still a good gank to pick up. Second Dragon's Chemtech, which means we're going to have... There's a good chance we have a strong soul, right? I mean, it could be Ocean. There are some champions who do okay with Ocean, but...
Yeah.
Chances are we get something powerful. Now, Canyon is just picking up all 3 grubs, it seems.
Yeah, he's just going to get it before Delight even really gets vision on it. Duro is going to flash away and show respect to the rotation coming in from HLE. Really, nobody's making any mistakes. Even Guma, he's like, no, I don't win these. I'm just going to back away, use my barrier. A lot of respect being shown either way.
Oh, Keen knocked the Maiden back under the tower to finish it off.
Yeah.
50 gold. He'll enjoy that.
Huge money. Gets him 149 gold ahead.
Now I see HLE pushing pretty aggressively into Canyon's jungle. Doesn't look like a contest necessarily coming out. Oh,
He's going for the dive. I mean, Guma's pretty low, but at the same time, now the curtains are going to open, and Ruler's going to have to put on his dancing shoes, and he does dodge all 4 bullets. Guma, unfortunately, super low now after that, and will have to back.
Guma didn't have vision off him in the brush, so was kind of just guessing with some of those shots. Ruler playing with fire a little bit there, didn't quite have the damage to kill Guma, but does put him low, does chunk him out, and then able to dodge away. It's dangerous against a Jin, because if you're too low and you disengage, it could just be 1 or 2 ult shots to finish you off. But trying to put the pressure down on his lane opponent.
Saw Duro use that roaming to just go up to the top lane and put a couple of hot cocos down for Keen.
That's so nice of him.
I think Keen is still in a bit of trouble.
It's a bit warm for hot cocoa, though.
Yeah. It was like 26 degrees Celsius, as Keen is just going to have to flash the Cataclysm. But
wow,
the damage essentially is still being done up in the top lane. Zeus is getting a nice lead with some of these plates coming in.
You know what amazed me? Is that you use Celsius as an American.
I've become more accustomed to it after living here for, 14 years, Dad.
I thought you'd just be rigid and you'd refuse to change.
No. I mean, for a while, it was weird to kind of understand how it should feel, like if I said 70 Fahrenheit, you'd be like, what does that mean? Is that sweater weather?
Cold.
No.
Oh.
It's not hot, but it's warm, and that's the thing. Like, you just don't have a sense for it if you don't use it, the numbers. Just like 100 grams before I came here, I'm like, how much is that? I don't really know. Because I just measure things in ounces and pounds. Anyway, we are going in, Delight says, as he gets 2 men grouped up as the Bardo comes in, but it's a little bit too little and too late as they're both low. The egg goes down. Delight is pretty low, but he's done his job. And now we do have Keen on the run. Chovy and Ruler did get put in the ghoulie wall, are not able to help for such a long time. Not a lot of damage, though, coming out of the HLE members. Chovy has the wall, dodges the deadly flourish, but he's got a Yorick on his back, and Kanavi comes in. And it's a big team fight here, won by HLE, and Ruler is just going to Valkyrie out. But not everybody could do that in that fight.
Yeah, HLE finding the edge and will get rewarded with a second dragon. Gen G just not really able to get the setup they wanted. And losing the Jace pretty early on in the fight. Yeah, pretty good for HLE overall. Exactly what they were looking for in this situation. So I feel like the way they approach this, Zeka being on this flank, wrapping round as Delight goes in. This is exactly what you want with this composition. So even though Chovy doesn't die initially, goes into the egg, and they can't finish him off, it still just means you don't have a member during that time. He even gets Guliwalled afterwards. So in the meantime, HLE are like pushing forward with the pace of the fight. And Chovy eventually does start running away, but he doesn't have flash from earlier from that gank and does end up going down. But I just think that is exactly the angle of approach you want from HLE, is to wrap around from the side, have Zeka approaching from a different angle, and Delight, you know, we're accustomed to it with him on the Rel, finding a really good engage.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's why he picks the Rel in game 1 of Fearless. He's like, no, this is a good angle. We need some hard engage, you know, to help out the Jhin, do some damage, to keep everybody in place for the Aurora. And I love how he just totally ignored Canyon. Like, he saw Canyon on Vision. He's like, no, I don't want anything to do with the Xin Zhao. I know where my money is made. Is Ruler at least is getting some plates back, but it's a 1,000 gold lead here for HLE. And now we have a gank coming in, but Delight is right here, catches the 2 of them. As there's the Tempered Fate on the turret, but now they're super low, trying to get away. Zeka, he wants more as he goes in. Canyon, super low, gets nuked down.
Guma's got ult just coming up now.
Yeah, Duro in a lot of trouble. He's gonna have to dodge everything, but he doesn't. And Guma hits the shot this time, and 2 more kills on the board for HLE.
Just great positioning from Delight to be ready, hiding, just out of vision, and gets the jump on Gen.G as they fly in. Really turns that play around, and the response from the team as a whole was fantastic. The fact as well that when you're playing into Jhin, it's so hard to gracefully lose fights, and Guma, you could see the seconds ticking away as his ult was going to come up, the low health bars, able to pick up an extra kill on the back of that. Now 2,300, 2,400 the gold lead. And this is kind of Gen.G rushing this, not doing their homework, not getting a ward in that brush where Delight put the control ward. If they'd seen him, they wouldn't have gone for this play. Instead, they just portal right into him. Zeka commits the rocket belt so he can get the ult. Nearly kills Duro, but he's like, it's okay. My AD carry has him.
Yeah, the second shot. And I think he just barely had vision with Delight being forward to hit that second one. And now we got Kanavi coming in. You know, he wants some of the action. He's been part of at least the team fight on the Dragon. It is Hextech Soul, by the way. And they got 2 Drakes. It's double Dragon for HLE Esports.
I mean, Hextech Soul, we always talk about being like such a big power boost and often just game winning. But especially into Gen.G's composition, who want to like hold their ground and control from a distance. It's just so doomed. Oh,
this is pretty interesting. The Ghoulie Wall going to help a little bit, but this is a Yorick. I mean, you're not really killing this guy. And Duro, no, the Ghoul, the last hit with the tiny Ghoul gets the kill, and Zeus is like, what was that? I was in no danger of dying at all.
Yeah, bit disrespectful there. The damage from the Maiden and the Ghouls doing a lot to Duro, who is pretty squishy. And you got to remember, they first picked this Bard, and it has just not been working out. Trying to make the plays happen, didn't land the stun, wasn't an angle for it after the Tempered Fate. And yeah, I think Zeus, I mean, obviously he gets the kill, but he just let his minions do the work.
He was nowhere near, as all his little ghouls were getting in there. Just looked very forced. I mean, that's a couple of plays in a row that were very forced. Even the positioning on the Dragon was a bit forward for a team with an Anivia that didn't even have 1 item at that point. Just feels like Gen.G maybe not checking all the boxes in this one. And HLE Esports are in really good form, as we can tell in their last bunch of matches, and also even at the beginning of this first game. Just looking like the much stronger team. And
yeah, also throwing the Herald down mid when Duro has his ult on cooldown, you know, into a team with Anivia and Bard, it can actually be really hard to find a time to get a good Herald down. So the fact they have that window, it's just win after win after win for HLE so far. We're going to replay up this. Just very ambitious, because you only have Keen in range, and Duro has to portal to try and find the stun angle, but it's just not there. He actually stuns the minions, and then the minions don't take kindly to that.
It's a very strange, over-aggressive play.
I like to call it ambitious.
Yeah. You could say that. I think it's both, you know? It was very ambitious, overly. So, and, okay, Kanavi having a little bit of trouble up against this wall, but he is quite tanky. He is going to try to flash away, eats a big one, but Canyon is not done here. Gonna hit the wind becomes lightning. Kanavi, though, with the Sundered Skies, is surviving forever. All the DPS just owned away. He flag drives to safety, and Delight catches 2 of them. Oh! They can't even get shot down by Guma. HLE Esports are crushing them.
Even if Kanavi had gone down, that still just seems so winning for HLE with how long he survived. But the fact he lived as well. Oh,
Ruler, what are we doing? What are we doing? He's going to be forced to flash away. I mean, trading flashes with Delight is... I guess it's okay because it's a rel, but man, just not a lot of respect being shown here.
10-1 now, the kill score. A 5,000 gold lead. 3 dragons in pocket. With it being a Hextech Soul. This is a stomp. And how slowly the game started out, it is really just amped up to 11. Now, Kanavi gets caught out here with no flag available. And honestly, he's not in a good spot. Has to flash away. Even Q's over the wall, but doesn't have the flag yet. And he's kind of stuck, but he gets the healing off 2 targets, Canyon and Duro, thanks to Sundered Sky. And then he's like, you know what? I've got enough help. I'm going back in. And apparently he did, because the whole time he's being chased about, his team are just like, cool, we'll just keep hitting them. We'll just keep doing the damage.
Help me out here. It's essentially what
he's saying. Look, the flag was, I think it just came up like a split second after he wanted to use it.
He said, I am not doing well in this position. By the way, in live, they dove Keen and he's dead. So, kind of expected. I mean, this game is all but finished. Gen.G are going to attempt to find something in the cross map. Maybe they get this turret at least, but objective bounty's already at 19 minutes, and Hextech Soul Point for Aurora Jin from 6,000 gold ahead. I think you're feeling very comfortable if you're an HLE fan right now.
I mean, the fact Zeus can just back away from the play, doesn't go down. I mean, they get a tower, but that's it. Yeah. In the moment he queued in, he was pretty doomed. But when Kanavi and Delight come up behind the tower, yeah, it's pretty... Kanavi just tanking the tower to make it super easy. Well...
You know, nowadays we haven't had... Okay, well, what's going on here? Remember, Ruler does not have flash, so he's just dead. Yeah. I don't know what is going on with Gen.G. They look all out of sorts, and HLE, again, just looking fantastic. And because of that huge difference in form right now, HLE are just destroying them.
Even though there was HLE predictors, quite a lot of them, me included, I think the general consensus from everyone was, this is probably going to be close. You know, we even had the space talking about how, like Widid was saying, he was thinking of maybe flip-flopping.
Yeah, even the fan
was
predictions.
About it. Yeah.
Canyon is in a lot of trouble. He's just dead. I mean, he was trying to get in on the Baron.
And I know,
leash, by the way.
I know this is only game 1, but this is such a one-sided game. And we saw some of the stats between these teams, how normally HLE have a really strong early lead, and then they're first quite significantly for lead at 15 minutes. But Gen.G, their mid-game, is where they just bring the lead from like 400 on average to like 3,800. The mid-game is really where they have kind of fallen apart in this one. Pretty surprising, but also huge credit to HLE for setting up plays like this where Zeka just slides in. There's just not much with the Jinnel as well. I think if the Jinnel wasn't there, you're probably still dead, but the Jinnel you just accept your fate.
Yeah. I mean, no flash, he had barrier, he didn't use the barrier. Definitely a good call, just to hold on to that. But, you know, it was a struggle for me to even say the word good, because nothing is good for the side of Gen.G right now. Kanavi very far ahead of Canyon here in the jungle, and with this extremely early Baron, they're just looking to maybe grab an inhibitor. Zeka, just insane amounts of damage done in this game, like way ahead of everybody else. He is legendary, 8-0. He was 3-0 like 6 minutes into the game. So, well, maybe not that early, but very quickly on in the game. And he has used that lead to great effect.
I remember he got chunked out level 1, had to join lane late. I was a little bit concerned, is he going to have a rough time in lane? And he's just been popping up. Oh, Delight in trouble.
Yeah, Delight actually in a bunch of trouble. They're going to use everything to take down the support of HLE Esports. Canyon is going to have the Temper Fee to help him out. He's going up to Zeus, and You know, they're going to stop the push for now, although Canyon super low, and Zeus is going to take him down. And maybe that's enough to get them in. Kanavi, though, playing with fire and ice.
This is where it's a little bit dangerous, even with the massive gold lead. But when you're playing in the base of Gen G and they have the Nexus towers behind them, you can't flank around behind them. You can't immediately dive onto them. It's where that composition works really well. So HLE kind of respect that, back away. This is like ideal. Gen G can retreat. You can't really chase them too hard, and you know the wall from Anivia basically covers the entire distance from the base wall to the wall of the rift. It wasn't set up to do so there, but it's a really good choke point for it to control. So it's not a big deal for HLE. They only lose their support, but they are taken off the map briefly. Delight is taken off the map briefly, but it means they can just go straight to the dragon and secure that. Yeah. And we kind of hit on it before. The Hextech Soul is kind of just auto win for how that comp works in the Gen G's composition.
Yeah. I mean, they were kind of already in an auto-win position. I like how Delight, even though he got trapped by the wall, in the replay, it said that he had flash, but he just didn't use it because he's like, well, even if I die here, I'll be up for the dragon. Like, there's nothing they can do. Yeah. I'd rather have it for a big team fight or the game-ending team fight. And that's very smart from Delight. And yeah, they're just going to take 2 of the inhibitors. And yeah, Chovy doesn't really get to play the game.
Ow. That seemed painful. Now, it's difficult for them just to like force through mid with all of Gen G up, but so much damage already done. Oh no.
Oh, here we go again, and he's looking for Ruler. He's not quite going to land his abilities. The knockup came in from Canyon, but that's just Canyon sacrificing for Ruler. And it's still a kill for HLE.
Gen G just pushing so far out. I think the expectation was, oh, they've retreated, they're doing jungle camps, they're going to reset and go top.
Oh man, the Hextech is setting up the plays on a Chovy even. And there's the knockup into the egg. Zeus is eating like 17 turret shots. Doesn't seem to care. Zeus, or rather Zeka, gets in and gets another setup kill, has now 10. And really all that's left is the Magi's for him.
Yeah, only the bot lane alive. Canyon's going to be up in about 10 seconds. Zeka doesn't have TP and just recall though, so I'm not sure the HLE bot lane can end the game here as a duo.
Yeah.
And they'll just dip out. Don't manage to take a Nexus turret yet, but this was just... I think the expectation was they'd retreated already, but they pushed so deeply through mid and just kind of exposed themselves. Canyon gets taken out. And this is the point where HLE like, okay, maybe now we can push into the base. Still difficult. Again, a lot of the things they want to do in team fights don't work as well. Like, they do dive here and stop Chovy from being that constant wave clear, but they're under 2 towers at this point and taking so much damage. So not ideal circumstances for HLE, but it still ends up being an even fight despite that, which just shows how far ahead they are. Now that it's a minute on Baron, and that's where it gets really scary, because with your base in this condition, if HLE get Baron, you're just going to lose your base. And to push out to contest it against Hextech Soul, it's difficult.
Yeah. Even struggling to leave the base at this point and try to get some semblance of map control.
Yeah, so Zeka has 10-stack Magi's and Rabadons.
Yes.
And also, Guma didn't build Stormrazor 3rd. He said, actually,
imagine that.
I
wow.
want Infinity Edge. I want the big damage.
I would like to do DPS.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. It's a good sign, you know, that he would like to do some damage. Unlike some others.
I 3rd, LDR 4th. Wow. You can just do that, apparently.
Yeah.
I was convinced.
You don't have to build a Stormrazor at that point.
I mean, I don't even hate Stormrazor as an item. It's just why 3rd, you know?
Comparatively to the options.
Yeah.
You could build as 3rd. So Baron is now up. It is live. Guma gonna immediately start that. I think they want to secure Baron cleanly and then not have any hope of an Elder steal.
It's so hard for Gen G to approach now. Delight's kind of waiting on an angle to engage. And Zeka's just getting poked down.
Yeah, they see Canyon as well. Just going to drop the Aurora ults just for zoning. Even the curtains will be called as well. Delight's having a bit of trouble here by himself, though, on the top side of this fight. He will be going down, and now Kanavi by himself. They also took down Zeus on the bottom side of the fight. Guma and Zeka, though, will take out the DPS of Gen G, but yeah, when you're this far ahead with Hextech that should have been a much cleaner fight.
That was not well played. And Zeka's just sacrificing Guma. He said, "You're on your own, buddy." I say sacrificing him.
Guma's gonna
maybe to end the
stop the match.
Okay, yeah. Zeka's just gonna end the game.
Well, Canyon did get back. Very strange kind of set of plays here.
Okay, Zeka didn't sacrifice Guma. He said, "I'll distract them. I'll buy you time."
He did.
This was not a well-played fight, though. You know, I think HLE should have intended to turn more aggressively. Instead, Delight ends up getting kind of manhandled by the Anivia here. Doesn't really get to pull off an engage. It's very split fight. You see Kanavi and Zeka trying to help him, and Zeus just gets deleted by the DPS of Ruler. It was just very split from HLE, and it felt like that awkward point on Baron where you're not sure, are we finishing, are we turning? And as a result, everyone's kind of all over the place. They're still extremely strong. They're still, as you can see from this moment, very far ahead. But these last two interactions between the teams haven't been super well executed from a team who are this far ahead.
Yeah.
But now they are setting up for the Baron again. Delight still has Flash, by the way, so...
Yeah, and ults are back up, so at this point you can kind of just kill anyone. You have such a massive lead, and Keen also says, "Here, take me too," as they will take him down. Chovy also going to be locked up here by Kanavi, and goes into the egg. This time HLE figure it out. It was a little bit iffy in that last one. Very iffy, but they're still able to win this next fight very cleanly.
Oh, Ruler's fishing.
Yeah, should be able to... Yeah, there it is. That's a lot of gold, but it's 1v4.
Yeah, does not change the state of the game, just ruins his KDA a little bit. The game is going to be over now. I think ultimately, this was like 95% of this game was extremely well played by HLE. There was a couple of struggles towards the end where, you know, they were overextending a bit into the base and not super clean on that Fierce Baron, but for the majority of this game, they just completely dominated. And it looked super one-sided. And considering the expectations was this was hard to judge, this would be a close match. For it to be such a blowout in game one, a little bit concerning for Gen G. This is not a Gen G who have righted the ship yet. Absolutely not. And for HLE, they seem like they're just going from strength to strength. And they're not infallible, right? There definitely there's times where they are overstepping, but they have matched the level of aggression of their new jungler, and they are definitely performing. And Zeka, in particular, on this Aurora, was doing some big numbers.
Yeah, again, I mean, he got ahead so early on in this game. Right from the first team fight, he had 3 kills, and eventually went up to 10-0, and probably had even more towards the end. So, really not a lot of notes for Homolife Esports. The one fight is whatever. They fixed it immediately. And Gen G, a lot of notes, and in fact, multiple notebooks probably to handle what's going on over there.
And not much time to sort out.
Yeah, you got one break here between the games, and we'll see if they come back with something better, or if HLE just get the 2-0. We'll find out after the break.
와볼래? 나와볼래? 먹었어?
보자 봐도 돼. 맞아. 나부터.
제이스 노플 얘네 딜 못해 제이스 노플
맞아.
애니메야 노플 바드도 노플
이들 가면 끝나겠다.
바드 받으실 분? 바드 어우 코르키 노플이다.
그렇게 나 죽일라 해 자꾸. 한자 살려줘. 한자 살려달라고.
가자 미드 가자.
가자. 살려달라 했잖아.
버려.
Fly away. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the space. And the Kanavi experiment continues to roll on. They steamrolled through the early parts of the game here against Gen G and got themselves a win.
I think he's out of beta. I think he's ready for release. Let's talk about this draft because I cannot believe that Gen G gave Hanwha Life Esports this draft with Jarvan and Jin, Yorick top lane, counterpick by the way to the Jace, but also works incredibly well with this Jin pick. And then they ended up getting the Aurora, and they almost got Pantheon as a support, which I would have really liked, but the Rel performance was insane from Delight. But this is exactly how Hanwha plays. Utility Guma sits back at the Jin. He's kind of like, I could basically hit you from mid lane where I'm pushing the turrets and winning the mid lane prio. They're going to play through my bottom side. I'm going to impact the map elsewhere, and Kanavi's just never going to stop going in. This is quintessential Hanwha Life Esports.
I mean, for me, it's kind of understandable for the 1-3, but I think it's kind of illegal to them to have Rel and Aurora on 4-5 because I think we all know Delight is known as a Rel player and Aurora is one of the best mid lane in this meta right now. So even though
the Pyke ban.
Yeah, I mean, we all know how the Pyke works, you know. We already saw the last day of the Pyke game. So, I mean, that was so random to have the Pyke ban right there, and also the Akali ban doesn't really help anything. So it was, yeah, I totally agree with Wolf that HLE had such a optimal draft coming into this match.
Yeah, and we've seen Chovy's and Nivea, the way that he puts up the walls and it kind of teleports the champion onto the other side. Maybe that's the thinking, but it didn't quite play out that way. The hero of the early game, it goes to Delight. He had some fantastic engages on the Rel, which was 0-3 at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, 3 losses early, but as we take a look at what he does in this next clip, we roll the first highlight, you're going to see that he's going to change that to a 1-3. This is a pretty insane performance from this guy. This sets up one of the biggest early game fights here. It is just a disaster for Gen G. They, no one's really playing Rel to great success right now, but they gave him full access, and he's like, okay, guess I'll win.
I mean, I think I want to talk about the setup before that happened. Dior didn't have flash for this river fight, so it was not the good decision to just walk into the river and going on to Rel because Rel is just gonna flash on you. So I think that was really a horrible idea from Gen G here. And also what's gonna happen next is that they're gonna just dive on bot lane, but Delight was just so ready for this situation.
This is kind of unlucky for Gen G, but also somewhat predictable, right? That Delight could have been coming back down. And it felt like a lot of this game, Canyon was like, I should be more like Kanavi. Let's try to dive. Let's be more like Kanavi. And he was unsuccessful. Rel ends up defending this exchange here and getting them an even bigger lead. Moves up to 1-3 here. Delight picking up the first win of the tournament. I don't think other teams should emulate this, by the way. I don't think other teams should be picking Rel. I think this works incredibly well for how Hanwha Life Esports play.
We'll wait and see on that one, because I think it is very interesting if Hanwha Life Esports is making the meta be all about aggression, but right now it is working for them. Our second one is probably one of the most exciting highlights that we've had here in the space. We were yelling in the back the way everything layered down the way for Hanwha Life Esports and Kanavi.
I mean, the start was not great. Obviously, he's getting chunked by half HP. He's almost dead, by the way.
This. Whoops!
It's okay.
It's okay.
He's yelling at his teammates, by the way, to come to him and help him, by the way, in calm.
Help! Help!
Not so great for me.
And then look what happens. They come and help him. Gets this incredible play here. And then Delight heals for him with another great Magnet Storm, crash down combo, and he goes back in.
I mean, there's no other option when Kanavi is fighting. You just follow him or you just lose the game. I mean, yeah, just look at him. I mean, I think especially in this kind of skirmish.
Oh my gosh, that's so crazy to me that happened and they're able to still bounce back
But
here.
look at his focus right now. Here he's just, oh my god, he just dashes out.
Watch the juke.
And the jukes.
Oh my
He
god.
just also, like, at the same time as the flash is coming through from Keen is the exact moment he gets out as well. Like,
Oh,
he
yeah.
expects that, ruins Keen's play, takes his flash away while also escaping. It doesn't get better than this, and he's playing the meta picks right now, the Xinjiao, the Jarvan to the peak, but he's also got more, right? We haven't seen his Nefiri yet. I guarantee you that's in his wheelhouse. His Kha'Zix is out of control.
Yep. And to be fair to Genji, though, they stalled out the game from that point. It was 10-1 there. And then we're able to find a couple of angles, and we've seen that over the last several days and throughout this meta where if you can stall out, maybe you can get a fight over at Baron, maybe try to get a fight at an Elder Flip. However, Hanwha Life shown that they were able to close it out.
But I think I kind of want to open up the discussion about the second pick again, like right off the first selection. I think some teams are actually trying to have the second pick in the game one as well. And we could see like Genji, like how they struggled in the draft. They had to like first pick the top lane, so they had to go for Jace, but it didn't work out. So maybe the second pick is just so much better in this meta. I mean, obviously for the game two, they are preferring the second pick, but right now I think people start to think about the game one second pick as well.
I want to see a bottom 2v2 that is safe for Genji. Like, put a Nautilus down there. Kanavi wants to come down, he's dying for that dive, okay? He's going to get rooted under turret. Anything that lets you survive those dives, because you know they're coming. They are 100% coming, and even if you know that, you can't necessarily stop it, but if you draft towards it, maybe you could neutralize Hanwha Life's early game.
Yeah, a lot of interesting champions will be open here without their counters. Let's see what the game plan is for Gen G as we dive into game number 2.
Thank you, Spacers, for that breakdown as, yes, HLE, it was right in their wheelhouse. They were able to get it done very easily, but very coordinated and just great plays from all the players, all on the same page. Genji, they pick second pick here, and we'll have to wait and see if that helps out their draft a little bit more, because that was also a little bit of an issue. As HLE choose the blue side, of course.
Yeah, I think a lot of they essentially ended up having blind mid, blind top, you know, having matchups that really favor the solo lanes of HLE. I feel like we've seen teams really leverage the value you can get with counter pick, and Genji just kind of fell into that trap. Even though obviously the early lane was kind of even, I think if you're going to end up in that situation again, you're going to have a bad time. I think especially the blind Jace, we've talked a lot about how it's just not really hit. And I think if you're playing Jace, you want to be getting a lead. Even if you're against the tanks, at least you get a lead and you hope to I mean, they're really valuable in team fights, but into the Yorick, just not really getting any momentum. And obviously Zeus was pretty massive later on, so...
Thinking about these bans here, HLE once again going to take away the Ezreal.
Yeah, the Ezreal's interesting, because obviously I was thinking they banned it because they wanted to go for the Jarvan, which they did, but they're maintaining the ban despite that, so not wanting Ruler to play the Ezreal themselves. Obviously not a big Guma pick specifically either, so going for the Nocturne ban here as well. Obviously with HLE being first pick, less emphasis on them needing to ban the OPs. Presumably Rumble is going to be Genji's last ban here.
I think that would be a very intelligent choice.
And then you start thinking about what's available. Pantheon obviously is a big one, but also Ryze with the Nivea gone. We have seen the Cassiopeia into Ryze.
Oh no.
Oh, that is not Rumble. So it's just going to be Rumble first pick.
Yeah, and if you take Pantheon, they get Vi. So now potentially Genji are going up against Rumble Vi or Rumble Pantheon. So, interesting choice. Kind of rolling the dice here a little bit.
Are they going to go for Pantheon Ryze and try and play the map? You know, we've seen that strategy work. Definitely the Pantheon.
And no more Anivia.
Yeah.
So the Ryze feels better.
The Nautilus ban's interesting as well. I know they obviously had it in game one, but often see that ban when teams want to prior Yunara.
Yeah.
But I think here, I expect them to have more focus around the top side with their picks. Okay, never mind. Seraphine gonna come through. Nautilus ban also makes sense in that context if you want to go Ashe Seraphine. Now HLE do have an opportunity to respond. We've seen things like the Pike Ziggs played into it to kind of middling success, I feel like. Some early lane kills, but looks like they're going to go for the Ashe Denial to stop them getting the Ashe Seraphine. Nope, they're just going to go for the Vi Rumble, as you talked about, very strong combo. And if you are playing around like a squishy backline of the Ashe Seraphine, a way to get on top of them. Zeka's Yone as well, pretty formidable.
Yeah, makes Zeus potentially solo AP, depending on what Guma wants to play. If he does lock this in.
I think that's fine with a Rumble. Having that topside pick really allows you to heavily have a lot of AD picks on the rest of the map. But, I mean, Guma could also pick up a Ziggs or a Mel, which, as I said, we've seen into the Seraphine. Does Gen.G just go Ashe here? Gonna put a lot of pressure on Keen. I feel like Keen hasn't really been prioritized that much in drafts by Gen.G. Often not set up to necessarily get like, you know, counter pick or picking before the next stage of bans, and it's going to kind of continue that theme where not only does he have to play into the Rumble, but HLE get the chance to potentially ban more top laners before Keen even gets to pick. They obviously get this Ashe Seraphine, which is very strong, very valuable, but there's a lot of threats to get on top of it, and they don't want the Ziggs who can just throw the bomb on top and follow up on all this engage.
I feel like maybe you have to ban Mel as well. I'm not really sure what else you would target. I mean, maybe the Pike, but I'm not sure. It feels like the Mel really slots in very well with what they already have.
Yeah.
So yeah, they are going to ban it.
So both those mages that we've seen at the Ashe Seraphine are gone. And I think it's difficult now to figure out what HLE are going to play into this that's going to be able to survive the lane. I think the Annie ban makes a lot of sense. That pick's really strong. And does have the sort of very easy to land CC. You can follow up with the Ashe or the Seraphine. And that combo of the Pantheon Annie is just so obnoxious. So now trying to decide what they're going to pick here, and it looks like just going for the Ambessa, which, you know, I'm pretty sure that was what was played in the Keen's Rumble when he played Rumble most recently.
Saw a lot of chatting from Jovi while that was being picked. I don't know if you really get much value out of any kind of swap shenanigans when you already know what the top side of the map is for HLE.
Are they just going to go Yanara Lulu? It's obviously strong if you get out of the lane, but it's risky in the lane. And especially, oftentimes when you're playing into Ashe Seraphine, you can disrupt it by ganking, but Lulu doesn't have the best setup, and you're playing into a Pantheon. Looks like they're not fully committed to the Lulu. They will go the Yanara, but they're toying with the idea of maybe a... No, it might just be Lulu. It's not going to be a fun lane. But the team fight from HLE, if they get out of lane, is insane.
Yeah.
So...
Very different look for Delight as well. Just played his signature rel, and now he's on Lulu.
And Chovy going to pick up the Akali himself. So playing Akali into Yone, which is definitely a fun matchup to watch, but not as punishing for the Yone. I mean, to be honest, a lot of the Yone matchups, he just weathers the storm anyway.
Yeah.
But not as like a punishing matchup as we could have seen. Bot lane is going to be rough for HLE. But if we get to the 5v5s, I mean, they're going to be explosive. And both teams have a lot of tools. You know, if you're connecting with the Seraphine ult, if you're connecting with the Ashe Arrow on the right targets, there's a lot of value. But I think HLE, just between the Rumble, the Yone, the Yanara, so many threats there that I feel like you want to see Gen.G getting the momentum. You want to see that bot lane get ahead. You want to see that Pantheon doing stuff. You don't pick Pantheon just to chill about. You want to make early action happen.
Yeah, and we'll wait and see if Canyon can manage it, as that hasn't necessarily been his main course of action in most of the games that he has been playing. He hasn't been the playmaker early on in the games. A lot of Zeka love out in the audience. And very understandable. Zeka's form right now is kind of insane. And this time, he goes right back to Yone, which he did play in their last series when there was Zeus playing Annie top. So pretty interesting that he gets his hands on the Yone again. This one, a blind pick, and he says, just give me the Yone, I will carry. And we'll see if he can do exactly that. HLE up against Gen G, game number 2. Game number 2 between these two. The rematch of the last couple of LCK finals.
Chovy going Ignite as well. He wants to win lane. And we see Guma go on the cleanse. We don't always see this in the Ashe Seraphine, just because Barrier gives you a lot of trading power in the 2v2. But this is definitely kind of an acceptance that we are going to lose lane. But at least at level 6, you know, I have something that can actually help against those ultimates. And there's a lot of value of it in the 5v5s. Now we do see Canyon going for an early invade on the Pantheon. Getting some camps. He was spotted, obviously. And we'll see if Kanavi looks to cross over and match.
Meanwhile, we're zooming in on the mid lane. A couple of melee champions going head-to-head is pretty interesting. We don't see that very often nowadays. See, you know, some Akali, some Yone, but generally not against each other. And Chovy early on is definitely controlling the trading pace of this lane.
Yeah, doing well. Zeka trying to play around his grasp and not fully succeeding. Now we see bot lane already kind of setting the tone for how this is going to go. That is one advantage though Zeka has, is with the TP, he can obviously just reset. Chovy doesn't have as much freedom now. It does look like Canyon is moving down, so Kanavi moving in to match and steal away some camps. They're going to go for a potential dive here.
Yeah, they just saw Kanavi on the top side of the map. They're looking for Guma here. The root comes in, he cleanses and flashes, but he still dies as Ruler picks up the kill, and that's first blood.
Yeah, really good flash there from Duro. He ends up being the one to take the aggro, and you can see Guma makes a beeline for him. It's like, I'm going to try and punish him, get him low, but unfortunately isn't successful. And look at the goal lead already between AD carries. 750 at 2.5 minutes.
That is quite sizable.
And this is the danger of going the Yanara Lulu into Ashe Seraphine, especially with a Pantheon. Pantheon just has so much early pressure and the ability to set up these ganks. Now, we do see the end result is Kanavi has kind of started to outpace Canyon in terms of jungle camps, but it doesn't really matter that much because there's going to be that downtime a little bit when Kanavi's finished clearing his camps and Canyon's going to be able to have some time to catch up, and just that bot play is so winning.
Chovy was talking a lot on the camera as well. It seems like he's not very happy with the way this lane is going. He does have Ignite, but no opening to go in onto Zeka, of course, as he's kind of bullied out. He's ahead on CS for now.
To replay off this, so they heal early, and then Guma cleanses the CC, flashes to try and focus down Duro, but there's just too much damage. Not a ton you can do. I think what really doesn't help is that they were level 2 and not level 3 at the time. That really could have been the difference maker, especially for a Lulu who gets access to the polymorph.
We haven't looked much at the top lane. Obviously, with the first pick Rumble, that this Rumble is slowly sneaking his way in to the LCK once again. It's 2-0. Looking for a third win if HLE can pick it up here. Keen's response of the Mbessa. Definitely, it's okay in the lane. We'll have to wait and see how it goes along with this composition. Obviously, very good with all the lockdown they have.
Yeah, I mean, I think I love when you have like a Seraphine and you have like these sort of bruiserish champions just diving in, because giving them the extra durability gets so much value. And also you have like an ambassador lead the charge so you can ult across them. Especially if Gen G start to get momentum in this game, it's going to be really hard for HLE to bring it back. Once again, the bot lane of HLE really struggling. The gold lead has extended from when we looked at it at 2.5 minutes. Now 900 gold between the 280 carries. And Guma's just sitting on a refillable. That's it.
Yeah.
In the inventory, so really not ideal.
Keen is not going to take the bait here. You know, if he ults in on the Zeus, certainly Keen could be in a lot of trouble with the Vi right there, even at level 5. Meanwhile, Canyon's just taking the Drake. I mean, he was able to take the whole bot side jungle, go for the dive, come back. Yes, he's behind on CS, but he's definitely getting a lot here for the team as they pick up the Mountain Drake.
Mountain Infernal as the first 2 dragons, not the best in terms of securing like a guaranteed good soul. You know, often like Ocean, Chemtech are the 2 dragons you want when you want to know you're going to have a pretty good soul. But even so, I think Gen.G already in such a great spot with how the bot lane is going. Picking up those dragons, gotta feel good. Oh, flash from Chovy. Kanavi shows himself afterwards, so he immediately feels good about that decision.
Yeah. If he gets hit by that with a level 6 Vi right there, he probably just gets 100 to 0. Maybe he's able to do some kind of shenanigans with the backflip and the flash, but probably not.
That's one of those situations where if you don't flash it, you have to work so hard to get away, you might end up flashing anyway, even if you live, and then you're chunked out on top of that and you have to recall. Now he just stays around, commits the flash early, doesn't have to burn his ult defensively as well, and has that at least as an advantage over Zeka for now. So maybe if he sees an angle, if Zeka oversteps. Very hard to overstep on Yone though, given that you just kind of teleport back.
You just get to do whatever you want. And you can see, you know, we were talking a lot about how there wasn't much of a gold lead in any lane in the first game. This time, that's true for everything except AD Carry, of course, which is over 1,000 the lead for Ruler. And he also has a Cull. So really just trying to double and triple down on getting ahead, getting very far ahead in the gold department specifically, and be a driving force of DPS later on because, you know, Ashe, she is not always there for, you know, the hyper carry DPS, but especially if you're fed and you have a lot of frontliners like HLE, or rather Gen.G do, he can get a lot of work done.
Oh, Navi's fishing. That might be too far.
Plymorph comes in and Duro is going to flash away. And Navi just says, I will run away, showing some restraint. Very interesting.
We can see Seraphine been doing very well in the LCK, to no surprise. A lot of teams been kind of set on denying it. Even times where like there was the game with the Mel Pike that got kills in lane, still just wasn't enough. I think obviously just as a duo it wins lane so hard and then scales so well. And it's a decent gank attempt from Kanavi, but I think unfortunately they went aggressive and then kind of started to back off when they sensed something was up, and that's when Kanavi turned up. So they get a flash from Duro, which is nice, but I think they were really looking for a bit more, looking for a kill. As this lead in the bot lane just keeps on growing.
Yeah, definitely not game-changing at this point. Canyon also able to get up there and take down 2 grubs. Essentially, oh. Nope. Just Kanavi picking up that one. Looking for maybe a play here. We got the arrow on the way. Duro and Canyon positioning pretty aggressively. And Kanavi's going to go in, of course. There's the Rumble and the buy, and also the Yone over the top of Canyon with the shield up. Survives for so long, but the DPS still there. Chovy also going to be taken out by this Rumble. Looking for Keen on top of it all. And Duro the only one left. And Zeus says, thank you so much for giving me Rumble and all of this awesome gold.
These fights around the grubs, when you have the equalizer available where Rumble just completely shines, but it's the decisiveness of HLE that really puts them at an advantage there. Immediately going on a Canyon and just not letting the Pantheon play the game. So often we see Pantheon survive the initial salvo and have a chance to use that shield, re-navigate, reposition, get stuns out, get the execute damage. He just didn't get to play the game. The arrow comes in, Kanavi looks like he's going to go away, turns onto this Pantheon who gets CC chain and just dies. Doesn't really get to press his buttons. And the turnaround attempt comes in, but they just don't manage to finish off the targets, and Zeus just melts everyone.
He did so much damage to Chovy. If you look at that replay once again. By the way, we had a little bit of a 1v1, and then both supports showed up, so Nothing else brewing down here.
You know, we've occasionally had the sort of test, like, do we still need a ban Rumble? I feel like...
Oh, Keen, congratulations.
Congratulations.
The first top ever in the LCK, and he's very far ahead of Doran in second. So the first person to ever get it done. 2,000 kills for Keen.
Wait, Zeus is 1-3-3-3? That's crazy. But yeah, huge
Not for long.
Huge achievement for Keen. Obviously, on the back of a fight that didn't go so swimmingly, but Keen, absolutely an LCK legend. But yeah, I think we've seen teams... We saw a team against Gen G test, do we still need to ban Rumble? I will quickly remind you that yes, they do. And now Gen G have decided to test it as well. And I feel like are learning a similar lesson.
Didn't it just happen yesterday as well with T1 and D plus Kia? That was them, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but that was... I think that example was less severe. That was also a weird draft. We don't like to talk about that draft.
That draft was so strange.
Because the Rumble went through the second rotation as well.
Yeah.
And then just kind of popped up like, oh, I still exist. It's like, okay. Like the other times it's been through, it's been like, it's left open, it's first picked. You know, that one was strange.
Which makes sense.
Yeah. I was wondering, like, is there some sleeper, like, counter pick to it that we haven't seen, you know? Like, we had the Galio as the OG counter pick. I'm like...
Aurora did some good work when Keen was piloting it.
And then, no, they just picked Ambessa into it and lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, which seems to be Gen G's strategy of pick Ambessa. Oh, trying not to lose, but... I mean, they have 2 dragons in pocket, but it's an Ocean Soul.
Oh, trying to set up here. Duro, still no flash available and in a ton of trouble. Throws out the ult, but just dies. And that's a kill on Taguma on top of everything that happened in the top river. HLE are right back in this game.
I always love looking at the timers on the summoners. Like, Duro's flash is up now.
Yeah, it was like 5 seconds.
They had the timer down to the second, and we're like, guys, we have 10 seconds to kill the support and make it happen. And I guess you can fault Duro for, like, you should have played defensive for those 10 seconds. But this is just HLE having great timings on the summoner spells and being like, let's punish. And in fairness, Duro did overstep there, going for that ward.
Yeah.
But, yeah, nice pickup there. Pretty easy kill.
What are we doing, Zek? He's like, recalling is for every other champion in the game.
That's
and
the Zek.
Bind
That's
my
the
soul.
That's the Yone tech they don't teach about.
Yeah, that's some pretty cursed tech there. Gen G's still marginally in the lead. They still have this big lead in the AD carry role, even after that kill that did go to Gumayusi, but it's a much closer game, especially now that it's Ocean Soul. Zeka in a bit of a whoopsie position here. He's just going to ult his way out.
Yeah, able to get away, but chunked out pretty heavily as Ruler and Duro have moved into the mid lane. Now, Gumayusi and Delight are trying to pressure tops. Should get at least 1 play here. Hard to do much more.
Guma was attempting to get that second plate. Meanwhile, Ruler's just sitting mid by himself. Looks like maybe he picked up a plate in mid.
It's still a gold lead for Gen G and a dragon lead, kind of as you said, but I'm feeling a little worried. I feel like the tempo vibes are not in their favor.
Yeah. Like anybody, even somebody who doesn't really know about tempo vibes can feel them in this.
Yeah, even someone who can't properly define tempo vibes.
Yeah. Like Atlas himself. But he can feel it.
Yeah.
He knows.
He can read them.
Yeah.
It's just the intuition. You can sense them. That indescribable feeling.
Yeah, it just feels like, especially like the last team fight, HLE are just so much more decisive. Like, it feels like they know exactly where they want to be. And Gen G were decisive, but for all the wrong reasons and all the wrong spots, especially in game number 1. So far in this game, like, yeah, they got a really nice lane lead down in bot. They had the good dive. But outside of that, I mean, the team fight kind of looked atrocious. Running straight into the Vi Rumble and Yone.
Yeah. Oh, Kanavi fishing for Chovy here.
The light's here too.
It's not the easiest target to dive, but they're gonna try it.
They polymorph him. Chovy's going in, but Wild Growth immediately, and he's going to ult and backflip, but that is Yone who sits him down. Chovy with flash, ult, and the Shuriken elected to go in on that. and regrets his decision.
Yeah, a little bit, I'd say, over-aggressive. Thought maybe like my best response is to try and play aggressive here and force them away from the turret rather than let them set up and dive me. But just ended up burning a lot of resources. I think the problem was the Lulu being there as well meant you just weren't going to have the damage to kill Zeka, who also, by the way, had a Hex Drinker. So even though it looked kind of close, never was really that close to him going down.
Well, looks like Gen G at least are going to get this Rift Herald.
The objective control's been good from Gen G. You know, they start that leading bot, they have the objective control, they've been getting those, other than one grub, resoundingly. But this is one of those scenarios where you feel really bad that it was an Ocean Soul.
Yeah.
I don't think the Ocean Soul is like terrible on these champions, but you already get a lot of sustain from the Seraphine anyway, so you can have too much sustain.
Seraphine, the Sky, the Triumph. I mean, there's certainly a lot.
I think Grievous Wound's definitely going to be a buy for HLE in this game. You know, an Oblivion Orb on the Rumble would go a long way. But yeah, I mean, Gen G likely going to set up this dragon anyway. Even though it's not the most powerful soul, you still want to put priority towards it. There's still a lot of value if the fight goes on long. But it does look like HLE in the area, and you know they're ready to fight.
Yeah. Already, Zeus is backed away. He's going to be on vision on that ward, it looks like, in their own jungle. He's just putting down a control ward. Not ready to TP into this one just yet, but you can tell he's ready to do so. Has to respect the Mbessa all-in still in the lane, so kind of being pushed in for now. Kanavi is just itching. He just wants to go in. It's not time yet, Kanavi, but soon.
Yeah, everyone on the side of Gen G has flashes, all summoners available, to be honest. It's Zeka and Kanavi down their flashes, which is a bit of a disadvantage. Guma not having his cleanse as well does make this fight a little bit more difficult for them. You can see Gen G playing around Banana Brush. They're going to TP in their Ambessa and drop the Combat Herald. And HLE just go, you know what? We're good.
Wow. Imagine that.
Yeah.
Seen a lot of teams force fights.
I think deciding the setup wasn't ideal for them. Didn't have complete control of the river. They were down summoners. They have a window just to get some gold on the Rumble. And ultimately, I think the main point is it's not that great of a soul.
Yeah.
I think if it was a Hextech soul, they'd definitely fight that.
They'd be in there. Even a Cloud Soul, I feel like can really do a lot of work for this comp here of Gen G. But yeah, Ocean Smotion is what they're going to say.
Is that what they say?
I think that's what they said, word for word, yeah.
Ocean Smotion.
Yeah.
How does that translate?
I don't even want to try. We got an arrow on the way. Zeus is like, yeah, cool story. He's going to take a little bit of damage here. He might actually look to go all in, but guess who's on the way? It's Zeka. We do have the Panthults there, as the ult cancel from Keen is excellent, but he's all alone now, so able to get away from the Yone ult, but just dies instead.
Oh, Canyon seems to be in trouble too.
Yeah, we got a buy on the way here, and nowhere for Canyon to run, nowhere for him to hide, as HLE, they just take 2 kills and are looking to get even more on the top side of the map.
Yeah, looking potentially at this tier 2, at least going to get plates on it. I'm going to have to wait for the next wave, but in the meantime, Rula is just doing Raptors. And Chovy will get this bot tower, but still feels like a huge winning play for HLE. That gold lead now 1,600. They're going to get some plates from that tier 2 as well. The end result is about a 1,500 gold lead with Chovy taking that bot tower, but just a really positive play from the side of HLE. They just felt like they were ready for it. You know, playing into a Pantheon, you have to expect that whenever anything happens, he has potential to turn up. If someone's extended in the side lane, Pantheon can turn up. And so being available at a moment's notice, really important to prevent that.
Yeah, like look at how quickly on the minimap they rotate.
They have a ward near where Pantheon is on the Raptors, so they kind of have vision. They start to move up. Pantheon comes in, and Keen actually has great ult buffer to dodge the Yone ult, but the light coming in, flashing, ulting Zeus just means there's no chance of a turnaround. The Lulu value there pretty big, and then the rest of the team sweep in and pick up Pantheon as well.
Yeah, and Kanavi was so far behind enemy lines that he's like, oh, I got this flank. Like, I will get this wraparound onto Canyon, and that he did. So turned 1 kill into 2. Baron is going to spawn. Doesn't look like we're going to get any 20-minute starters in this one. HLE do have to be careful about giving away the free Ocean Soul. The one Drake is fine, but this time you can guarantee they're going to be looking to fight on this Drake.
Yeah, I mean, given up the last one because you didn't have the right setup, fair enough. But now you have summoners on your big engages on the mid jungle, and you do expect them to look for it. Oh, fishing for Chovy.
I mean, they saw Kanavi go up there, but Chovy leading the charge with the team.
Playing around this
damage.
Yone's pressure in the side lane and kind of forcing all of Gen.G up there to respond. There's a lot of good vision from Gen.G in the bot side river towards the Dragon, but it's HLE dragging them up towards the Baron and forcing them to kind of contest them there.
Yeah, it feels like the calm before the storm. Right before we could see an Ocean Soul taken, maybe even if a big team fight breaks out, maybe they move towards the Baron. But as you mentioned, just really trying to play the side lane pretty well. They got Zeus in bot and Zeka in top. And just looking to pressure as much as possible on the map. Try to suffocate Gen.G out of it.
Yeah, Kanavi gets a chance to move in and get control of the area. This might be Gen.G opting not to contest the Dragon, or at least it's going to be late if they try. With HLE already having control of the area. It's so hard for Duro to move in and ward. I'm trying to contest mid prio, struggling a bit here.
You can see like this very defensive control ward, just trying to clear out some vision, is not really getting them that step closer towards this Dragon.
I think they were dragged so much top lane by the pressure from Zeka and the movement towards the Baron from HLE, and then HLE reset, get good control of the Dragon area. It does look like Gen.G want to contest it, but they have to push into the fog of war here. So dangerous into this HLE composition.
Yeah, HLE are going to give them that one, and they look actually for Guma, who's just totally in no man's land, and they immediately take him down. That's a double kill onto the bottom lane, as now Kanavi at least is going to get the one, and now Zeus is going man mode in onto Ruler, has to go golden. As he is quite low himself, Canyon looking for the finish, he's not quite able to get it, as Zeka finds the back line and takes out Ruler, and that is all the damage of Gen.G now gone, as Zeka on the Yone is just incredible, and HLE win a big fight in the Dragon.
Gen.G act decisively. They find the enemy AD carry, they blow him up, and they think this should be enough, and yet it isn't. The top side of HLE come in clutch there, able to win out the rest of the fight, and Guma just kind of gets, I mean, he gets jumped on by just about everyone, and even though he obviously cleanses, and it reduces to subsequent CC, if you get hit by 13 pieces of follow-up CC, there's not much you can do. But here, Zay is chunking out Ruler, making it so he can't really auto-attack anymore because he's so low. And then Zeka finding the angle to get onto him. This is the difference between having the flash on champions like Yone. We saw them not fight the last Dragon when they didn't have those. This time they went for it, and they found the angle.
You can tell there was a little bit of stress there in the booth prior to the actual play, as now Rumble and Vi come together trying to take out Keen, and that is another Q straight into the Ambessa. Zeus is overheated though, so...
Yes, Equalizer's coming up in 1 second, and it's up now, so it wasn't quite available. I think what's really worrying about that is that Guma didn't even end up using his flash in that fight, right? He got jumped on, stunned, CC locked, but the fact that he still has his flash in the aftermath of that, and they won the fight, feels really bad for Gen.G.
It's just too many threats on this HLE comp. Like, yeah, you kill the Yunara and you use literally everything you have into her. Like, yeah, you got her, but now you have no CC for these two pesky carries in top and mid.
That's the problem. If you go,
Nice flash there from Delight, very close.
Oh, the
and now they're going to be looking for the re-engage. Kanavi, he is jumping on the bid for that one as they're looking for the backline. They're going to find Duro, but it takes them so long to try to take him out, as finally they do. But it's not exactly clean, as that's going to be the end of Delight as well. Gen G find a decent fight here.
That one not as clean and coordinated from HLE, just a bit of an overstep too far, and Genji were tight like a ball, just everyone together as a unit. And it felt like HLE were kind of disjointed a little bit there. So initially, they try and go for an engage onto Delight, and Delight ends up flashing. But then, I think a big thing is Delight and Guma are so split. So Delight's trying to, provide shielding for Kanavi over the wall, but he gets exploded. Guma goes in, but doesn't have the protection from Delight, who's trying to move forward. And as a result, it just ends up being Genji all clustered together, see target, kill target one at a time, move through them. It was still pretty close, but considering how much of an advantage HLE had in previous fights, that definitely was not how they wanted to play it out. So I think ultimately you want to lead the charge with your mid jungle, with your Yone, with your Vi, and then you want your Yunara and Lulu cleaning up afterwards, but together. You want the Lulu buff and the Yunara, and I think that split between them really didn't help. They are just starting the Baron up. It's into an Ashe, so...
Keen, he does not have TP. He's still running over here. I mean, we have the arrow, but this is just a little bit too little too late. Like, look at where Canyon's at. He doesn't have ult. He doesn't have flash.
I mean,
that's just a Baron sneak away.
That was such a good call to go for that when Canyon doesn't have ult available. Like, knowing the timer and being like, hey, he can't get here quickly. Because normally against a Pantheon, he's always getting into the pit. Like, if he has ult up, it's impossible to stop him. You can respond to him well, but the fact they find a window where his ult isn't available ends up paying off massively. And HLE, on the back of a fight that wasn't so great, don't miss a beat, get the Baron, and with that, should be looking to push up and take this mid-tier 1.
Yeah, feeling pretty good for them after that one. And, the gold lead was pretty close throughout this entire game. HLE was slowly getting control of the game, of course. But now with this Baron, you would expect it to be blown pretty wide open. And probably going to be looking to set up some fights as well. You see Kanavi's hiding on bush. They're putting in some pretty aggressive control warding as well to deny as much vision as possible. And just set up potential picks here. Going to push bot lane, it looks like. I think you kind of need your Vi if you really want to set something up. But Kanavi is in the mid lane.
Yeah, diving would be a... Oh, Ashe Arrow, I think, was hoping the team would go aggressive and force them into it.
They're trying to make a play here that Ambessa just totally going to miss. The Wild Growth is there on Aguma as in goes Canyon. They want to take out Delight, and they do. As the Equalizer not getting a huge amount of damage done. Zeus is going to go golden, and now Zeka totally whips everybody. Zeus as well is going to be taken out, and one by one the dominoes of HLE fall. And Gen G pick up a big fight.
Gen G with a big answer back, and HLE just not connecting onto the right targets. It's going to be Ocean Soul for Gen G. Again, not the highest value, but still enough potentially to tip the scales, which are already feeling a bit more Gen G favored in recent fights. We'll see the replay. So, unfortunately, what ends up happening is, even though Keen misses the ult, the aggressive play for Guma forces him away, and they just turn onto the Lulu. Just take the Lulu out, the value's gone. Duro's ultimate got a ton of value, charming up 3 people while this happens. And then Zeka, the flash from Ruler allows him to avoid the ultimate. And I think, it was so late in the fight as well. You really want to be leading the charge, engaging together. This was Gen G starting the fight and getting so much benefit for it. Both these teams have plenty of ways of engaging, of starting the fight, and it feels like whoever meets their conditions better is just winning.
Yeah, it definitely does feel that way. I think the fact that Kanavi kind of got there after the fight was already engaged on his team. It wasn't proactively using the Vi and the Rumble to get a huge amount of damage onto one target that you can control. Definitely meant it got pretty out of hands there for HLE Esports very quickly. And I think they got to show some respect to Gen G on some of these plays. See, the TP is coming in here. The arrow also going to hit Zeka into the Mikhail. Zeus right in there. And the Equalizer's gigantic this time. They catch Ruler. The double knockup is gigantic here from Zeka. And that is the fight that HLE are looking for. as you allow so much space for your Yunara as well to push forward. And they pick up 3 and are looking to get more.
40 seconds, long death time as they're TPing in. They might try and push for the end here. It's only 2 members alive.
I mean, what can you really do? One of them being Duro and one of them is an Ambessa who doesn't have public execution, gets slowed by the Slurkle. And I mean, Keen can't clear the wave by himself. He's gonna try as he goes in, insta-polymorph, does a decent amount of damage and actually does clear the wave, but has to spend his life for it.
I mean, it was a good play from Keen, if we're being honest. The polymorph was pretty perfect from Delight to try and shut him down, but he clears the wave, he saves the game. Exactly what you need to do in that situation. But this fight from HLE, ult comes down to Zeka, the Mikhails gets him away from the follow-up CC, and Ruler flashed the last ultimate Zeka threw at him. Doesn't have it for this one, and it is pixel perfect to catch both him and his jungler. And as soon as those two are down, it feels like it's all HLE momentum. Here though, Keen just does everything he can to try and clear the wave. You see Duro's hitting it initially, and then the polymorph comes in, but it's just still not enough to disrupt Keen completely. He gets just enough damage down to clear out that cannon as well, and it will keep the game going, at least for a little bit longer.
Yeah, I just figured that, you know, if they polymorph him, it should be enough time to just blow him up before he does get out of the polymorph, but
make treads.
Not the case, yeah.
Yeah.
So, he keeps the game alive, but we do have another Baron here in a minute, and Gen.G don't currently have much control, if any at all, around this objective. They have one control ward in their own jungle, and they're going to hope that that can be a starting point. But that's where they just lost the last fight. You got to be really careful about fighting Rumble Yone in any kind of choke, especially that one. So, gonna have to go back to the drawing board on how they're going to approach this Baron.
I think as well. I mean, GA now for Ruler is pretty big, but I think him not having flash definitely makes it a lot more difficult for him to team fight. Also, hasn't got any armor pen yet. I don't know, naturally, champions just get a lot of armor as the game goes on, but we are starting to see armor be bought as well. Like we see Zeka has 135 armor already. We have like GA for Kanavi. That item, you know, the Samira coin thing, what's it called? You know, the one that builds in a GA?
Oh,
you know the one I'm talking about.
Is it a medallion?
Something like that. I forget the name. But that component item.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway.
The red circle is what.
Good amount of armor on the front line of HLE. You know, Zonya's on Zeus, 2 GAs. Oh, Zeus on a big flank.
Yeah, and Kanavi is ready to press his buttons onto anyone. They decide, okay, we can take out Canyon. He is the jungler, and it takes them a while, but they get the job done. Kanavi is there, and the ult comes in on Achovi. Nowhere for him to run. And Keen is the same. They don't even need the objective. HLE just press their buttons on a couple of members, and they don't miss this time.
But like such a slow build-up on the fight, but just started hitting the first target they could see, and then eventually snapped onto Chovy, who goes down too. The bot lane of Gen.G gonna try and defend. Do you manage to clear out the wave, but there's a super minion coming with the next one.
Oh, Harpoon in a Ruler, and he might just be dead. Tons of damage to go into Guma, but they get him into his GA, and the wave is hitting the turrets, and eventually, once he comes back up, that'll be the end of Ruler, and the end of this game, the end of Gen.G in this series. Zeka, nobody beats him 19 times in a row in best of threes, as he takes down Chovy for the first time in his entire career in a best of 3. He gets it done, and it's such a clean victory, the 2-0 for Hanwha Life Esports.
I guess he was just due a win.
He was so due.
Yeah. Yes, he was. And HLE, I mean, this was a great series, but it was a convincing series as well. You know, game 1 was a blowout. Game 2 was more hard fought, but very clear that they are just the stronger team right now. And I think especially with how, even though they're running the LCK Cup was short-lived, a big aspect of that was that best of 5 against Gen.G, where they kind of just got dismantled. And so this must feel really satisfying to deliver this victory over them. It feels like the team is meshing together well, and they're just team fighting in such a good way. Zeka, definitely the hero of the hour. His performance on the Aurora was masterful, but the Yone bringing out the classics, love to see it. And Gen.G, their struggles continue for the time being.
I like that.
Fans are gonna love that one.
Yeah, Guma, he's got many different types of ceremonies nowadays. delight. Dirt off his shoulder, he says, I'm part of HLE now. Has been for a little bit. And certainly masterclass on the Relf.
I like the having fun with the victory of the ceremonies. Definitely feeling the importance of a win like this.
Yeah. I think for, myself and a lot of the other Gen G predictors, even a lot of the fans who expected Gen G to win in this series, I think it's a good wake-up call to realize just how strong HLE Esports is. I was certainly underrating them coming into this one. And also Gen G, they have a lot of work to do, obviously. I think that at least here in Game 2, they had a playable draft, they were winning, and then HLE just took over the series.
I mean, I predicted HLE, and even I expected, it could go 3 games. I thought if Gen G, ended up winning, I wouldn't be too surprised. I think even despite me thinking HLE are favored, I still think it was more one-sided than I expected it to be. And I think there's credit to HLE there, and it really just shows how much they have grown as a team. And
it's insane form right now.
I think as well, what makes it so enjoyable to watch this team is it's not the cool, calm, controlled League of Legends. It is the spicy hot, hype, fast and loose, but it just seems so... It's chaotic, but it's just so fun to watch and so excellently performed. Some of the moments, Zeka on his Yone again, finding Ruler here, heat-seeking, almost. It's just a very fun team to watch and a very strong team at that. And this is their game-ending fight moment.
Saying it's over, it's over. We have to do this well, is what Gumo was saying. It's like, don't celebrate yet, guys.
He's like, guys, chill out for a moment.
We have to actually play the game. Sage with the TP on the super minion just dies in today's League of Legends.
I also love that in Game 1, Ruler ruined Guma's KDA, and then Game 2, Guma ruins his own KDA to kill Ruler to end the game. So I don't care about my KDA, I'm winning the series.
Yeah. Just really good stuff. It feels like they feel very refreshed with this victory. It's like, yeah, we're just really on form right now. Nobody can stop us. I think, very confident.
I mean, we saw in the predictions as well, but I think coming into a series like this, you always worried, we feel stronger right now, but it's Gen G. Could they just turn on a dime? And to get the win is huge. Zeka getting the POM, no real surprise. That Aurora game was huge, but also the Yone, some of those engages.
Yeah.
I feel like it's cool to see Aurora pick that, some of the mid laners have struggled with execution, but him having a massive game on it. And then the Yone is just one of his classics.
Yeah.
Yone into Akali as well. That is the matchup you want to see Zeka playing because it's such an exciting one.
Yeah, I love how they just pick Rumble Vi and then they're like, yeah, just blind pick me Yone. It's excellent with the Vi as well. We have enough AP. It fits right into their wheelhouse. It's like superb comfort for Zeka, and he proves again why, I don't know if you can really ban this against them. There's too much stuff to ban, but he's just too good at that champ.
I mean, for a time, pre-Fearless, it was just perma-banned against him.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy stuff. Well, guys, we do have the interview now. I'll hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you very much for the handoff, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by Zeka on the side of HLE Esports. You had claimed that you would win this time, and you kept your word. You just ended the 9-match losing streak, and in the LCK regular season, snapped the 20 best of 3 matches losing streak against Gen G. So, how does it feel? Yeah, in best of 3s, we had never been able to showcase a good performance against Gen G, and that was so disappointing. But right now, everyone on our team has great form, and I felt like we had such a good performance. And I had it in us, I knew that we were going to be able to win this time, so it feels great. And in game 1, it ended with a kill score of 24-8, which was absolutely dominating. So did you expect the 2-0? Yeah, our teammates are doing really well, and I feel like I'm feeling pretty good. So I feel like as long as we're able to maintain this momentum, we could definitely go ahead and keep on winning. And the Dusk absolutely loved your game 1 draft. So after seeing the enemy first pick Bard, you guys quickly secured Jhin, and that seemed to be a key moment. So did the draft go as you intended? You know, we didn't expect the enemy to pick Bard, but once we saw that, I feel like in that moment, it was just kind of like a quick decisive moment where we just thought that out of all the options, Jhin would be the optimal decision. And you know, Jhin, which was played by Gumayushi, there was a really funny moment with him in game 1 where he cried, "Corki is chasing me, he's killing me, please save me, Delight, save me," but no one saved him. And everyone was so cold-hearted towards him. So why is this? You know, we're not normally that cold-hearted or anything like that, but I think we just wanted to create this moment just for the funsies, you know? You know, and I think he was zeroed out at this one point, and I think in that moment it would be really funny to give him a death, so I think we just left him alone. We left him. And it looks like you first picked Yone with confidence, and the opponent teased a counter with Akali as expected, but you guys didn't ban her, so what was the reasoning? Just looking at Genji's matches in the past, I felt like there are a lot of other champions that they might actually go ahead and play. There are a lot of different options, and I just felt like, you know, Yone would actually give them a really hard time. So I just felt like I wasn't really too concerned about the matchup. And in your last match, you played Aurora game 1 and Yone in game 2, which was exactly what you did today. So are your Aurora and Yone now your 2 picks to trust unconditionally? Honestly, I did win with those picks, but I have a lot of other champions left to showcase. And it looks like HanaLife Esports, your team is in such great spirit. And we can always see you in the great green room, sitting closely next to each other. So what have you gone through to get to this point? You know, in the LCK Cup, we ended at 10th place. And from then on, I felt like there was only one way up. So I feel like during the off-season, just all that practice has been paying off. And next up is Nongshim Red Forest. And as you chase the first place, it's a must-win match. So what is your mindset? Yeah, we definitely want that payback from the LCK Cup. So I hope that we're able to go ahead and pull that off to climb even harder. And that's all from Zeka, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear, for that translation, as it is a clean 2-0. A lot to see here if you are a Hanwha Life Esports fan. Let's go. Boom! It's over! It's over! Boom, boom, boom. After 19 times... You know what? History is just not safe in LCK 2026. History is getting destroyed in 2026.
Is that a symptom, though, of Genji's struggles? A lot of these records that are being broken are, you know, Chovy's getting solo killed by multiple players. We're seeing Genji end up losing their streaks against some of these big organizations. This team is really struggling right now. Again, we put the bar really high for this roster because that's what they deserve, but they're not hitting those highs right now.
I'm not predicting Genji anymore after this series, man. It was not even
Matchup
close.
specific, you know, we have to look at it a little bit.
I mean, it was not even close, you know. And also, like, the way how they draft around also didn't make really, like, sense to me because, like, this is not the one that we expected from Genji.
Let's take a look at the palms. the comments, the palm votes. There we go. I don't know what my brain was doing.
Some delight note.
Oh, yeah!
I respect that.
He had an amazing
Rel
game
also breaking some history, getting the first win of the year.
His Lulu was pretty good. I felt bad for Canyon on that Grubs fight where he was CC'd like about 32 times before he died.
Yeah. I mean, it always happens when you have to play Enchanter. You can't really get the POM, you know, like it's really hard to get it. But I think his Rel was like outstanding from that game 1. He was the one like pulling the trigger for the team. And yeah, I mean, you see, engage, cover, supporting. All right, for delight.
Solid.
Yeah.
I'm kind of shocked also, by the way, Kanavi had 0 votes. I thought he had a pretty good series, but
Now everyone knows like Kanavi is just too good, you know? Like, so
they're over it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like that. I feel like Kanavi should have had at least one.
I agree.
Helios going with whatever champion he plays, he knows how to play the entire map.
True.
Yes, he did. He was
I
having
just
impact
missed
ever.
him so much, you know? Like, we only had Karya and Diro in the LCK, but now we're gonna have big
He's
three.
not known for his Lulu. You know, he's not.
Oh, yeah, I'm telling you.
Supports,
We
so
just
he's
need some
good.
engages.
And he did it against Gen G. So that I think that's the
His
impressive.
former team, you saw his ceremony there at the end.
Ooh.
Maybe saying something. Probably not,
Whoa,
actually,
whoa,
at the
whoa,
end
whoa.
of the ceremony, but he was on Gen G before.
Yeah.
Now he beat his former team. There's a lot of that going around right now with some of these Hanwha players who are on stronger elite teams.
Yeah. All right, Wolf, your turn.
Breaking loss streaks and breaking hard. Zeka had some amazing plays, including this one here to finish the game, to save the game in a lot of ways because they had lost control of this. But Zeka here in this play gets CC'd, but looks for the turnaround here. He has vision, gets the ult into the double knockup here.
And the back line.
Look at that.
What's the counterplay for Ashe?
Have flash, bro. He
But
used the
he
last
didn't have
Yeah,
flash.
he used the last fight. And that's why that last fight was a little bit closer.
So he's breaking hearts. He's breaking the hearts of the Gen G players, breaking the hearts of the Gen G fans, but maybe even breaking the hearts of some new Hanwha Life esports fans who are like, this guy is so good.
Again, a great work there by Zeka, the Heartbreaker. What did you have, Wadid?
I mean, his focus in the team fight were impressive from the start to finish, and also it's gonna take a week to explain all the details that he have. Look at the moves, the camera work.
Arguably even more impressive than I had.
And also,
crazy.
like, this is not the end of the fight, by the way. I think the more important point is coming in right now, that like I think it was really close because they had Pantheon and Seraphine, so they could actually win the fight. But look at Zeka here. He knows the point. He flashes into Ashe.
My God.
He finishes off Ruler here, and then they managed to win the fight, man. I think it was so crucial that they actually managed to win this fight, because I thought Gen G were on a good point where like they had already had the 3 Drakes there, so like the games were like really fine. But after this team fight, there was no chance.
He was 14-0-8 on Aurora in the first game. That's like...
Yeah, we didn't even mention Aurora game.
Yeah. And I feel like game 1, people are just going to remember the Kanavi play where he stayed alive on 1 HP, but had himself a solid series. As Ox also acknowledging, no one beats Zeka 19 times in a row in best of 3.
Or in best of 5s, but that was the specific stat that he broke, yeah. Ox clarifying that for everyone, so which I think is a good thing to do.
Thank you,
Nice
Ox.
job.
Thank you, Ox. He did ask in our chat, can you please make it in small font? He broke his limits. He broke his limits again.
I think he broke a little bit more than his limits in this one.
Yeah, true.
I'm just surprised. I mean, usually when Cloud Templar is talking about breaking something, he's like, I broke my diaper or something. But not Prince with the key player to Hanwha Life Esports' comeback.
Yeah.
I feel like Kanavi's out there, right?
I think maybe he means there in game 2, where they lost control and then... Because, yeah, I mean, I think he was quite key in today's win, but...
I mean, I think just in general, you know, like I also like talked about it before, like as long as Zeka plays good, I think HLE is fine, even though like their bot lane struggled, you know? So I think it kind of proved that in this week,
There were some issues with Guma's Yunara, which we all kind of were a little bit worried about. Some of his aggressive plays didn't work out. But he's not the main character for this roster.
No.
And he wasn't the main character on T1's roster either. And I think they're figuring out how to play through him. They're figuring out how to team fight better. And this team, I did not think, as you guys know, I've sat on this very seat in LCK Cup and told you guys, I don't think this team is going to bounce back. I think this team is going to struggle all year, and I'm very happy to be wrong.
Yeah.
I'm calling myself out here because they figured it out. They fixed it. They look really good.
Yeah, Wolf. You were wrong. Call yourself out. You can call out Wolf too at home as we're calling out Hanwha Life Esports at the top. Gen G 4th now.
Still ahead of D+.
Oh, man.
Probably still going to make Legend Group, so I don't think it's too big of a concern, but the lack of form right now is the issue, right? Like, if you're in 4th place as Gen G, you could still go to MSI. You can have a great run through Road to MSI. You could be totally fine. But I think you don't sleep well at night knowing that there are 3 teams above you, including technically Nongshim right now, who could actually get a 4th win.
I mean, I don't know. Like at this point, whenever I think about Gen G, there's something like that we cannot really explain why they're playing bad right now, because like I think everything seems like wrong. You know, I've never been to this place when it comes to the regular split. I think they need to get some like fresh air like to make this change, because I don't think it's gonna work for the rest of the split if they keep this up.
Yeah, it feels like they've made explosive plays, but just not all at the same time. We'll see if Gen G will be able to get back in their winning ways next week. As all aboard the KT roller coaster, it's time. They're up against the DN Automotive Supers, trying to get their 6th league win in a row. Don't go anywhere. After the break, we'll have that match. See ya.
Just when I lift my mic into the storm.
Delight battle dances his way out of Gumayushi, finds the feather pull. They're looking for the angle. There it is! Oh my god!
아 위에 봐줘. 개맛있다. 이거야.
And the wallop as well, and HLE will destroy them. Will walk it off. Scout though, still chasing after him. Let's see who has the DPS, and it's perfect. That locks it up. Maybe it is the year. Perfect, you absolute madman. Whoa! Use it. He is lurking. Hydrack is there for Scout, so effort is not allowed in here. The chains are just going to go straight into the charm. Cease and desist comes down. And Scout, he gets the ulti, but he's too low. And he's going to be taken out by Cuz. BDD gets himself away. It's on with a phenomenal spell shield. And BDD will be able to pick up the kill onto the Yunara. And down will go the Nocturne. KT finding a fantastic fight.
Sunned up quite a bit. Chiu is being taxied out of here by Jovi. His team hits about half health. Might come down to just a flip on this one. And even the Anivia ult's in there. We get the Bard ult onto 2 and the follow-up on Aduro and onto Ruler as well, who just dies. The ball gets it! Gets it! As it's stolen away by a Bard.
Not out of it yet.
Okay, they haven't given up. They still find a window to win a fight despite this big
Wait a second. Oh my god, Gideon. What is that? That was like his W is not supposed to instantly kill people. As Teddy's just trying to snipe the egg, does manage to take down Angelus. There he goes, UCal as well. He gets it! They get the soul as Gideon is so massive. And now they can just slow them down as Ezreal scream.
And then. 아 나도 잘했잖아. 아 나이스.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide. They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
Close your eyes, breathe in deep, feel the high. Need the rush, feel the dark, overcome. Shadows whispering, calling from the deep. Don't wake me from my dreams. It's never what it seems. We're playing with We're playing with fire. We're playing with fire. Are we tempting fate? Or just play the game? Look at what we made. Can we ever be saved? We're playing with fire. I walked where no one dared to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the second match of the night. We got the DN Supers up against KT Rolster, and it feels like any day where KT is playing is a good day. We get to see these guys in excellent form and just get to see the magic continue to happen. Or will DNS have an answer as the first team to have it against this team?
It's just interesting that KT last year was our upset team, you know, taking that huge win against Gen G, and now we're looking at other teams, so like, who is going to be able to upset KT? Because especially with how kind of the standings and the power levels of teams have been a bit all over the place so far, KT has been the exception, which feels, I feel like I'm saying something wrong.
Yeah.
You know, I'm on
opposite LCK.
Yeah, you know, it feels weird to say this, but they really have just been on top consistently. Like HLE have risen into great form, and we've been talking about how great they've been, and still they have had a series loss, which KT has not faced yet. And DNS, currently last place team, it's a big ask for them to be the ones to break the streak, but with the position they're in, they can't be picking and choosing series to win. They just have to give everything to every single series. One thing I'm sad about, though, with T1 moving below D+, before we had the warm tones on the left, and with the cool tones on the right, that has now been broken.
Yeah. I'm
upset about it.
Maybe we can get it back.
Maybe.
We've had it before.
We have. We'll see.
So Closer's on the edge of 400 LCK games. He's been around for quite a while, ever since subbing in for Faker on T1 way back when. And he's facing off against Effort, who is chasing 3,000 assists, who will claim both the milestone and the win. Effort, a very interesting career in his own right. Definitely some big ups and also big downs. But now he's like the savior of KT.
I think Effort's a bit closer to getting... I think Effort will definitely get the 3,000 assists today.
Yeah, the verge of 400 LCK games, 20 games out, is a little early.
Yeah,
but,
a little premature, but you know, we like to celebrate the big moments a little in advance. Quantum is going to be returning to the starting lineup, so DNS have been struggling to figure out what they want to do with the support role. They've been bringing Life in. Now they're bringing Quantum back in for the first time in a while. I think obviously there's some issues with DNS right now. Do I think Peter was the specific issue? Like, I think Peter was having a rough time, but, you know, he obviously had a great run last year. I think the player is definitely capable. It's just kind of sad how quickly we've slipped back into DNS bottom of the table again. And they're obviously trying to change things up to see if they can find a solution. We've seen a team change their support and it goes swimmingly and completely revitalize completely revitalize that team. That was KT.
Yeah.
I think DNS are hoping to copy some of that magic. Will it work? I don't know. We'll have to see. But
I mean, the difference, though, between Effort and Quantum in terms of veteran status and experience and stage games is gigantic. So if you're looking for a guy to come in and totally change the way your team functions, I don't know if Quantum's the guy, to be honest. Nothing against him. He's just not an Effort. Delulu never stops.
But in fairness, I think the general consensus when we hit Effort was coming in wasn't immediately like, oh, this guy is going to save KT.
No.
And I think he proved that he was the person to help bring the team up to the level they are now. So I think your point is completely fair and valid, but also, you know, surprises can happen. We'll just have to see. That being said, I'm not sure there's any player who could take DNS from the position now to taking down KT, but we've seen bigger upsets, let's be honest. So we'll have to say, I think the whole team needs to level up. That's the point I'm making. It needs to be more than just Quantum. And in fairness, when you look at KT, that happened with them too. It wasn't just Effort, and as much as Effort has been a great addition, and the team is clearly reformed around him, Perfect individually has been on a complete another level, leading in solo kills for the league at 10. The pretty healthy margin as well. So I think the whole team leveled up, and the addition of Effort made a big difference. And I think for DNS, they can't just expect a roster swap is going to solve all their issues.
Yeah, and you know, I'm sure they don't. You know, I don't think they're subbing in Quantum and they're like, all right, this is the guy. You know, I think they're just trying to mix and match and, you know, search through every nook and cranny of their rosters, their challengers team, and, you know, is this guy gonna work? You know, And who knows? Maybe Quantum comes in and does a fantastic job. You know, obviously Perfect played for a long while before he's now hitting this, you know, level of play. So, you know, maybe they just need some time. But again, maybe that's the argument to keep in the same support for a long time because, you know, Perfect did get subbed out at times, but he played a lot of games as well before he hit this.
Yeah, I also think it's something we kind of said about KT in LCK Cup is you guys need to decide and figure it out.
Yeah.
Because there was splitting time between Ghost and Polu, and I feel like neither of them were really doing that well. And in the end, they went in a different direction. But I think committing to a player and getting them as much stage time as possible, as much scrim time as possible, goes a long way. Now, whether that is Quantum or Life or Peter, I don't know, but at some point you have to make that call, and we'll see. Because I think what's really hard is coming in a match against KT, which is such an underdog matchup, and you're kind of hoping that, like, you know, you show up and do well and impress, but it's such a high bar to clear.
Yeah, it really is. Effort looking stoic as always. Love the hair. Great style today. Odin's had a lot of moments on camera where he's smiling somewhat goofily, especially after their drafts against HLE. He was seen like walking off the stage with kind of this like, to me, it almost looked like a helpless laugh of like, oh God, we are not in a great spot. But, you know, at least he's keeping the spirits alive by staying happy and laughing a lot, hopefully. As DN Solutions, they're here to support the DN Supers. So there you go. And blue side will be selected by DNS, which means that KT get first pick, not going for second pick themselves.
Yeah. You know, we've seen, obviously, the previous series, second pick was prioritized. Compared to LCK Cup, where it's just like, oh, we take first pick. Okay, we take blue side. That was every single series, pretty much.
Yep.
We have seen the meta change a little bit in terms of what teams are prioritizing. Now, though, with KT on blue side, a lot less pressure to ban the OPs, and that first pick has so much weight to it. Immediately, DN Supers take away the Rumble, you know, Rumble, Karma, Varus. Those are the big ones.
Yeah.
But also, I think playing into BDD, I think a look-in needs to be had at some of the mid laners that are available.
I mean, what do you ban against BDD? I don't even know. Like, what would be your first thing that you're like, okay, we need to take this away from BDD? Because the guy, he plays everything at an extremely high level nowadays. Like, he is Mr. Robot.
Well,
it feels like the memes are actually true, and, you know, Wolf and Atlas, we're really onto something.
Apparently Rise is the first one that they have their sights set on. Orianna gonna get taken away. Karma, Varus, two really strong picks we often see banned. Second and third most banned so far in the regular season. One of them needs to be left open. Also to note, the Yorick ban, perhaps telegraphing a certain Hex Tech inventor that KT want to pick up for Perfect.
Is that Heimerdinger?
No, the other one.
Oh, okay.
Actually, if you watched Arcane, Heimer was actually against Hextech, you know?
Oh.
He wasn't, he was like, no, this is dangerous.
I see.
But Karma's going to be left open here, which I, presume is just going to get first picked.
And Ezreal is also left open. So sometimes we see like Ezreal bans. If they pick Jarvan and leave Ezreal available,
yeah, I
don't know what we're doing.
I assume they would have to go Jarvan Ezreal, but you know, that's leaving Jace, and that feels very risky. Oh, they're going to go Ashe Seraphine, but then you're just going to play into Ezreal Karma, and Ezreal can jump outside of the Cataclysm. Also, you know, the Yorick was banned. Okay, well, they're going Pantheon Ezreal. I guess you'll have a chance to ban the Jace in the second rotation. I think KT maybe just, you know, the plan was we'll get the Jace with the Yorick on, but now they're like, well, actually, we'll just take all of this stuff.
It as well.
Yeah. Like, in isolation, Ashe Seraphine Jarvan is strong, but drafts are contextual. And Cataclysm and Ezreal not so hot. And we've seen the Ezreal Karma, the early levels, off level 1 in particular is favored towards them. You lose a lot of the pressure that Ashe Seraphine normally has. And at level 6, that's where the Ashe Seraphine can really come back into it. But if you start to fall behind and just never get back to the matchup, it's going to feel really rough. And I just feel bad that like the Jarvan into Ezreal just never feels good, really.
Yeah, I mean, I understand Jarvan priority, but as you said, contextual.
Yeah.
Like, they need to go back and look at this one for sure.
Azir going to be banned away, Mel as well. Mel banned, I feel like, I mean, it's probably not going to be the priority, but Mel does really well into like Ahri. To me, though, Annie, Aurora are the big mid laners still open and available that I'd be thinking of. Aurora going to get banned away. I think DN Super should just pick Annie here. Yeah, because normally Aurora's the answer to Annie. Gives you some extra engage. You can just explode Karma. Oh, this is...
Here we go. I mean, you've already got Karma Ezreal. You know what's really great with that? Renekton. No, I was going to say Zoe, but then they swapped it.
If they pick the Zoe, I'm so concerned for DN Supers.
Yeah. Anything with a good amount of range into Annie is generally pretty good. Hui is another one you can pick.
Okay. I mean, I think Hui fits kind of what the comp wants to do. Oh.
Or just play a Kali?
Okay. I'm less... I was very scared that BDD was going to bring out the Zoe, and we're just going to get one of those BDD games where he just kind of wins. But Akali, as much as it's a big threat to this backline, I think isn't going to have the most fun into the Annie specifically. Because now, when we look at the draft, DN Super's got pretty strong solo lane matchups. You know, the Gnar into Renekton, the Annie into the Akali. And the bot lane, as much as I was concerned about it, it's not completely unplayable in the 2v2. Like, there are some 2v2s into Ezreal Karma, you just FF, it's just over.
Yeah.
It's not completely unplayable. It's just not fun, and level 1 in particular is like the big pain point. So we'll see what Knockdown and Quantum can do, especially when they get their ults available. That's a big turning point. So I think the draft started off a bit rough, but I think DN Super's slightly salvaged it. But I'm still very concerned with like the dive threat onto the Ashe Seraphine, with the Karma Ezreal as well. If they do get momentum in lane, I feel like it's just going to be a blowout.
Yeah, and we've definitely seen that before from the favored team kind of stomping lane with a draft like this and just absolutely destroying them in the follow-up game, you know, rest of the game. We've had a lot of those 2-0s nowadays, actually. Some pretty one-sided ones, and I really hope that the DN Supers, you know, Quantum steps up, he and Duckdom get through that lane and show us some good stuff. Otherwise, this could get a bit ugly. The Akali, definitely pretty interesting here from BDD. Not what we expected. DN Supers up against KT Rolster as we hop into the rift for game 1. Game number 1, and I think we're going to find out pretty quickly if DNS are up to the task up against KT.
Yeah, this is a sort of game that could just be a blowout if one team really gets the momentum. So I'll have to see. I do honestly like DNS's team fight if they can get to that stage. That's a big if. So let's see. Notably, aiming went the cleanse, which a lot of value at level 6. Into the Ashe Seraphine, but a bit weaker in the early trading into the Ashe Seraphine, just in general, in the bot lane 2v2. And one of the things with having the cleanse available is I feel like it honestly, even after 6, it matters less for the 2v2 than it does for team fights, because they can just ult Effort. Like, after 6, you probably want to kill Effort anyway, because he's immobile, he's the easier target. You just ult him, kill him, he doesn't have cleanse, okay. But the cleanse does have that value for team fights and skirmishes, and also just generally for keeping aiming safe, so...
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting to see how they do fight that one out. In the mid lane, BDD on record as saying that he hates losing lane. He did pick Akali into Annie.
Yeah, this is not the matchup you pick if you want to win lane, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. But, as you mentioned, you know, they're going pretty heavily, especially on the top side of the map, into a lot of dive threats. A lot of, okay, we're going to stun a target, blow them up with a lot of burst. Hopefully it's the squishy backline. And Akali certainly can do that if she avoids some of the CC. Namely, well, the Annie, very reliable. But also, you know, Ashe and Seraphine and even Gnar.
Oh, missed cannon. Unfortunate.
-1.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, BDD has TP, still has that health potion, so even though his health is low, he's getting a lot of value from Second Wind, from Doran Shield. It's just the Yone style, weather the storm, and just get bullied in lane and just get to level 6 and then be a monster.
Yeah, Doran Shield pretty good at helping you do that.
Bot lane going pretty good in 2v2 so far. We haven't gotten to see much down here, but health bar is looking pretty healthy. Down potion on both people though, but considering how strong the Ezreal Karma level 1 is, I think this is okay position to be in. Pioshik has a backup from closer, so he gets to secure this scuttle as well.
Oh no! 9 health, cuz from downtown. And neither of them had smite, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's well played by Cuz, but I think for Pioshik, a little miscalculation on the damage. I think the correct, I mean, Pantheon Q Empower does so much damage. I was saying maybe you could have just waited it out. But I mean, I don't think it would have killed if he just stopped as soon as he saw him wind up, but it does a lot of damage. So maybe it would have. Either way, he gets a top scuttle. Now he's looking for a potential gank.
And Perfect immediately flashes, knows that, well, it's not worth just dying to Pioshik here. Gotta play it safe, gotta maintain my health, which is what he exactly is going to do in this lane against the Gnar.
Okay.
아니야, 나 윗게 가고 싶긴 한데.
I want to go top scuttle,
내가 먹었다, 개꿀.
but I got it. Awesome.
Yeah.
Free win.
Not gonna lie, watching the replay, I don't even think he had a chance to like hold it on the health it was on. I think Pantheon just does too much damage. Well, unlucky, I guess.
Yeah, I think trying to burst it down, but just a little bit more damage was needed there. Pretty unfortunate. And so far, I mean, this game is still very much open to both sides. We do see that BD very slightly behind, but this is kind of what you would expect. He still has TP. He's going to fall a little bit behind, and that's just kind of the way it's going to go. And should be totally fine to back and get some items.
I think
that Hextech Alternator. Tons of damage coming in here from Perfect on a Dudu. Right before Mega Gnar, too. Very nicely timed.
I think bot lane's been going pretty good, though, in return. Oh, he's staying around. I mean, he nearly has Mega, but Renekton has ult. A little scary. Yeah, Perfect finding some good pressure, and he has just been on form so far this season. But the point I was saying before was bot lane doing pretty good. Quantum and Doctam. Doctam already got the tier 2 boots, which helps with dodging those skill shots. But the fact they're pretty even in farm at this point, haven't really been pressured too much. Definitely a positive. If you get through like level 1 is where you can really just take so much harass and not really have too much recourse. But I think if you're at this point and you haven't really suffered, you're in a great spot. You're gonna get to level 6 and get access to those ultimates, which is so much more power than the Ezreal Karma has.
Closure just gave the Tibbers away. It was about to expire, it looked like, but wasn't able to pull it back on time and just kind of sent it into BDD.
I feel like some players don't know that you get gold for killing it.
It kind of does look like that, doesn't it?
Yeah. Like, not a small amount of gold either.
Yeah. It's like almost a cannon minion. Gotta be careful with that. But yeah. The Prime was there on the bottom side, but Pioshik was right nearby, so they just pull off of the Drake. Elect not to do it just yet. KT, that is.
Yeah. Playing it safe, playing it respectful. Now... Oh.
It's nice trading, regardless, from Effort getting on in there, using that heal, and just really trying to exert as much pressure as possible as aiming hits level 6 as well.
Yeah, Doctam not too far away from his, a little bit longer for Quantum. That's the point where it gets scary for KT, particularly for Effort, if he's the focus target. Looks like they're trying to move down now, though, before those ults are available. BDD's making a beeline.
Oh, the flash in from Effort. He wants to kill DuckDom, in so much trouble. Although the shield's pretty good. BDD, though, he lands and gets on in there. Immediately gets rooted, looking for the kill, and a Quantum not quite going to get it. But it's just a kill that Quantum gets. And a nice chunk of gold for BDD.
Yeah, honestly, all things considered, I think Quantum playing it pretty well. I was convinced they were just going to lose 2 of them at that point. You know, getting the kill back in return. Obviously not on, I mean, gold on Seraphine's not terrible, to be honest. But Effort goes in, the early heal to give them distance. DuckDom doesn't get rooted there, which is an important factor. It just breaks the tether slightly. And then that route there from Quantum was key at sort of keeping BDD under the tower for some extra time. He ends up just going in. I think he maybe sensed that he wasn't getting out of this one, and it was quicker to die quickly and give the kill over to Seraphine rather than everyone else. Pyosik was actually moving down toward him, so... But either way, it's 1 for 1. We do see that DuckDom missed a bit of farm, and obviously them being down sums is a bit of a weakness. But does have that Ash Arrow and the Seraphine ult available.
Yeah, so we'll see if those tables actually do get turned in terms of the level 6 spike here for DuckDom and Quantum. They're just going to start this Drake. And we had Cuz backing, but now he's coming along here.
Oh, Perfect's walked down, by the way. So...
yeah, they're going to back off of this Drake real quick when they see Perfect.
Yeah, no sums on the bot lane in that position is so risky. Yoshi could go for a steal, but it looks like he's not even bothered. I think that's the right call. You give Dudu some alone time with the turret. It's just Fierce Dragon. Second Dragon's Hextech as well, so you're feeling even better about the decision since you know it's not going to be a Hextech soul. But I think DNS making a pretty good decision just to back off and live to fight another day.
Yeah, it's definitely the right call. We've seen a lot of different teams just kind of face plant in that position where it's like they've made the decision and they're going to follow through on it, even though it's not the right call. And it comes back to bite them. But so far, it's just a kill apiece after BDD went down to the bottom lane. And he fell a bit behind on CS, but he's ahead on gold after picking up the first blood. Still going to be feeling pretty good about that. You do want to get your Akali somewhat snowballed.
Yeah, do see Yoshi moving over towards the grubs, but is on vision. ED's pretty low already, though. This is not the easiest 3v3 for KT to fight on the top side of the map. Looks like Yoshik's just going to take one grub and be happy with it. Effa has no flash now in this lane, so puts him in kind of a scary position. The big thing with playing into Karma in the 2v2 is if she burns her Mantra, that's when she's like really vulnerable, because Mantra W does so much self-healing. Okay, an arrow even for BDD, but Mantra W does so much self-healing, especially because there's no ignites in very often in pro play.
Yeah.
If you Mantra W when they all in you, it can buy so much time. So if Effort throws out a Mantra Q and then walks up, I feel like DNS honestly could just chain ults and kill him. Like the CC duration is really long.
Yeah, you can tell he's definitely being a bit less aggressive. Before level 6, he was getting in there. He was trying to go for aggressive tethers, looking for opportunistic Qs on people, but instead now he's just kind of sitting back. And that's definitely the right call, especially without his flash. Not the highest action game, but KT still enjoying a pretty decent lead with their Ezreal so far ahead. The Gold King aiming, sitting on a nice chunk of change.
It's a great spot to be going into the mid game as an Ezreal to have a lead like this. Especially when you're getting 1 and 2 items, big spikes for them. Just have that Triforce completed now, so... You know, I'm talking about them being able to focus Effort. Effort's flash is coming back up. Aiming now with the Triforce is a much bigger threat. I think maybe DNS not finding the window to force something with those ults have to be a bit respectful.
Perfect clears these waves so quickly that even if he proxies here and Pyosik's there, it's like not even a guarantee that they can really lock him down, especially based on the Gnar timing and all that. So he's just aggressively trying to push this lead he has in the top lane as much as possible.
Yeah, we've seen Perfect doing a lot of this when he has when he has Prio on the top lane, moving towards mid to try and put pressure down. But now DNS bot lane under fire.
Though. Like the True Shot Barrage missed, the Mystic Shot from aiming, the Spear even didn't do much. So they're just like, yeah, you know what? Never mind. Let's just go for closer instead. He does have flash. He is going to utilize it, plus the proto belt, the rocket belt. And he does get out of dodge that way.
They finished development. It's not proto anymore.
Yes. Duckdom's getting in there, but at the end of the day, effort's right here. So he's going to take a ton of damage. Metrocue to the face, goes for the barrier, but there's the Tarm, and Pilching is here. Effort's going to flash out. A very close affair down in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I think DNS bot lane just going a little over-aggressive, trying to force into Aiming's firing line when he has that Triforce. Very dangerous, and with him having the cleanse as well, all summons being available, you can't really rely too heavily on your ultimates bailing you out of the problem.
That was slick.
Yeah, able to pick up the plate for himself, but yeah, bot lane issue's not really being alleviated here.
Okay, so Perfect is going to attempt to get out. There's no Cataclysm, remember. He used it on the bottom side, and now we're going to have this nicely placed disengage cone, which Dudu very nicely is going to hit.
Yeah, Dudu actually honestly misplayed there. He went for the third auto onto Perfect instead of autoing the blast cone, and then by the time his next auto was ready, he'd move to the other side to get away. If he'd knocked him back, I mean, at minimum, he could have gotten his flash. It feels kind of bad that he actually committed his own flash and didn't get it.
Yeah, definitely a bit of an issue. You saw him on the camera as not feeling or looking too happy with that play. And yeah, now you're down a flash against a very strong Renekton. Dudu is ahead on gold, but Renekton can always be a big threat. We do have the Hextech Drake live. It looks like KT have already set up some nice vision around there, although there is a ward from DNS on that objective.
Play picked up. Crocodile slammed into the turret. Duckdom now has the face time completed, but again, no flash on the Ashe, no flash on the Annie. Does put DNS's teamfight into a little bit of a vulnerable position if they want to set up this dragon. Instead, it looks like they're trying to focus top lane and just give up the second dragon.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you get a decent amount of gold from this, but look at the bot lane at the same time. They're trying to go for the dive here on a Perfect, who does not have his Dominus and is already taken a bunch of damage, but no kill to come through, and no dive, no full commit, and that's going to be first turret here to Aiming down in the bottom lane, plus a bonus second Drake for KT, and it's Infernal Soul. It's perfect, just clearing the wave. He should be okay.
I really find it weird that they didn't commit more onto Perfect when he was like under tower. They still had the Seraphine ult available. Dudu could have cut him off when he was low in HP. And now they're in trouble.
Yeah, Duckdom does not have flash. He's just dead. And so is Quantum. And that play, very confusing. And KT, they're just like, okay, what are you doing? We're just going to shut that down immediately.
Yeah, I think for DNS, if you're going to make a swap like that, if you're going to give up Dragon and go for that top lane play, you have to commit. You have to make that work. You have to kill Perfect to get the tower. Instead, it felt like they were kind of hesitant with how much they wanted to put into it. And I think it just kind of bit them in the backside. And now KT should just be able to pick up objective after objective after objective, chaining them together. You can see Pioshik doesn't want to contest it.
Yeah. Remember when we were talking about the draft and, well, Pioshik's considering it, but he's not going to do it. And we were talking about how if a snowball begins, either of these teams could really take off. Well, KT has the snowball beginning, and this is kind of where it's tipped off the edge.
Quantum even cancels his recall to try and help his AD carry. So he just dies too. Pretty unfortunate.
Yes, brave, but not gold positive.
Second kill for BDD as well.
Duckdom is taking so much damage. He's just trying to exist in the mid lane. A little bit too close to the sun, apparently, as the charm comes in. And Cuz says, all right, that's good enough for me. All I had to do is press my stun.
Aiming is level 11, by the way, and Duckdom's not even level 10 yet. He's like a full level and a half above him. This is not good.
Yeah. And, you know, our spacers, I think, are going to have a really easy time breaking this game down. You know, if they bring out the first highlight, it might just be that weird macro decision that got KT so far ahead. Just the extra 2 bonus kills on top of it all. Just like straight into the pockets of BDD and Cuz. Those are the 2 people you do not want to have gold. I guess Aiming as well, but At this point, now they're going to just drop the Rift Heralds. Pretty early on, actually, not going to wait for the Drake. Just going to drop it in there, an effort he's going to respect with the flash. He says, nope, not taking any chances here. As the root comes down on the Tibbers, but it doesn't look like they're getting anything there. As BDD also getting a turret in top.
And a 9 farm as well.
What aren't they getting?
They didn't get the mid tower yet.
Yeah.
Yet. But it's looking pretty good for KT. This one, I mean, we've had more explosive KT games. This one just feels like DNS bleeding out over time. And at some point, they have to make something happen. Whether it's a pick or trying to set up for one of these dragon fights. You know, with there being Infernal Soul as well. Infernal Soul with an Ezreal who's this far ahead.
Ezreal and Akali are like two of the users that use it so well, like the individual Drakes, because they can utilize both sides of the damage. And it just feels so obnoxious when they actually get the soul for that extra burst. And yeah, they didn't get the tier 1 yet, but now they're going to get it. As aiming steps up.
I guess they are just getting everything. Well, a minute 15 until next dragon. How are they going to fight it? No, I'm asking you, Brendan, how?
I mean, there's still a way for them to be proactive, right? They still do have a lot of tools in their toolkit. We just haven't seen them use any of them, you know?
Yeah,
like they haven't...
Wheels in their wheelhouse.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I was going to say the same exact thing. Wow. Like, you have an Ash Arrow, you have Seraphino, you have an Annie with Flash, right? Like, there are so many ways for them to press buttons and try to attack someone, right? It's not like you're sitting back and it's a Zero Shin Jiao and you're playing, like, the slow game.
Here's my concern. There is flashes on Cuz BDD and aiming. Aiming even has cleanse.
He utilized the walk to the right strategy as well.
The Ash Arrow, I don't know where it's gone. You know, it's left the game. It's in Valorant now.
Yeah. We've actually solved that one before. Duck Dom trying to step up to aiming. Got to be careful.
Like
they actually they orbit Summoner's Rift.
Oh, okay. There must be a lot out there now.
There are.
Effort's like the easiest target to kill, but if you blow everything on effort, I think you'd still lose the fight. So it's not looking too promising. They're just not contesting the dragon. Okay, this is a strategy.
That is something you can do.
Yeah, this is an option teams have.
Yeah, going way back to the Jin Air days, this is something I actually like to call the Jin Air because they did it the best, where it's like you get ever so slightly behind and then you do absolutely nothing and you lose the game. It's like a very passive way of losing where you're not confident to actually make anything happen proactively. And I don't blame them too much because, you know, it's against KT and they are very far behind. It's not easy. It's not what I mean. It's just that they're just not really doing anything. So it's one of the ways to lose. It's the opposite of what BNK Fear X do, where it's like, we're very far behind. Let's just fight them again and see what happens.
Yeah.
Over and over. And sometimes they come back that way. Most of the time, though, they lose a big fight at 19 minutes and lose very quickly.
Yeah, I do think the wait forever and do nothing strategy probably works worse than the try fight our way back into it.
Yeah.
There's a balanced strategy somewhere between those two.
That's what most teams do.
Wait for the right moment. Wow, really?
Yeah.
Wait for the right moment to fight?
Somewhere in between Fear X and Jin Air, there's equilibrium, which most of our teams have figured out.
Well, aiming's on his 2-item spike with red and blue buff. You know, it is just him having the biggest goal lead, having both buffs. It's just the aiming way.
He's not missing a single minion. He's just there. He's making sure he gets all the golds.
I'm surprised he doesn't ask Cuz to set camps up for him so he can just Mystic Shot to finish them off. Like, start the Raptors for me, and then I'll walk over, queue them, or get them low and I'll ult them, you know, to finish the camps off.
Yeah.
Instead, just decides to do a third of Doc Dam's HP.
Back in the day, you could just ult things and do bajillion damage to them, clear entire waves. It was really broken. And Ezreal is still, like, bannable in today's meta in 2026. They're just kind of sitting here dying to Ezreal.
Oh, you know, it looked like Pioshik wanted to engage, and then he remembered he's playing Jarvan into Ezreal.
Yeah, you know, we did talk about that in the draft. That was the moment where my brain immediately, like a switch flipped, and I was like, oh, okay, so it's going to be this kind of game. Like, that was the beginning. Keep in mind, he has cleanse.
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything. At least they would have gotten the cleanse, okay?
Yeah.
At least that would have been something. He's arcane shifting aggressively. That's how unafraid he is. And everyone, okay, this is one of the things I think with the slow strategy. So when you're behind, if you go for your aggressive play and the enemy team has all their flashes, they will just flash out of your engage and then kill you with the goal difference.
Yeah.
So if you don't do anything for the whole game and then wait until the Infernal Soul fight when they have all summoners up,
Endless Hunger,
you're just going to lose.
Yeah.
So that is kind of the benefit of forcing smaller fights to burn summoners. Like if they actually forced summoners from aiming, maybe they have a chance in this next fight. Even if it puts them a little bit further behind, like how much difference is like 600, 700 gold making compared to actually being able to kill aiming and wiping off the map? Because with both sums up, I just don't think he dies.
Well, Closer has TP. We'll see if he elects to also die with Dudu. Dudu does have Flash and Gnar and Hop, so maybe he actually does get away. BDD trying to stop that, but actually does have to Flash.
You know what? I was talking about how there hadn't been anyone's summoners, and BD's like, you can have mine.
Yeah.
His little freebie.
Effort 2, he's like, how about a heal? Why not?
Yeah. Didn't Mantra W for the longer route on the Gnar? Instead W'd into Mantra Q. I don't know if it would have killed him, but I think that would have been the slightly more setup for your Ezreal to do the damage.
Yeah. I think if he holds him in place for even a little bit longer, could have worked. He got Mikhail's Ox.
Yeah.
Oh no.
You know what, aiming, you can burn cleanse. It's fine now. There's a Mikhail's to back you up.
This reminds me of the old days when it used to be Ruler and Core JJ just playing Ezreal Tom Kench. And they would just sit in mid and Ruler would just do literally whatever he wanted because there was no killing them. There was always the Tom Kench right there. He could E forward, he could flash in and be totally fine.
Right now, aiming is just kind of doing what he wants and playing if Ezreal and just spamming Qs. So, okay, 15 seconds until Dragon. Now should be the point where they fight. Aiming does recall kind of late, to be fair. So maybe this is their window. OTP coming in. Unsurprisingly, KT are wanting to contest this Dragon.
Makes sense.
Yeah. DNS, though, are trying to stack up Dudu's Narbar and get him over. Oh, look at this flank from BDD.
Well, BDD doesn't have Flash at least. We'll see if that helps. Stuck down a huge chunk into him. And BDD just going to go into the Shroud and attempt to run away. Dudu is still on the chase as everybody else on the bottom side is taking poke.
I think KT can just go back to Dragon after forcing them away there.
There is a ward on it, at least. I mean, you got to fight, right? You got to do something.
Damage.
And you got to push through the Ezreal, unfortunately. Pioshik's almost dead. And now over the top, in goes the Renekton. And Closer actually does get away for just a little bit of time until Perfect decides, I'm not going to be stunned anymore. I'm just going to press all my buttons. They get 3 of them essentially for free. Some lower health bars, but it's kind of a done deal in this one, guys, as KT will take the Infernal Soul.
Yeah, Pioshik's going to go solo Baron. No, perhaps not.
Hey, effort! 3,000 assists.
Congratulations. And nice to get such a dominant team fight on the back of it. You know, last series we had Keen get 2,000 kills and a team fight loss. But KT kind of crushing this one now, having Infernal Soul. This Ezreal, like, look at that damage on a Quantum. You add Infernal Soul to that.
Hear this, like,
yeah.
That was 2 Qs.
And they just can't engage onto him. Like, aiming's arcane shifting in, he gets ulted, he just cleanses it. There's nothing they can do in this situation. There's no response, there's nothing they can do to really challenge aiming, and he is just doing so much damage. Eventually, the fight starts because KT wanted to start. They're like, oh, our Ezreal has done enough damage that we can just roll over them.
Yeah.
Now, aiming has a Spirit Shojin as well, so I thought before he was playing AF Ezreal. Now he's really playing AF Ezreal. 4 items already. When everyone on DNS, like the most is 2, 2.5 at best. So, ow.
Yeah, Quantum's dead. There it is. The Q comes in.
Yeah.
That's the end of the Seraphine.
I think the game was over before this, but I think this is the signal.
Now they're just kind of making them look silly as DNS just melt like butter. And Kosik's like, man, you know, I haven't died yet on the Jarvan at least. I say, as aiming flashes in to kill him.
No intact KDAs in my game.
Yeah. More gold for me. Thank you. 6,000 gold lead, yes.
Yeah. Well, this will be a pretty easy end to the game for KT. Not quite a perfect game. There was that one kill. There was that one grub, which is debatable whether that counts. Oh my god, that damage. But it wasn't far away from a perfect game.
Wait, give the kill to aiming. He needs more gold. All right, well, they're actually going to dive him. No, I don't think you should, honestly, as there goes the Nexus. KT just absolutely wiped the floor with them.
This game felt like how a first place versus 10th place game should be, if we're being honest. That was crushing, and I think part of the issue is that this is always going to be pretty one-sided, but when you're playing in an uphill battle against a stronger team, you have to find edges, and one of the big ways to get an edge is in the draft. And I think picking Jarvan, giving over the Ezreal Karma, and your response is, oh, we have Jarvan to Cataclysm the Ezreal, I just don't think that was ever going to work. Aiming got to play the freest game of his life, and he absolutely crushed it. He dominated in that one, so... I mean, we're going to see the damage is going to be absurd, yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think the only reason he didn't do more was they just didn't last long enough for him to...
died too quickly.
Yeah, but it's a pretty massive disparity, and I think DNS, this is a long way from challenging KT, and as much as this was always going to be an uphill battle to win this series, I'm hoping for Game 2 they just bring a bit more, and we at least see them put up a bit more for fight.
I surely hope so, Ox. We're going to have to wait and see as we head to a break after Game 1.
나르 어딨냐? 나르
스탄 넣을게 그냥 오면 스탄 넣을게
나르 노플이야 나르 노플
형 이거 가인에 차 믿어 와봐 그대로 한 라인만 내가 놀게
나 미칼도 있어?
나 스트라 있어
나랑 놀던가 형
끝날 듯 그냥 오면 스탄 넣을게 그냥 무시하고 해도 되겠다 아마 안 죽을 듯
끝내자
야 세라핀도 잡다 상황 나 스킬
필드 2초 뭐 잡게?
아니 나도 딜량 좀 한번 올려보게
가능해?
야나 잡았어 천천히 해봐
잡았어? 형 와봐 어시죠 그럼 어시죠 형
내가 간다 예스 오케이 예스 굿 야 세라핀 가자 안돼
와 뭐야?
하면 죽어 그냥
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide.
We laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
Every sky's a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the stone.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to The Space. Degon alongside Wolf and Wadid. And everyone at home, you can play along too. It's time for a unique episode of Degon's Fact of Saturday. Why did we change the logo? Okay, I guess it's this one. That's right. Y'all at home.
I'm in. I'm ready.
You ready?
What do you got for me?
You all ready?
Right.
Let's get
What
some
is it?
music, get some liveliness in here. Because after that one, here's your quick fact. It's a question. Did you know that both teams have played with 3 supports? A tough one. Yes or no?
I'm gonna go with. Yeah, I think I did know that. I'm pretty sure I knew that. Yeah, I'm gonna go with yes. I'm gonna go with yes. I knew that.
I'm gonna say yes as well.
Yes.
Oh,
What is the answer? That's right. Yes, that's true. Effort, Ghost, and Palu for KT roster. Quantum Life and Ando with Quantum joining today's match. And that is basically what we learned from this series. We
Triple
learned that.
support, third support to join the team is unlike the others so far. In that Effort has found a lot of success, hasn't been subbed out since he was played. He started LCK 2026. Quantum's coming in a little late. He's been the 3rd one to be played this season. Ghost and Paulo haven't seen playtime here in the LCK. And Quantum, look, I know he likes his Seraphine. For those who don't know, he played Seraphine as AD carry in the Fasting Senna meta quite often. Actually, he's really good at it. However, they were playing into the Karma lane.
Yeah.
They tried to get this bottom lane with the Karma lane open. And I think maybe even Ghost or Palu probably would have gotten the prio. I don't know if this was an Effort game, but I'm sorry. Let me restart my.
Yeah, you need to reboot what did.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, no. Sometimes you got to reboot. It locks up sometimes.
It's like I didn't expect that this is correct, man. Like, wow. Thanks for the information.
That's correct. You know, we here in Global are always trying to scour the games for you at home to figure out what happened, and that was what we learned. We learned that Quantum got to play and join the roster for DNS, and that was basically all.
I mean, look, this is my only thing here is like, you let Quantum play, that's fine. I think Quantum's really good, actually. I think he deserves another chance. Don't like put him in this position where he's playing into the Karma lane.
Yeah.
Like, if you're gonna, come on. Like,
did anything like? Did they have a single chance in this game, by the way?
That's something about challengers. They're like, now you got to play against the #1 LCK team, and also you're gonna play into Karma.
Like, seriously, it was so hard to get the highlight from this game because nothing they can actually do it like in this game, especially. Like, we're gonna see the highlight one, but it's like.
Oh yeah, we did have a clip. That's right.
Yeah,
there was a clip.
do
There
have
was
a
one.
clip.
This
But it's like
this is it.
That time you almost got perfect, but didn't have any vision around the river.
But you
and
should-
There's
you-
a Pantheon on the other side.
Already 3,000 gold down.
I mean,
Perfect's coming at us, so that's a bad sign. I think that's a bad sign.
they have no sums. They did the Drake, yes, but they have the Pantheon.
Quantum also, like, he actually aimed well on that. The Seraphine is just too, like, the skill shot's too slow. Like, it's not his fault, but.
So for me, it's just like so weird to have him like this. As you mentioned, I think playing the worst matchup with the champions, and also like in game, I didn't feel anything like going correctly for the DNS because they just couldn't do it because they couldn't win the laning matchup.
Sometimes we see teams put players in because they're like, okay, this matchup, it should be a winnable one for us. Like, it's so easy, we can risk it with a sub and see what happens. Like the Daystar opening game.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then sometimes you have a matchup where you're like, okay, this is unwinnable. So like, let's see how he does. Like, we were probably going to lose anyways. Maybe that's the thought process here for the DN Supers who've been losing a lot, but I think Quantum comes in with his new haircut, man. He's looking brilliant. I think this guy's super good. His facial expression here shows he's probably not super happy with the experience he had in game 1. Please give him a better lane. Like, let's actually find out what this guy's made of.
And also, my second question is that meta shifted to the second pick in the game 2, but DNS picked the first pick in the right of the first selection. So I wonder what is their plan coming into this game 2, because we mentioned that they should have the better matchup, but I think being on a first pick is not a thing right now because you have to blind pick, so that makes you in a rough position coming into the matchup in the laning phase. So I just wonder what they're thinking right now coming into the draft.
Well, uniquely, again, we got to see Karma get played through here. So one of the Fearless bands is gone. Maybe they're thinking, okay, we'll get either a Rise with no Anivia up or a Rumble. I don't know. I'm just grasping at straws here. I'm grasping at straws.
I want to see one of these picks, right? I want to see Quantum Bard, Quantum Nico, or maybe, in the niche case, Quantum Nami. Give me a winning lane.
So yes to that. Like, if you are the DN Automotive Supers and you're putting Quantum in here, trying to follow the KT game plan where you already have 2 supports, you try another one, now you found the guy you stuck with, you have to at least not throw it away in the draft to give him an opportunity to show what the team looks like when they're not playing so far from behind.
And maybe it's not Quantum who we should focus on. Maybe it's Pyoshik we need to like pop up, because I feel like Pyoshik now, he's not really trying to like do something in the earlier phase of the game, because when he was playing good, he was level 3 ganking bot lane. He was trading the sides. He was invading the jungle. Maybe he lost his confidence because of what the laners are doing right now, but I think he should keep that up. Like, maybe it looks like Pyoshik is inting some games, but like he gotta pull the trigger. He gotta just do it, you know?
I think KT has played like the almost exact opposite style of Hanwha a lot of this tournament, where they play a very slow early game. They don't overextend. They don't try to get lanes ahead by ganks. They just kind of play a little bit slow and natural. Cuz will find an opportunity if he gets one, but then they just take explosive, incredible skirmishes. Their team fights and scraps are out of control good, and it makes it so difficult to play against KT because you don't know the moment you're about to mess up, because they will punish you so hard. Like what we saw there in the top lane with Dudu. He's like, oh, I think I almost had something here with Quantum roaming up, and it's like, oh, you just lost the game, actually. They're all there. The Pantheon Pantheon shows up. It's tough if you're DNS here, frankly. I mean, they might be the weakest team in the LCK right now. KT's #1.
Yeah, and KT look the part. If you're a KT roster fan, and I said this earlier when they, I think, played Bro, you want to see them control games from start to finish and close it on out like a #1 seed is supposed to. Let's see if they're able to do that for game number 2.
Thank you so much, Spacers. Fantastic job getting through an unanalyzable game number 1. Showed the one clip, as I mentioned during the cast, like that's the one clip. And also, yeah, I love the point about KT, you know, where they're the first place team. They should be closing out every match cleanly. It shouldn't be like, oh, we're happy gaming, we're happy feeding, we don't respect this team, etc. No, they're playing really, really solid, even up against DNS, and that's good to see.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that has also surprised people the most. It's still going. They're still, respecting their opponents, playing well. Oh.
Okay, I guess.
Congratulations.
I think, yeah.
Yeah,
congratulations.
The graphic we had at the start of the day said he was on like 380.
380, yeah.
He played 20 games in the last game? That's crazy.
Well, 19, I guess. Right? And then this is number 400.
Oh, true. Maybe each one counts for 10.
Maybe it felt like 19 games. The way that one went. Yeah, I think it was just a little mistake somewhere along the way. But he hit 400. Congratulations to Closer.
Yeah, this is a huge achievement. Obviously, our reactions are because the graphic earlier confused us quite a bit. But a fantastic achievement for him. Hopefully, he's going to be able to win his 400th game and bounce back in this series.
All right, we got to start with the draft because the draft from game 1, I feel like teams that are struggling really, they come in with a specific idea and they don't pay attention to what their opponents are doing sometimes. I think that happened a little bit in game 1 where they're like, oh, we're just giving them Karma Ezreal. For what? For our Jarvan? Oh, but this is what we practiced. They need to just do a solid across-the-board draft, not their own thing.
Yeah. Seen some of the bans. I mean, Varus, Rumble, obviously high priority. It seemed like KT were really gearing up to try and get the hands on the Jace with the Yorick ban, but obviously other stuff was prior in the first 3 last draft, so he did end up getting banned in the second rotation. DN Supers will just take it away early on. Orianna, Ryze were 2 of the picks that were still, and Nautilus, I think, was some of the big picks that were banned away last time around. They go for the Xin Zhao ban here, though. A lot of these mid lane picks available. Annie, Akali. I mean, Annie's definitely been higher prio, but when we think of like the ban level and first pick level mids, Annie normally doesn't become a first pick until like game 2 or game 3 at the moment. So, what to KT ban, and what is BDD going to get his Hands on? Closer as well. There's Azir, there's Ryze.
Listen.
There's Orianna.
I think that's a good ban, honestly.
I think
against Pioshik.
Yeah, it is. But I think Dudu kind of has to take Orianna here.
Yeah.
Well, not Dudu, but he's the one picking. DNS has to take Orianna here. And I wonder for KT, because they specifically banned the Lee Sin and not like the Nocturne. Are they going to pick away the Nocturne?
You could play like Aurora Nocturne, or you could pick up Nico Nocturne here. I think there's definitely a lot of good stuff that goes with the Nocturne.
Yeah.
Probably a good idea to take it away. Ryze Nocturne
has a lot of global pressure, not exactly the combo we typically see. But I think BDD thinking about the lane matchup. When he played this matchup specifically early in the season against Faker, he was really dominant. So he feels confident playing this 1v1. Now, I imagine if you want to deny the Orianna Nocturne, you're picking it here. It'd be interesting to see if they go in a different direction, though. But no, they will just be denying it. I think especially when you have a Ryze, because playing in a mobile champion into that, it's just guaranteed that they're going to connect the combo onto you.
The Lee Sin ban, respect towards Pioshik. The Nocturne pick, respect towards, Orianna Nocturne and DNS's ability to play it.
Yeah, so... Yunara just going to come in. Yunara Lulu with the Orianna as well. A lot of shield, a lot of protection for this hyper carry. And not much opportunity for KT to respond. They only have one pick before bans come through, which is difficult because so often you see those combos like Corki Nami. You can't pick them both. You pick one, the other one's going to get banned away. Bard, you know, as you suggested, is potential, but instead they're going to go for the Nautilus, something we saw banned last game. No, they're changing their mind.
I think both of them are good.
I think there's reasons for both.
Yeah.
Okay, so a lot of potential to get things done on the map with these 3 picks. Not super amazing lockdown for the Yunara yet, though. I think that's what the Nautilus would offer over this. And obviously the Nocturne can dive on here and then eventually get the Fear going, but you can disengage as the Yunara before it connects. Rise, again, his CC is a bit conditional and not the longest range, so ultimately, I think a strong core for the DN Super so far. The Neferi banned away from Pioshik, you know, a pick he has absolutely popped off on. Some of the biggest wins this year have been with him on that champion.
It's OP Rumble and a bunch of Pioshik champions. That's what they're banning. It's like, these are the only problems we have to deal with the second pick. And I don't think they're wrong, to be honest. I'm not sure what else you would ban here.
Like this Vi or Wukong are kind of the junglers that are left available, that are like in the meta, that can kind of set up the Orianna well. They take out the Wukong. There is still the Vi left available in theory, so maybe Pioshik just picks that one up. Vayne going to come out as a ban away from Perfect. I imagine it's just going to be an AD carry pickup. They're going to leave that counter pick, so I think the Vayne ban makes sense. You could, we know Jim Bard is very popular, so could just go that, and it looks like they will, especially with the setup from the Nocturne as well. You can just open up on the enemy team, and Pioshik is just going to go Vi. Top lane for Dudu, you know, does he just pick a tank? I think you can in this draft. I think you have the DPS, just a bit more frontline, I think would go a long way. Dusante is a classic.
I think it's the right call.
Yeah.
It's one of the only blinds that you'll have at this point as well, because, you know, Renekton and Gnar were picked, and Jace is banned, so not a lot of choices as we're thinking about Teemo, but I think Gwen.
That's just efforts, Hovers. I think Gwen, you know, an extra threat, especially because you don't have the highest DPS AD carry. Toying with some other options. The Henna pick we've seen kind of fall out of favor a little bit, but still played here and there. Obviously, a big threat that has to be dealt with can kind of dive in together, and if you stack up that passive, just creates so much space. But honestly, I feel like DN Supers came out a lot better in this draft. You know,
well, not too difficult, to be honest.
Yeah.
After the last game, jeez.
You know, I think there is some comfort with like the Ksante for Dudu, but their composition is pretty straightforward. You know, you have the hyper carry with a lot of shielding, you have the form of engage, you have frontline. It's pretty solid all round. The only concern maybe is that bot lane matchup in the Jim Bard, a little bit weak, but I think honestly if they lose this, it's going to be more down to execution than anything, which to be fair, even in the last game we weren't big fans of the draft. For a game to be lost that heavily, it's more than just a draft, it's draft and execution. So they've done the first step in this game. We'll see if they can follow up when we get on the Rift.
It's got to be better than game one. You know, it's hard to get worse than that one, so at least you can use that as a stepping stone for the next game. The DN Supers, as you already mentioned, a workable draft this time around, and definitely a decent, good go button with the Vi as well. KT Rolster up against DN Supers for game 2.
Wait, that didn't root?
How did that not root?
That was so weird. We were in the middle of the fan chance and we jumped into it. I was like, oh, he's rooted. And then he just didn't get rooted.
Maybe it had been too long since the last damage?
It's
Didn't
really
look
hard
like
to
that.
like just
really
tune
hard,
straight into
yeah.
it, so it's hard for us to know. But well, I mean, good for DNS. I thought they were about to lose a flash on their mid laner going into lane, and fortunately, they are okay.
I think perfect with a good choice here. You know, another threat, especially when you've got the Jin. It's going to feel nice.
So that wasn't great from Dokdam. Normally the barrier you can use to trade the tempo trades, that's fine, but he did kind of just walk into the stun and then the root. Effort landing some pretty consistent stuns here.
Yeah, level 2 though is going to be hit by Dokdam and Quantum. To this day, I still want to say Dokdam and Peter, or Dokdam and Kellen rather. That's like the first thing that comes to my mind whenever I say Dokdam.
And yet you said Dokdam and Peter.
Yeah, because I was thinking about like, you know, the other options that we've seen.
Nocturne is behind.
Nocturne is level 3. Level 3 gank in the bottom lane. And Dokdam says, well, I tried my best, but I'm dead. First blood goes over to Eaming.
Well, that's not great for Dokdam, for DNS as a whole. Not the start you want. Level 3 Nocturne gank, not the most common thing, but finds a window to loop round there.
He saw the blue and then came immediately down.
Yeah, I mean, he was so far behind them, it just felt a bit inescapable. Unlike this situation, which feels very escapable.
Yes, just walk to the right. And now Cuz just saw Pyosik in mid, so he says, okay, now I think I can defend my blue, which may have been gone before if I didn't see the vibe, but now I know he doesn't have it, so I can come over here and defend it.
Okay, so Pyosik really just not getting much out of this. You know, the gank goes bot, you hope to get something on the rest of the map, either steal camps or get a kill, and in the end, you've lost out. Not only did you lose your camps, but you didn't manage to make a counterplay, so...
Uh-oh. Yeah, dude is gonna flash. Perfect. Not gonna go for it. Says, I'll take the flash, thank you.
Yep, patient with it, is wary of cooldowns, and ends up not overstepping, but having a flash advantage is great position already to be in. And it feels like it's still early, but this game is starting to slip away from the DN Supers.
Yeah. So Cuz he took the blue, and now he's coming down to the Raptors just to find that they will be gone. So he knows that Pyosik went from Scuttle to his Raptors, and now towards the second Scuttle, rather than taking the 2 Scuttles immediately.
Oh, it's so scary now. I mean, at least it didn't burn flashes, but if you start to push up again in this lane, you know Bard's just going to set up a portal for a gank. And that's the thing with Bard Jin, it's so easy to like facilitate a jungler going in for a gank.
So we have an explanation about the Jin W not rooting. He didn't have his W rooted when the damage was done. So it didn't...
He didn't have his W leveled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that what I...
You said that he didn't have his W rooted.
Oh, leveled.
Yeah, it didn't have his W leveled until after the damage came in, so it didn't give the root marker on Jin. That makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
So if it skilled the W a little bit sooner, would have gotten the root off. But I guess it was one of those situations where it was like, hey, you can W. So he skilled it, W'd, and then it was already too late, though. Had to be there for the initial damage. So,
yeah.
Okay, thank you, production, for letting us know.
There was a shield after the fact. I had seen that he had taken damage, and then there was a shield. So I thought, okay, there was damage done. He should have been rooted. But actually, maybe there was extra damage later after the W was leveled. But at that point...
I think he might just leveled into shoot instantly.
Yeah. Either way, that is why there was an over. So we have the explanation.
It's nice to know. That was going to haunt me.
Unexplained mysteries.
Okay, Pyosik just going to bully out Effort a little bit. I mean, all in all, even though the lane started a little bit rough with the gank, they're not doing too bad. Dokdam bought a Cull, he's kept up in CS. He's going to be okay. Shielded through all that damage. And honestly, aiming Effort's struggling in the 2v2 right now.
Yeah, I think effort going that aggressive and then finding himself face to face with a jungler as well didn't help in that facet.
No, it did not.
They'll just back and they'll get the magical journey along the wall and not really miss anything, so it's not the end of the world. As now we have an all-out here. Perfect is going to stack that passive. He's continued to go in onto Dudu as there is the Grim Deliverance, and now Dudu is in a bit of trouble as still not able to get him into it as Perfect flashes the damage and takes him out in a solo kill.
That's another solo kill. Perfect was already leading, but another one under his belt. What a split this player has had. Dudu on his signature pick at this point, trying to find the all-in. And I think it was a bit ambitious, right? Because if you don't kill him in time before he stacks the passive, you're going to have to kill him twice. But the end result is, especially with flash disadvantage, just wasn't able to find the damage, wasn't able to even proc the passive, and Perfect comes out ahead.
Yeah, that's the biggest issue, that Perfect just avoids all the damage, so he continues doing his own damage.
He's just already so close to having the passive ready, and then also has ult to be able to buy some time, get some healing.
We got a fight in mid. They actually paranoid in onto this one. Pyoshik, he ults in and gets the flash out of BDD, so a nice little follow-up there.
Yeah, a lot of ults burnt there. Shockwave and the Vi ult, so bit of an attempt on BDD's life. He's able to get away from that one. A defensive Nocturne ult to keep him alive. But it's still very positive for KT as of now, even though we have the Rise down Summoner Spells.
We're kind of skirmishing again up there in the top lane. There is no all-out this time. And Perfect, he's got a big wave on him, so he's just kind of holding on to it, actually. He's continuously taking these trades, might as well, after you just got a solo kill. They're going in onto aiming, he gets polymorphed, and the ult comes through from Duck Dom, but it's not quite enough damage, and now aiming gets the root and opens up the curtains, and a flash has to be used just to get Duck Dom out, and the third shot hits Quantum into a flash, and that was so close.
That was so close. Aiming was waiting for some setup to give him that fourth shot.
Yeah,
in the end,
that really well.
The flash comes through from Quantum. One of the dangers playing into Jhin, if you get low going aggressive, but he gets out, he can just turn it around. Pyoshik's in the vicinity, but they opt to not go for the dive here, which I think makes sense. Low health bars. That being said, Quantum did hit level 6. That ult is available.
Effort really wants to stop that back. I'm looking at the minimap, he does, actually.
There's
or no, he does.
a picture of how that play happened in the mid lane. So Shockwave came down from closer, then it was KT going aggressive, then it was the Vial in return. So a lot of back and forth between the two mid jungles.
Yeah, not able to get a kill either way. Closer didn't even have to flash. BDD still has his on cooldown, so that's maybe something they could revisit. Again, just any kind of proactivity when you have a Vi. That's really what we want to see. We understand game one with the Jarvan. That was
I think just
not great.
Even slightly more proactivity than game one, I'd be happy with. You know, even if the game isn't successful for DNS, I just want to see them a little bit more lively than what we got from game one. That one was a bit passive.
That's one way to put it. Nocturne's on the bottom side of the map with Paranoia available. Aiming is like desperately trying to start this fight.
Yeah, it makes it quite telegraphed, but also it is effectively just putting Duck Dom in a comfortable position. That being said, the wave's going to push into him, so it's not too much of a problem. And yeah, again, not the fastest pace of game, but it's still KT with a pretty sizable lead. I was going to challenge the Raptors here.
Yeah, you got some of the popcorn chicken. I do think that, I think it was Wolf who talked about KT's style, how it's very much the opposite of Halma Life Esports in terms of kind of how controlled they're trying to play it all. You can see a bit of it here, you know, they're trying to go for plays, but nothing they do ever feels like it's over the line. Like they never go too far, whereas almost everything that Halma Life Esports do feels like it's over the line.
Yeah.
Although they have, you know, I think they've become a little bit more controlled, HLE, in the chaos.
Game 1 today was more controlled than Game 2 just was a bit chaotic again.
Yeah.
So game by
Baby
game,
steps.
it can change. But hey, maybe they don't want to change overall. Maybe it's not baby steps. Maybe they want to be... They said they wanted to keep up with Kanavi, so... Right now, though, for KT, they have so much vision on the bot side of the map. Effort is just running around, putting wards down. And Pioshik has certainly been spotted going into this brush. He's trying to set up a play here.
Oh, just gonna catch them both! Oh no! As they both have to flash out of this one, but the amount of roots that they have into the Orianna is just way too much, as they do kill him under the turret, and a fourth shot also hits Pioshik. And that's right before the Drake is about to spawn, so KT looking at another one of these double dragons.
I mean, Effort sets up all the vision in the enemy jungle. Like, you can see there's 3 wards up, so he has control in the area, and then lands this flawless Bard ult into the setup, and the whole team's there. The Jin gang from a distance, everything they needed to take down closer. They also got flashes from the enemy mid-jungle. If that's the sort of controlled play they're doing, then yeah, I mean, that is how you win games.
Yeah. Uh-oh. We got an all out here once again. Perfect says, okay, I'll respect it this time. I don't quite have the lead that I did last time in health. So he backs away. Also doesn't have that first item complete.
It's also, it feels miserable as Xante because you... Oh, no.
Yeah, he is about to get his flashback. Just did. There it is. As looks like with Pioshik there, it should be enough. And now Cuz maybe a little bit too deep on this one as the follow-up comes in from the Yunara. And they do get him at the end of the day. BDD says, I don't need Realm Warp. I'll just run this one off.
So that's an overstep, and Dragon is available.
Why didn't they just do the Dragon?
I guess they wanted to reset and buy for Dokdam, and Closer has a big wave he's going to answer in a second. So I guess the timing just wasn't great. I think they weren't necessarily expecting to find Pioshik in that manner. This ult was great though. Catches the Vi at the end. They both flash, but the Q already connects on the Orianna because the timing's good, so Closer ends up going down regardless. The fact you burn both summoners and still get the kill is really good. Here, though, the stun doesn't quite connect from Effort, and we see that Quantum's able to flash away, and the turnaround comes in.
It's crazy that he kind of almost gets out there as well. I think, you know, eventually the Orianna comes over and just gets the kill, but he just barely does go down. Cuz is going to start up the Dragon now, and I was watching the replay. Aiming was, in fact, not there when they went for that play. So I think, yeah, they were just kind of waiting for aiming, and they found a little Lulu and tried to make a play, and it did not go well.
So they're just going to give over the Dragon. Not looking to contest it at all, which feels... I mean, it obviously delays KT direct. Like, if you fight and you lose the fight badly, the game could just be over. But
Tech Soul.
Yeah.
Oh, no. That ult is going to find Duckdom as they're just going to blow Quantum out of the water.
Wow.
They're like, all right, see you later, buddy. Welcome to the LCK. Welcome back to the LCK.
I mean, they'll be able to defend the 80 carry, but it doesn't feel good, right? You give over the Dragon in interest of not losing a fight now, but then you lose someone immediately after, and you still lose the Dragon. It's a Hextech Soul, so now there's that looming threat. You gave away those 2 dragons when I honestly think you should have looked to fight. Oh, they're going.
Diving, aiming, and maybe they get this kill. Maybe.
Oh,
and they don't.
Flank.
They don't get the kill on aiming.
Oh,
That's a big deal. The TP flank comes in. Perfect was just waiting for this opportunity in this game. And he's going to get the knockback here on to Closer. Little slow does come in, but the Grim Deliverance picks up the kill and knocks him down. And now Perfect is just... he's flashing in. He wants more. He hasn't had enough action up in the top lane. And, well, he's just going to walk that one off, Pioshik. Meanwhile, BDD's just getting plates. And I think KT have done it again.
Yeah, this game, absolute stomp. I mean, the one thing I can say is at least DNS got a kill, so it's not a perfect game. But...
Yeah. Again.
You know, they didn't fight the Dragon. The setup here just means they can easily delete the Lulu. And then so much is invested in defend, and they're like, okay, well, we want to make a proactive play in return then. They go to dive aiming. but don't kill him. He flashes out. Fortunately for them, aiming obviously used his ult in the previous play, doesn't have it, because, man, if he had ult here.
Yeah.
But even so, like, Docdam is dead. The ult from Perfect gets closer. Paranoia comes in, I think was onto Docdam, but
yeah, he flashed.
He just zips out. Objective bounties are available, so, you know, maybe DNS are playing for those, and at least they have access to them now.
That would be pretty funny if there actually was a legitimate strat where it's like, we want to get behind enough. You know, we want to get a losing streak going in TFT terms, and then like now our comp really comes online.
Yeah.
It's better from behind somehow.
Yeah.
Not a thing.
Not a thing, and also not what I think DNS are wanting to do this game.
Probably not, yeah.
Well. Oh. Yeah, I think game one, you know, there was a lot of things said about the draft. But I like that game 2 draft.
You could draft well, you could draft poorly, but the game looks the same. What does it mean?
Yeah. Maybe there's more to League of Legends than just the draft.
Yeah. I mean, KT is just such a strong team. Like, we talked about this a lot. We already kind of beat it to death.
This is first versus 10th.
Yeah,
So,
it's
I mean,
first versus 10th.
You know, what else to expect? I just want to see DNS do something more. You know, you have tools in your kit. You have the way to engage. You have a Yunara Lulu. And the Yunara at least has some items. That being said, Perfect is mega ahead in this top lane matchup. Like, actually insanely ahead.
Yeah.
Where's all that money coming from?
He got a solo kill. He got another kill down in bot. He's
yeah, but
ahead on
2,100. He's not that far ahead in farm.
Well, his team has gotten some turrets. Yeah. That's pretty much
wow.
it.
Thank you,
I think we've figured it out.
Have we?
I think so.
I'm not so sure.
Sometimes when players are playing this well, it just kind of feels like they're printing money.
I mean, that's true. Oh.
Yeah, Pioshik, he vaulted into this one, so he's going to go in onto Effort and die. And also, we had that Tempered Fate onto Closers. So Closers like, I'll help. Nope. Effort says no. As, there is the Shockwave to try to delay this onslaught of KT. There's the knockback on Effort. Okay. They got a thing going with Dusante.
Yeah, that was nice. Nice little turnaround. You could see they were trying to prep so that aiming could ult, but the window never really opened up. A little bit of an overforce will cost the KT supporter's life, but still fine for KT, I think. 6,100 gold lead. I mean, everyone has a gold lead now, right? It's just... Perfect's gold lead felt very big. Yeah, Pioshik just goes in, but unfortunately Closer gets ulted at the same time, so they can't even follow up with Shockwave, and then he just died. Like, that would have been a 3-man Shockwave otherwise, which is at least something. And then we get the running away process, and Effort is so low and flashes in to try and stun the Cassante. I mean, I get it, right? When a game is like this, you want to just make the montage clips, but
Okay, they're trying to be proactive, okay? I'm not going to take it away from them. We got a TP coming in, okay? They're trying to make a play, but they're just a little bit too far behind, as Perfect is going to Grim Deliverance his way in. But eventually, he does have to back away from this one, as Dudu is on the chase, and no stacked passive for Perfect, as there's the all-out. And there's the kill. Nice little shutdown for Dusante.
Okay, so getting something at least, getting a lot of gold for the Cassante. Unfortunately, while this was all happening, third dragon was taken. So, you now have like a 5-minute timer to figure out how you're winning a dragon fight. This was Pioshik finding Perfect and wishing he hadn't. Finding Effort though.
All right.
Okay.
That's a good target.
Yeah, he dies pretty quickly. This is good from DN Supers. Keep this up. 5,300 gold is a discrepancy, so I think you need a lot more of those to really sell it. But they're looking for this play onto aiming.
There's no cease and desist here for Pioshik, so he kind of just hanging around. They were considering it, and they had Shockwave, so maybe, you know, if you force something, but there's no flash on both of them. It would have been very forced, and I think they made the right call backing away in that case.
4 minutes.
You don't have to do the countdown to their death, Ox, okay?
I'm like, what are they going to do between then and now that's going to make them win that fight? They've done some good stuff, you know? I thought this game was just going to go the way game 1, where they kind of just lose and nothing happens. They don't do anything. This game, they've started to do stuff, so at least they have that going for them. Yudu's 2-1-0. He's only 700 gold behind in his lane matchup. He was way further behind before.
Yeah, the draft was a better look. The gaming so far has been a better look. It just took getting very far behind in game 2 to actually bring this out of DNS, unfortunately. It's a little bit too little too late. But also better late than never.
That is true. Okay, Effort's fishing around the Baron. I think they can kind of just wait. But if they force anything, if they find an angle, then sure go... Okay. Then sure, go ahead. Right now, Effort doesn't have flash, but everyone else does on the side of KT, so you could just blow him up as an easy target, but I think if you get into a fight, you need to be on someone who's more of a threat.
You can see they are slowly getting some vision on that Baron. I think for KT, you know, there's no real reason to overforce here on this objective specifically. When you know that DNS has to fight for the next one, just clear out some vision, maybe look for some picks, and then make your move a little bit later. Definitely the KT way.
I actually found picks with Lulu. Oh, you didn't hear that one?
No, I've never heard that one, actually.
You've never heard that one? Wow.
It's just because you're so original.
It's such a classic.
Yeah. I just...
Such a witty joke.
Yeah. It's quite good. You're not even a dad yet. You're already preparing ahead of time.
I'm very ready.
Yeah.
For when the moment comes. Yeah. Now you've said you don't want me to do the countdown. I feel...
1.5 minutes.
Oh, now you'll take it.
Yeah.
That's why you wanted me to stop.
I didn't want you to do it.
You wanted to do it.
It's like the only thing that's going on right now.
It is pretty fun, right? Yeah?
Yeah. 1:20. Okay.
Actually, you said that when it was 1:21, you were early.
Oh.
Step it up, Brendan.
I'm just ahead of the curve.
The responsibility of the countdown.
I'm just a couple seconds ahead of everyone else.
Okay?
I've just got a better live feed.
I'm looking at your screen right now.
No?
It's the same.
No, I'm covering it.
It's the yeah, I don't think they need to do Baron. If they want to chunk us out a bit, then sure, you can tank it a little bit. Looks like a fight might be brewing, though.
Yeah, it seems like Pioshi kind of wants to do something, but the vault is over, and there is the Temper Feet once again onto Closer as he flashes, but he still gets stunned as, oh, the polymorph is huge, but that is onto Zion. And unfortunately, they have a lot of other threats as well while he's regenerating his life. Duck Dom is also dead, and that was your Yunara, as maybe one shot his Studu. No, not even the one. As now it looks like they'll look for the Baron.
Yeah. And should have time to reset and go to the Dragon as well. Well, this fight didn't go so swimmingly. I think they just needed to pick a target and engage, but Closer ends up getting ulted by the... I think just flash the ult, because look what happens. You get ulted, and then you flash afterwards and get stunned anyway. Just flash the ult in the first place. Next time, I mean, I don't know if there's going to be a next time, but he ends up dying. The engage comes in. Another great stun from Effort onto Doctor means he just gets put in the hole. Yeah. I need DNS to be the fight starters sometimes, and that was not it. I also just think Closer, you need to flash before the Tempered Fate hits.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, though, they pick up Baron. KT are going to pick up Soul as well. I don't think DNS can do anything about it, and I think the lessons we're learning from this game will have to be applied to next series.
Yeah, most likely. I mean, that was kind of what we were expecting, regardless, as they're trying to actually contest for this one. I mean, you do have to, as it's a little bit too little too late, as that is going to be the ult onto 2. Once again, going to catch the Cassante in the front, but also, importantly, Closer, who does not have his flash, used it in the last one, inappropriately, as Dudu is going to go down as well. The double kill comes through, and it's all over but the Cryan at this point.
Just the way you said inappropriately. Inappropriate flash usage. Wow. Yeah, I mean, Rise even has Actualizer, so BDD can just one. Oh, have they found aiming?
They're trying to do a thing. They're doing it. Oh no, he's alone. Aiming had flash, so. But you know, this is what we were talking about. You gotta make plays to get the flashes out. So now aiming doesn't have flash. Oh,
aiming's like, we need to end the game. We need to push up, do things. Cause it's like, I want to kill the enemy jungler.
Yeah.
No, he's giving up. It's Effort though. Effort can't kill him.
Oh no! Just absolutely nukes him.
You know what's sad is that aiming still got an assist because of the trap. Otherwise, it would have been a solo kill.
Yeah.
And how few solo kills do you get as a support?
It basically doesn't happen.
Yeah. Well, this is the end of the game.
Not a lot of analyzing to do in this one, unfortunately.
I mean, this one he doesn't have flash, but I feel like he just doesn't like playing into Bard. I think Close is kind of sick of it.
This is so scary that Effort's actually really good at Bard. Like, his mechanics are really on point. Like, all the stuns he's hitting and stuff. It's really good. Will they kill BDD? Yes, they will. It's a lot of gold into Duck Dom, and they actually do have to respect the Unara, I think. Although that's the root and the death. Never mind. They don't have to respect anything.
3 levels up, by the way.
Yeah. And just the... Oh my god!
Oh my god! He just sat in the polymorph and was just waiting with his 4th shot. Like, give me a guys, give me a moment. Boom. Well, that was a series. For KT fans, we're just riding the roller coaster. We have full momentum now. We're still going, still looking great. Effort popping off on the Bard is good to see. For DNS, I think the sooner the series is forgotten about, the better.
Yeah, and, you know, Wolf was talking about it on the space as well, where, you know, they were talking a bit about Quantum being subbed in, actually. Not just Wolf, to solve them. It was even the Degon fact of the Saturday.
Degon fact of the Saturday?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what he said, because it's not really Degon's fact of the week, because it was an impromptu one in the middle of the series. You know, he comes in and gets absolutely smashed. It's not his fault, you know? Like, he's playing actually decently well, but, like, he's playing Lulu in this game from so far behind. Like, what can you do? I suppose it's some stage experience, but at least we got to see him again.
Yeah, maybe.
I hope he doesn't immediately get subbed out.
You know, we talked a little bit about, like, you know, wanting to put in subbing a player in a match where, like when strong teams are playing a weak team, they sub in a player because, like, you know, we're probably going to win it anyway. Yeah. Maybe the angle here with Quantum was we're probably going to lose it anyway. Let's get Quantum some stage experience.
Yeah.
If that's the thought process, you know, I can kind of get it. I don't think the series was his fault at all.
Yeah.
I think there's many supports you could put in his position, and the outcome would be pretty similar. This was a full team gap that happened, and yeah, first place against 10th place, not too much of a surprise.
Just individually, everybody doing everything right on the side of KT. You know, Effort got caught a couple of times, I guess.
Here's the question.
But that's really
the difficult one. Who's going to be Pom? I've done mine already.
You already put it in.
I already voted.
Yeah.
Who do you think is going to be Pom?
Let me think about this a little bit.
Wow, you're taking so long to think about it. I'm really decisive and definitely don't keep them waiting when I'm thinking about my Pom.
Yeah.
I think I'm always the person who takes the longest.
You are, yeah.
It's such a weight to have the decision making in my hands.
Is it just boom boom damage aiming?
You are just gonna vote for boom. I did actually vote for aiming, so.
I mean, it's like you could vote for Perfect for getting like solo kills and being a big threat in team fights on the Renekton, and
in a series like this, there's a lot of good votes, but aiming's Ezreal was kind of disgusting, if we're being real. And
but it was like the underhanded softball throw of a draft into Ezreal. I mean, he played it well, but
I mean,
it just feels like almost
he can only play as well. Like, it's not his fault that they picked Jarvan into Ezreal.
Yeah,
he did
still
pop off.
It,
yeah, and you had a good series in Jhin, a good game on Jhin too. So yeah,
he did.
I wonder if people will agree. Yeah, I mean, I think honestly everyone played pretty well in this series.
I feel like effort was pretty good, but he died a little bit too much.
Yeah,
Bard. So
part of bard is just barding about and dying a little bit, you know.
Yeah.
This moment was hilarious. The polymorph, and he's walking up like 1 second, 1 second. Okay, boom. It's crazy it did that much damage. I didn't think it would actually just punch like that. And if it didn't, it'd be kind of awkward because it'd be in that whole reloading situation we often see from the Jins. So, yeah. Well,
not a perfect game, as you said. It could have been worse.
Yeah, Perfect played pretty good, though.
He did, yeah. And guess who's walking on stage? It's Perfect.
Okay, I mean, I think
that's fair.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of good people. I think Perfect's a decent vote. In a series like this, there's lots of people. Everyone played well.
Yeah.
On the side of KT. So I think Perfect has just been popping off time and time again. Got a 6 solo kill. He's been racking up the solo kills. We saw that the other day. He was on 10 then, and he's just been building up more. Well, assuming he'll be on 11 now, but
yeah, this almost feels like a Tempo Vibes palm vote, you know? Like his Tempo Vibes are so good that he's like kind of dragging all this momentum towards him, so he like gets more palm votes. Have I gone too deep?
I have no idea what you mean.
I'm gonna have to consult with
like
Atlas
actually
about this,
just think for a second about the words you said. Just for a split second, think back to what you said and actually think, does this mean anything?
In the context of the LCK, I think it means a lot.
What you just said?
Only LCK viewers will get it.
No one will get it.
All right, guys. Well, Deer gets it. She's gonna give us the palm interview translation. Take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by Perfect on side of KT Rolster. With that victory, KT gets to march on undefeated with the 6 wins in a row. How do you feel? I don't think I can remember winning back-to-back for so long, and I think it's just so exciting. I'm having so much fun. Let's talk about Game 1. KT displayed such perfect macro here. With strong laning comp executed flawlessly across all lanes and creating a gold lead through macro alone to pin down your opponent. So how did you pull this such clean macro? I think everyone has a really good understanding of each matchup, and I feel like it just creates a really good picture for us. And following up with that, each lane precisely predicted when the enemy was rotating bot and pinged it perfectly. So how were you able to see that coming? I think aiming actually made the call first, and I think just following up with that was really easy for us, very comfortable, and that's how we were able to pull off that kind of a defensive play. And in a top Renekton and Gnar matchup, it's rare to see Renekton have so much influence. But you put on such an amazing gameplay, so where did this start from? I think before taking the first teleport, I had actually taken a lot of edge and advantage from the laning phase, and just from that, I think I was able to just grab control and prio, and that had extended towards late game. And in Game 2, there were some amazing moments. Some early action top, the solo kill on Xante in this next highlight where Perfect will walk us through. How was this possible? I think I really wanted to connect my passive with my ult. I think right here, I was able to survive, and I just feel really lucky. It felt like luck was on my side when I won this fight. And I thought that I was going to actually proc my passive and then actually go ahead and waste the Xante's ult, but it actually got a little messy towards the end. So, the reason I didn't have to go with a damage item, I went with Call, because it felt like I would be able to go ahead and make the most out of my passive and deal more damage when I survive. And this LCK season so far, Zahan has won exactly twice with 4 losses, and both wins were from you, Perfect. So you must feel pretty confident on Zahan, right? Yeah, I feel like maybe I'm most likely the top 4 Zahan players in the LCK. Maybe that must mean that, I mean, it sounds like there's too many players that you are counting in there. Well, I guess I say I'm within that top 4, but, you know, I think I'm still better than the rest of them. And with today's win, KT will be on Lonely Night. The bot duo will be featured. So what do you think will be the highlight? I think Aiming tends to be pretty talkative. He's such a yapper, so I feel like that's going to be the key fun moment. And Effort has reached 3,000 assists, so would you like to congratulate him? Yeah, congratulations on 3,000 assists, Effort. I hope that you can come roaming and ganking top lane more often from now on. And if you win the next match, you will break KT's opening winning streak of record of 6 wins in a row back from 2017. So what is your mindset for the 7th win? We'll try our best and do our best to prepare for the next match and show you a great performance and result. And that's all from Perfect, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear. Yeah. As it is Perfect considering himself top 4 laners. I mean, he's starting to knock them all out.
Oh, better than all the other ones? Whoa.
Oh my God. Dan Harrison.
Whoa.
I guess.
Whoa.
It's okay. We all know he's a huge fan of Aiming, so it makes a lot of sense.
The Aiming fan club leader.
Yeah.
Biggest fan.
Yes. Leader of Aiming fan club. So
wow. Wow. Let's actually take a look now at how it was done. Yep. There you go. That is the smirk of the Ox.
Oh, he just brought down the 80.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Yeah, do it again. Yeah, let's. Oh,
He looks like a mom.
Dang, I thought he was
like,
the
well,
leader of the
maybe
losing
Aiming will get palmed this time. I'm trying to get him in there, but you know, he's like, I know probably Perfect's gonna win, but I'm just trying to do my part for the fan club.
Wow.
Trying to get an interview. He's got his giant DSLR as well.
Ox sausage.
The casting desk is it was about to take a bunch of Aiming shots, but
how could you do that to Lucid? You can't be the head of 2 fan clubs.
I don't know.
I think like, you can. It's okay, but like,
I know.
maybe still got to vote for the right palm.
You have something to say, just go on X, like Twitter, and DM
He often
Dan
does,
Harrison.
actually.
And I think you can blame him on this one. I think you should.
Was that the end of voting rights for Daniel Ox Harrison?
Probably.
Probably not, actually. I think it's fine.
Probably not.
But he might be a little bit embarrassed about
We're
it.
still playing the sad music, though. We'll change when we toss? Dang. But what if we just think about how sad that was that a perfect game was stolen away?
Can I say one thing?
Look at this betrayal.
Maybe in his head right now, in this very moment, he's remembering that the Ezreal was like 5,000 gold ahead and popped off in game 1. I don't know. Maybe that's what's going on.
I mean, that's why sometimes like POM gets really hard, you know, like the game 1 and game 2, like it's kind of different storyline. And yeah.
But I mean, for me, like I just voted for Perfect for that Zion game.
Yeah.
I don't even remember what he
Yeah,
played.
I don't really care what he thinks right now, you know. I voted for Perfect.
Yeah, time for official toss to Wadid. 3, 2, 1, boom.
Did you know Cole versus Rumblevest? Cole wins. That's what KT Perfect
that's a new in-game tip.
Uh-huh.
I was like, what? What is this?
This is your new loading screen and the new tip from KT Perfect. And he did! He did prove that in game.
I love the. I love how it had the champions there as well, the appropriate ones. That was high effort there by
Thanks
Perfect.
for the production team. And yeah, I mean, I think that's what he did literally in the game too. And I think that was like eye-popping play.
Yeah. I voted for Perfect as well as we all.
Everyone else did, yeah.
Yeah. He's coming for Zeus next.
Whoa!
If he beats Zeus, how can we not say he's the best top player? By the way, as we did mention, He has a Cull. Okay? Dudu has Bramble Vest.
You can see it from the passive, right? Like,
And then the flash play here. By the way, Perfect has had so many of these. Wait for it.
Oh, the sidestep.
Sidestep, and then...
Don't even need the passive.
Not gonna hit me with that one, baby.
oh my god, this is so clean.
And it's
if he procs the passive, then Perfect doesn't get to kill him. Like, you just walk away. So he's in that moment where he's like, nah, you don't get away with this.
But it's not just Dudu, it's Dusante, right? He has his own nickname on the champion. That's what he outplayed there. Perfect getting that one done. Let's see other perfect comments that we had by our near perfect voting community. Please be my personal trainer, Perfect. That's right, lifting the team up in the top lane. Good, good, good.
I think it says good, good.
Oh,
good.
This is actually Perfect meme. He always posts some after the game. He always posts with his selfie, and then he always posts like, "This game, good, good, good."
Oh yes, that's true.
You know?
That's
yeah.
his X posts.
Yeah. So his caption is always good, good, good with the selfie. So I think that's the comment.
What did with the knowledge there also?
Because I follow Perfect.
He does
you know?
this.
I follow him as well.
Yeah, you should follow him on the social media. It's so fun.
You got
so
it.
Hilarious.
You got it. I can't foresee this player's stock at the end of the year. That's right. The stocks are going up for Perfect as he's taken down so many of the top laners, including the best on their best champions. And he is now perfect CT for Cloud Templar. It's so cute.
Oh my god.
Wolf's not amused.
I mean, it's okay. I do think Cloud Templar's comments went from like way above our heads, like poetic levels, like Pony
And then
is
now
trying
it's
to copy him, to like, I need a new diaper, and also like I'm just gonna make everything Cloud Templar. I don't know. I'm not even trying to throw shade.
He's
like,
branding.
comments are hard.
He's just in the middle of branding. That's all it is. We'll just go with
I miss Brand Jungle too. It's fine, Digon.
Nope. Brand Jungle is gone. But you know what's not gone?
Man,
the fear.
Life, we're so close to clutching first place. All they needed was for DNS to 2-0 KT. They could have gotten first place at the end of the day.
They needed the 10th place team to beat the first place team? Yeah, that's all they needed.
All they needed to happen.
But 6-0. And here's my question.
What's your question?
Do you trust KT now?
I've got something.
He asks this every week.
I've got something to tell you guys. I've been keeping it close to my chest.
Okay.
Let's put those next matches up real quick.
Oh.
If Nongshim and T1 win, which are both the red teams versus the white team logos here, which is kind of interesting.
Oh.
I'm gonna have the 10 out of 10 Pred week.
Oh, he brought it up before he hit the 10 out of 10.
So I'd probably just ruined it. I'm probably gonna lose this.
Is he gonna jinx it?
I've never had a 10 out of 10. I don't know when the last time somebody had a 10 out of 10.
Chronicler had it, and then I had it before that. So last year we were the only two to have.
I'm trying to ruin it.
We'll see.
I'm trying to help out the Kiwoom fans.
I think you're gonna get it right. I think it's a really high chance at this point. Maybe.
There's only one thing standing in the way.
Ronnie had it, according to production, Chronicler had it a bazillion times.
A bazillion trillion times.
Oh, a bazillion trillion.
D-Sun is just trolling Wolf and trying to take away his moment.
Oh, it's fine. It's
his
my
day
first
in the
time.
sun. He could get it, but there is one team standing in the way of those perfect predictions, and it is the
DRX.
Chad Bros.
No, QMDRX, right?
No.
QMDRX. Like
I voted for the Bros. I didn't vote for QMDRX. The Bros could do it and ruin Wolf's day.
Nongshim's got it covered.
No, I mean Nongshim and to be fair, Nongshim and T1 are the teams that they can actually lose to everyone. That's what they just did, you know. So I think there's a chance, or you get 10 out of 10.
It's a tenner.
Nongshim played at the very beginning of the week and then had all week to think about how they did and then try to do it again against the Pros. Maybe they get in their head. Maybe they were well rested. Sounds like you guys also should get well rested and enjoy those matches tomorrow as we close out the LCK on Sunday. On behalf of everyone here, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow to close out week 3. Bye-bye.
when I carve my name into the stone against the I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.